You know the deal, I keep it real. Walking on that dirt road, your country appeal. Sparkles on a summer dress, pure heart, no time for stress. Snap back on Bible and toe, treat people kind no matter where I go. I say what I mean, I don't sweeten the blow. If truth burns deep, it's time for you to go. If bless your heart cuts like a blade, you better look at yourself and the mess you made. Hey! Mama and Daddy sure raised me right. I know better than to yell and fight. If you don't like my tongue, baby, leave my porch light alone. I ain't for everyone, I'm for the real ones. Day one, stay strong, 10 toes down, till the day I'm gone. You know the deal, I keep it real, I stand alone. Not shy but wild, little undone. If I'm too much, then I'm not the one. You know who I am by what I've done. I ain't for everyone. Oh yeah. Look around in a quiet crowd, turn heads when I talk too proud. Take jar full from the songs I write, 'cause truth pays better than a sugar white lie. I pray hard but I cuss some too. I weigh the people when I'm passing through. If that's a line's too fine for you, go find you a saint in a Sunday pew. I got roots in this red clay, halo tilted in a pretty way. If you won't fake, I ain't that one. Honey, I'm the rising sun. I ain't for everyone, everyone. I'm for the real ones. Pay one, stay strong, 10 toes down, 10 toes down, till the day I'm gone. You know the deal, I keep it real, I stay alone. Not shy but wild, little undone. If I'm too much, then I'm not the one. You know who I am by what I've done. I ain't for everyone, yeah. I got scars where my stories live. I take less, but I always give. I won't trade my soul for a baby crowd. If you feel me, sing it loud. Sing it loud. I ain't for everyone, everyone. I'm for the real ones. Day one, stay strong, 10 toes down, 10 toes down, till the day I'm gone. You know the deal, I keep it real, I stand alone. Not shy but wild, little undone. If I'm too much, then I'm not the one. You know who I am by what I've done. I ain't for everyone, oh yeah. I ain't for everyone, you know the deal.
Warning. This episode contains content that may be disturbing or sensitive to listeners. Discretion is advised.
Headlights on that two-lane blacktop, dust kicking up in the mirror behind. You were just trying to make it home, man. He was tailgating hate and pride. 9 miles of curses and high beams, Heart racing faster with every sign. Pulled off thinking this will cool it. He pulled up saying now it's my time. 9 miles down Highway 9. One man followed, one man died. One man telling tall tales on the line while a mama breaks down inside. He took a life, he must pay the price. You can't hide the truth in blue lights. 9 miles down Highway 9. One man dead, one man alive. Gun smoke hanging by the gravel. Shell still warm where the body lay. He was already calling his buddies, spinning that story to keep him safe. Yeah, I feared for my life, y'all heard me. He came at me, had that crazy look. But fear don't chase folks for counties. That ain't how self-defense reads in the book. No. 9 miles down Highway 9. One man followed, one man died. One man telling tall tales on the line. He took a life, he must pay the price. You can't hide the truth in blue lights. 9 miles down Highway 9. One man dead, one man alive. In the courtroom, air feels heavy. Pictures framed in a shaking hand. Judge looking down past the Bible. Jury weighing out a wicked plan. You can pray on every Sunday. You can shake the sheriff's hand, but when you hunt a man and gun him down, that blood still soaks your land. Yeah. 9 miles down Highway 9. One man followed, one man died. One man telling tall tales on the line while a mama breaks down inside. He took a life, he must pay the price. You can't hide the truth in blue lies. 9 miles down Highway 9.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Duchess, and this is where we talk about true crime and missing cases. I hope everybody's brought their coffee and their breakfast all ready to go. I'm still waiting for him to come up live. I see that we're on hold. We're waiting for the judge and everybody to get situated. We just appreciate you guys being here to support. And we appreciate all of the public agencies allowing for this to be streamed so we can hold these public agencies and people accountable for what has happened to Scott Spivey. So I thought we might do like just a quick recap while we're waiting on the judge to come in. Wanted to go over here and look at a couple things. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Let me get over here as I wanted to pull up a couple things. Let me see who we got here in the house. Hey, Swamp Girl. So good to see you. Swamp Girl says, okay, so good morning. Got me a seat at the table today. Errands to run. Well, I'm glad that you've got me in your ear. I appreciate you taking the time to listen. Hope you have a wonderful day. It's supposed to be 65 degrees today here, and I'm thrilled about that. And somebody asked me, they were like, where did you find your songs? I love those songs. And I said, well, I wrote them. I wrote them, and I made them with SUNO AI. So those are actually some original songs that I did. So for anyone that has asked, that is where the songs come from. And don't forget, if you were gifted a membership to the Dutch Bus, we welcome you to our true crime family. Don't forget to renew your membership at the end of the month to continue your perks. If you're a member of the top 3 tiers, you can get a link to come over to Discord. Sometimes we do members only giveaways. We have members live streams. Lately, I haven't done many of those. We had one a couple of months ago, and we'll probably have one again soon. So And we got Alex in the house. Good morning, Alex. Thank you for joining us again. I hope that you're doing well. And we got Michelle. Thank you, Michelle, for being here. I know you're probably working, but maybe you are listening to me in the background. Michelle says it's going to be 65 here today and 72 tomorrow. Michelle, if your temperature is higher than mine, I am going to be mad. I haven't checked my temperature for tomorrow, but I did see that it was going to be, well, see, it's 55 right now. It says it's going to be 65 by 3 p.m. And tomorrow it's going to be 65. And then it looks like on Friday and Saturday it is going to be 69, but it looks like we're going to be getting some rain. So, the old rain. Dang it, Michelle. As long as you're not wishing snow on me, I think I'll be okay. Y'all, we pulled a long live stream yesterday, 9 hours. We were on here. And I slept like a log. I just want to tell y'all that I was pretty tired. So I want to show you this real quick video. Let me get over here and play it. This was about an hour ago from this expert that explains the stand your ground law. And I thought it might be interesting for us to just watch that real quick while we were waiting on people to come into the court. This is provided by WPDE ABC 15 News. That is a local news station. So I want to make sure that I give credit to them. And I was streaming WPDE from Facebook for this live trial, and I just want to give them a shout out. I'm so thankful they allowed the news stations and for True Sunlight Podcast to also be in the courtroom to bring us this very important hearing regarding Scott Spivey versus Weldon Boyd and Bradley Kenneth Williams. So I'm going to take you to this video.
The defense has to
is it reasonable or not? So let's watch this real quick. And it's only about 2 minutes long. So if there's any problems with the volume or anything like that, please do let me know. Thank you, Michelle, for dropping that.
to prove that Weldon Boyd's actions were done under the fear of his safety, and the judge will ultimately determine if Boyd is immune from prosecution.
Today, marking the start of the high-profile Stand Your Ground trial for Weldon Boyd, here's what it means for this particular case. CCU professor Craig Boylstein says Stand Your Ground law comes from the 2006 Protection of Persons and Property Act. That law gives you the right to protect yourself or property if you feel threatened.
The clear-cut case is if someone's breaking into your vehicle and you feel there's an imminent threat, you can stand your ground law and protect your property and your life there. If it's like a road rage incident, then if you feel like your life's under imminent threat, then you can stop that threat. And so it's, a reasonable assumption that there's imminent danger present.
But what makes this case not clear-cut is the argument of if Boyd chased Spivey before the altercation. Ryan Schwartz is a criminal defense attorney, and he says this may be what makes or breaks his case.
State, and I'm prosecuting this hearing, I'm going to hammer those facts because you have to have not been one to cause the issue, right? Cause the argument or cause the problem. So I think that's a fact that his lawyers are going to have to explain.
Schwartz references a witness testimony filed in January, where one witness recounts seeing the slide on Spivey's gun being back, also being a key factor in the decision.
Mr. Spivey having a firearm and getting out of his car obviously is not going to bode well for the prosecution. The argument that it wasn't it was empty. The slide was back. Again, when you're in a high stress situation and there's somebody confronting you, I don't know that, is it reasonable or not?
If the judge determines Boyd's case is applicable under the Stand Your Ground law, then Boyd has a stronger case for immunity from prosecution. In studio, I'm Kara Riskus, ABC 15 News.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. Michelle, yes, I agree. The 911 call from Boyd does not help Boyd. Spivey had stand your ground. You don't follow somebody for 9 miles down Highway 9 and then get to claim that you're the victim and that he was after you when you pursued him and said you were going to sweep him. By the way, that is on the 911 call. He told the dispatcher, I'm going to sweep him all the way. And he told him that there was going to be a shootout. He told the dispatcher. And I feel like the 911 dispatcher has some accountability in this because at any given time, the 911 dispatcher could have spoken up and said, hey, you need to disengage and you need to drive away. Do not follow this person in the black truck. You need to disengage. Not once did that 911 dispatcher say that. Super disappointing. I hope that his protocol team at the 911 center had a long discussion with him, because that knowing what to do in a situation like that and how to be able to talk to somebody about making better decisions, I feel like is so important. Good morning, X. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. All right, so I'm over here and I'm checking to see if we have anything going on yet. And today I will be streaming from WBTW News 13. And court is not in session yet. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. I will share my screen so that you guys can see that. You can see the video here in the upper right hand corner. So we are just, we're in that waiting game right now. Some things that I thought were very interesting from yesterday. Some takeaways. And if you guys missed it, please do. There are two parts to day one of the Scott Spivey Stand Your Ground hearing that we streamed yesterday. And pretty much I feel like the summary consists of the hearing brought inconsistent witness testimony. We had signature Mark the Tiger Tinsley pouncing on a few situations. That's par for the course with him. And there was a surprise visit from Congresswoman Nancy Mace. I don't know if you guys caught that yesterday, but she did pop up in the courtroom. That was very interesting to watch all of that. When I think about Blaze Ward, That was the girl with the long white hair that gave her deposition yesterday. Listening to her testimony, I do think that what she said, looking back, it did clear up some inconsistencies in what she reported to dispatch the day this tragedy happened between Boyd and Williams and Scott, and what they claimed was self-defense. But it did also feel like that Blaze maybe didn't understand what she was seeing, and she didn't have the context. And listening to her statement that she gave in her deposition, it was pretty clear that she didn't have the context. She didn't really understand what was going on. So now Blaze, when she heard Weldon's call with his mama right after the shooting, in which Weldon admitted the truth about chasing Scott, Blaze realized this is what she was seeing that day in September of 23. And whenever you're seeing something, you don't know what the people involved are thinking at that time. So, she didn't change the facts of what she says that she saw, but I think Blaze probably now understands those facts differently with the context. It's a difficult situation to navigate. So how are you guys feeling about these proceedings so far? You think this is going to go all the way till Friday? I kind of feel like it might. Hey, Annette, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hang on, y'all. Got to blow my nose. And thank you, Michelle, for dropping the part 1 and part 2. And those are separated because they did take about an hour and 30-minute break. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I needed to get up and stretch my legs, go walk the dog, do a couple things. I may have to drag this laptop into the kitchen to make my chicken pot pie if we go as late as we did yesterday. But I do think it may go till Friday. Now, Chico did tell me yesterday, she said there was a trial she was streaming on Tyree Nichols. And I think that trial actually spilled over into the weekend. She ended up having to go like live all day on a Saturday. And she goes, Dutch, do you think this trial, this hearing will go over to Saturday? And I said, it better not. I said, do you know how mad them people's going to be if they call them into court on a Saturday to continue this? No, I don't think they're going to like that very much. You going to play catch up, Annette? Well, I do appreciate you joining us. Thank y'all so much for being here. And y'all remember to like the stream, share it out. It helps to get the facts of the case that's going on in the Scott Spivey case. And if you're not familiar with the case, there is a playlist that you can go watch. I encourage you guys to do that. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that's the truth. I'm just looking here. We got some more missing kids. Got a missing person up in Brunswick County. So I was trying to get that information shared out. Excuse me. I have been sneezing and sneezing. I think it's all this dusting and stuff I've been doing. Yeah, because trust and believe, while we were listening yesterday, I was still working. I was still doing things. So make sure you bring your helmets and your waders, because shit might get deep today. Who knows? I have a feeling it's going to get pretty interesting. So let's see if we can hear anything yet. No, we don't have anything on the live feed here. So it'll probably get started here in a few minutes. It says 9 a.m., but I think they're probably going to start at 9:30 a.m. Let me see something over here real quick. Let me get back over here to my StreamYard so I can see it. Thank you for dropping that playlist. Michelle's just dropped that playlist. If you are interested in crime and corruption, I focus mainly on the Carolinas because that's where I was born and raised. I'm a Carolina girl, and I like to know what's going on in my communities where all of my people live. If you have a case that you want me to share out of a person that's missing, please let me know. I'm happy to do that. But most of the cases that I share are from the Carolinas. I do share some from Tennessee because I have friends and mods like Michelle in Tennessee. If you do have a case, please let me know. Yes, we have a kid in Brunswick County, Annette, that's missing. Hang on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will, I'll hop over here to my Facebook page and I'll show you real quick while we're waiting on that. I do believe I shared that over here. Oh, she was located safe. Perfect. That is such a relief right here. Natalia McCree, age. It doesn't actually give her age on here, does it? No. But she was last seen leaving West Brunswick High School yesterday morning. She didn't get on the bus to come home, but it looks like that she has been located and is safe. So just wanted to share that with you guys. I'm so glad. I'm going to have to go update that. If you're not following me on Facebook, I share a lot of missing cases over there. So please do follow me over there. We've got the new Nancy Guthrie update. There's the new FBI flyer for her with the $100,000 reward fund. Please make sure you share that out. We have another child missing in Cumberland County. This is Harmony Jones, age 16. We have a lot of kids that are missing. Here's a South Carolina woman with dementia reported missing in Georgia. This is Annie Tisdale. She's 78 years old. And Elbert County, Georgia, reported her missing. She lives in Abbeville, South Carolina. She left her home on February 14th around 5 p.m. There's a news article from WSPA News. So, and a lot of these are on my YouTube community wall, guys, if you do want to go over there and check those out. Let's see what else we've got. I got off this app yesterday, and I'm going to tell you something. This was the face right here that I was making. after some of that confuddled, unreliable testimony. Yeah, I had on my shades. Because that's what this is where I was at yesterday. I made a variety of faces. I was glad I was not showing my camera. I feel like this was possibly me and Michelle listening to the case yesterday. I know that's why I have these lines in between my eyebrows, is because I make this face entirely too much, which tells me I probably should get the hell off YouTube. But that's pretty much the summary of Scott Spivey's day one hearing. Is Michelle says, yes, that was us. I'm telling you, the whole time I'm just like, is this for real? Is this for real? And I was like, I'm gonna have to. And this was also, I feel like this was another face I was making. I feel like my hair does look a tiny bit better than that, but, and honestly, I don't. That's not a color lipstick that I embrace. But the face, accurate. And also this face. Yeah, I did a lot of putting my hands above my eyebrows and closing my eyes, going, oh, Lord Jesus, help us get through this day. Amen, amen. But mainly it was this face. Annette, you think it's up to $200,000? A man in Wisconsin put an additional $100K on top of the FBI. That's your understanding. Very interesting. I really wish somebody would bring Nancy Guthrie back home. Like, I'm just about over all of this craziness. All right, let me go check over here. Oh, I think we're getting into court now. So let me share my screen.
Okay. That's going to be the. You're saying that the written transcript is going to be 60A because the video was 60.
Yes, that should be 68.
Yes,
And everything within it is 68.
yeah, and that's got the exhibits. Yeah.
All right, call your witness.
All right, we're gonna play the 911 call and enter the evidence to 911 call of Francis Myrtle.
Very well. That is exhibit
Sure, this would be exhibit 2A.
2A.
Defendant's exhibit 2A.
We'll probably just do them straight away.
For the I can explain to you that process Judge, later, but it got complicated quick.
I can imagine. Let's just keep doing what we're doing then.
Horry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I don't even know. I just came down from one second. I'm really sorry. Somebody could stop somebody in the middle of the road. I am at the corner of Camp Swamp Road, and somebody just unloaded, shot through his windshield, and shot this guy. I'm at the corner of Highway 9 and 509 and Swamp Creek Brook Road.
Okay, what's your first and last name?
Frank McMurrow.
All right. All right, can you spell your last name for me?
MCMURROUDA.
And the phone number you're calling me from, Mr. Frank?
Oh my God, 804-317-5534.
Okay. And what's going on? I know you said shots fired there.
Okay, so back out of the truck, the white truck, the truck with the pistol drawn, the fire was open. He told the guy, do not follow me anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at, and the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol. The guy in the white truck just unloaded it, complete magazine to the guy, shot through his back window. I think he might have hit him.
Okay, and what color of the vehicle was the vehicle that the individual was in that actually shot the weapon?
It's a white Dodge Ram with a trailer, they're both sitting there. I mean, the guy shooting the guy out of the truck. I'm not going to, holy shit. I mean, I was driving by, bullets to go on.
And, all right, you're okay. And this was into the black truck? What kind of truck was the black truck?
The black truck was in a Dodge Ram too. He shot at the guy and completely blew up his back window. I don't know if it was kids in that car, I don't know who's in that car, but it was unloaded to a truck.
Shots were unloaded. All right, I'm just getting that information in there, okay? And you said that you thought somebody was hit with the shot that went in there?
I mean, it looked like he was dead. I don't know, I don't see the guy.
Okay, are you still in the area or are you?
I'm right behind the barrier.
Okay.
It's the one that shot was a Dodge TRX white truck. The car outside is a black Chevy Silverado.
Okay, so it's actually a black Chevy Silverado?
Camp Swamp Road at the corner.
Okay.
What is that?
All right, we do have a call in there for them. We are gonna have people responding out there, okay? I just want you to keep yourself safe as well.
Okay, yep. I know. Yeah. Okay. I'm still.
Okay, I'm just listening to what's going on, okay? All right, where are you exactly in relation to those vehicles?
I'm on behind. I just booked the driver in the white truck. I'll back up off the Swamp Road on Highway 9.
I just want you to keep yourself and your passenger safe as well, okay? But we do have help coming out there. Okay. Okay. All right, and are the vehicles pulled over at Highway 9 and Camp Swamp Road?
They're Camp Swamp Road. You pull in. There's a white truck. The driver's out talking to people, trying to tell people not to go up there. He's in the middle of the road. You really can't even drop. No one's trying to pass because that dude up there. There's what's going on. The guy stopped.
Okay, but they're not on 9 anymore. They're all on Camp Swamp Road.
Right when you turn in at
Okay.
Road, yeah.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to go ahead and put that in there for the responding officers, okay?
Sorry, I'm calm now. I literally was trying to buy shots are being fired by. I apologize for customers.
That's all right, I understand. Thank you for calling in and letting us know about it, though. But I'll just update that information.
Thank you. Yeah, the guy in the black truck jumped out with a pistol. The guy in the white had a pistol, one that officer, the guy in the black got a pistol, and that guy pistol moved, the guy shot.
Oh.
I don't know who shot first, but I just know that the guy in the white, you know, oh boy. I think he's dead. I think, you know, I know he's off in the woods, he's running into the truck. I want to talk to you about it, shot.
Okay, that's no problem. I want you to keep you and your passenger safe in there, okay?
I think they both returned fire, nobody knows if they're black truck, no one, like, we can't see them.
Okay.
So, just for the, I just want the office to say that.
And you said no one knows where the driver from the black truck is?
No. Man, come on. Yeah. Yeah.
And Mr. Frank.
Okay. Ma'am, so just so you know, there's somebody else's car. The guy in the black truck was trying to run the white truck off the road. Like literally drove the white truck off the road. He was like way down at long with his car. The guy in the black truck was chasing the white truck down, trying to drive him off the road. Then jumped. That's, I guess, when he got out of the pistol. So there's other people here that this guy's been chasing this guy in the white truck for a couple miles now, trying to stop the road.
I am just updating all this information in there, okay?
Yeah, I just want to get as much video as I can,
Okay. Could you get me the license plate numbers on the trucks if you're close enough and if it's safe enough?
Five, 7, 2. Oh, he's got a black truck. I cannot see the Chevy. I don't know the Chevy.
All right, now you can get off the white truck is the 5572?
Yeah, I think it's like a 1 or 3, but it looks like a 5572. That gentleman is also on the phone with 911. He called himself, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. And then could you tell for that white truck if it is a South Carolina license plate?
That's South Carolina license plate. You know, I'm not down here. The black truck does have South Carolina license plate. This one, I'm not telling. Kept one of those black things over it, so it's hard to see during the day.
Okay.
I think so. Oh, yeah. Now that black truck can take this out from my house. The black truck can take this out for miles. They saw the whole thing. And then the black truck stopped and got jumped out with pistol. Yeah, I'm on the phone now when I told him. He got out, and then he had a gun. He dropped it and shot. And I mean, you can't do that. No, we cannot. What happened? He's dead. Guy's dead.
Okay. Which truck? The driver of which truck?
Driver of the black truck. He's dead. The guy who drives the white truck walked up and checked on him. He said he's dead. Oh my God.
Okay. I am putting that in here, okay? We are having officers come there. There is an officer coming down Highway 9 right now.
Yep. Right now, there's some witnesses. Driver, white truck, not a fire on him. Everyone's just calm down, but he said he walked up and saw him. The guy's dead.
Okay. All right. We do have officers coming there, okay? Do not disturb anything in that truck. And if you can, go ahead and tell people around there not to disturb anything in there either, okay?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we do have an officer coming down there, okay? He's coming down Highway 9 now, but I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until he arrives, okay?
That white pickup truck is a veteran South Carolina tag with 5572.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And you guys are standing well clear of the traffic, aren't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Everyone's
Okay.
out of the way. You're not going to be able to turn. I can hear the sirens now.
Okay.
Officers arrive.
Okay. Okay, and then can I get a description of what vehicle you're in case the officer wants to speak with you there?
Yes, I apologize. I'm thinking the wrong way on 9, but I'm way off, well to the shoulder. I'm in a gray Chevy Colorado. I'd like to place it to Virginia tag. See that?
Okay. Just so the officer can identify you there.
Okay, CRM 4682 on the side of the road, my wife.
Okay, you said 4683?
4682.
82, okay. All right. Is the officer there on scene now?
Yeah, he's talking to the gentleman in the white truck that shot with the other guy.
Okay, just keep yourself safe there. I do have all of that information in there. Anything changes or gets any worse, call us back immediately, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Judge, that is a 911 call, and we would, we have a transcript of that call. We knew the end the evidence, the transcript of the call. A written statement by Mr. McMurray that was made at the scene with those people. The interview by Mr. McMurray at the scene by officers that was videoed, just as Blaze Ward and Terry Wright was, and we've got the deposition of Frank McMurray. We'd like to enter all of that into the record.
Purpose of this hearing, so I'll look at it.
Yes, I think it's in there. You don't play the deposition now?
Yes. And well, the written statement, I'd like to see.
Let's get it.
The written statement, we'll place that, but what we want to do is, and I'm thinking in the order is that, the audio video of McMurray and then the deposition.
Right. Written statement will be 29.
The judge exhibit, defendant's exhibit 9 is a transcript of the 911 call that you just heard.
That's just. This written statement, put that up there first. That's what I just read.
Yes, sir, that's what you just read. So, need to read it again, do you?
No.
All right, then go to the video on the scene. Again, the record, the interview of Frank McMurrow with Detective McQueen at the Oklahoma County Police Department. Yeah, thank you. The video of Mr. McMurrow with Detective McQueen at the scene. And we've got a video of Mr. McMurrow's statement to
We having technical difficulties. What's going on? Of course, we're having technical difficulties.
I'm heading to the Vista Resort for a business conference. And that's what brought me on this road here. Okay, come down. So coming down this way, so yeah, so I'm about to take a left. I think this is 9, right? Yes. On 9. So I was coming up this way.
All right, so you were coming down Camp Swamp?
Yes.
Camp Swamp towards 9. All right, and then what all did you see once you were coming down the road?
So when I was about, where the black truck is, I saw a black truck stop quick in the road. So I kind of slowed down this country road, and when the car door flew open, and I saw a guy get out with a black pistol screaming. Okay. At that point, I yelled my wife a gun and kind of pushed her down, and so I started coming past, and at that point, the white truck kind of had come to a stop, and then when I looked over, sorry, okay, when I looked over, I saw the guy in the white truck. I just saw a pistol like this, pointing at the black truck. And then that's when I looked in my rearview mirror and I saw the guy with the black gun. Then the guy with the black gun's pistol was coming up. And then I just heard shots. And I saw glass explode from the windshield, and I just punched it, took off. When I turned the corner, we called 911. I went up and took a U-turn and kind of came back here.
Okay, so you said the guy in the black truck got out of the car with the gun?
Yeah,
out of the truck?
And I told 911, because I was literally right here looking at him, he jumped out, he had a gun, and the slide was back. I don't know if it was right. It was like when you have on a block, it's right, you push a button, engage one, it was back and locked.
Okay.
And then that's when I saw him kind of go like this, and I looked at the white truck. Sorry, I'm just real nervous. So as I saw the black pistol, kind of, he was moving up. I looked at, because I was looking like this, and I saw the guy in the white truck point his pistol, then just gunfire, and I just kind of shot this way and turned around.
Okay. Did you see any of the exchange of gunfire?
The gunfire was happening right as I went past the white truck.
So that's so you passed.
And once I saw that pistol, I screamed to my wife, like, you know, stay down. And then I just heard, like, you know, it was mayhem. The guy in the white truck, like, didn't roll down his window, didn't get out of his car. And even when I turned back, because I pulled back around, I was on the phone 911, and there was no, I didn't see the gentleman from the black truck, so I slowly pulled up, and I told the guy in the white truck, sir, can I check on him? And he said, dude, just get back. And then he, I think he might have been on the phone with somebody. And then I just backed up right here, so it's all 911, so everybody got here.
Okay. Trying to see if there's anything else I want to think. Okay. So you just saw basically in the review as you're trying to get out of the vehicle with it.
So, like I said, I saw a guy jump out the pistol, right? And I was looking like this in the rear view. And that's when I saw the gun go up. And as I looked up, that's when I made, like, I was coming this way. I could see this part here. And all I saw was a pistol like this, right?
Okay, so he had his pistol up here.
He had his pistol on the dash, just pointed. It's hard to see though, because like the window was kind of like tinted, you know what I mean? It was dark, but yeah. And then as I got right here, I just heard friggin' shots, and I punched it out. Like punched it this way when I made a quick U-turn, came back.
Okay.
And then when I was back here, the guy in the white truck kind of got out of his truck. You know, he set his gun down by his side, and he walked up a little bit on the curb, like over here, and looked in the truck, and he just looked like the world. I think he saw me, and he just looked at the world and came back here and was like, you know, just put his pistol away and sat and just kind of, you know, freaking out.
All right. Can you write that down on a statement form for me, if you don't mind? Yeah. Well, you don't have to do it right this second. I'll let you go to your truck and do it.
Yeah.
I don't have an extra clipboard, so I'm just gonna give you the one that I do have.
Okay.
And then I'll interview your wife just to kind of get everybody.
Yeah, that's
and then I will. This way you can grab your ID as well. So I'll let you do that. Just ignore the top part there.
So as much information
as much as you can, and then just make sure you sign down there. Don't worry about witnessing. If you need more paper, let me know. I have another phone.
I'll try to write it out for you.
That's not big deal. Like I said, if you need more, you're all good. I do.
Sorry.
You know, you don't expect to come down and see that, so.
I'm Boston, so I'm from Boston.
You kind of get it.
All right, I'll go fill a second right back to my day.
All right, yes, sir. I'm
You
gonna
want to wait till you flag me over or whatever? Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely. And then because I'm gonna give your wife one as well.
Yeah.
And then I'll come kind of probably change like that.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there's some left there. The rest of that, I'm told, is a statement that the officer took from Frank McMurray's wife, Lindsay. We haven't offered that, but we're happy to. You want to finish playing it?
And I presume she gave a statement that was asked to write it down as well.
Same things.
I can follow that. No, I mean, if y'all don't want to introduce it,
I think she said she didn't see anything. I'm not sure she wrote that.
well, it's been consistent that he said something and pushed her down, so her vantage point wasn't good at best.
And I believe that's what she said. So I don't.
And I think you'll hear that on the next, we have another statement. I think you'll hear that very thing on the next video.
I think it's redundant, but we're not trying to.
You're not talking me into watching. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, we got another video with.
This is discussed.
We've got another video of another statement by Mr. McMurray to an officer.
This will be an excerpt because the officer was walking around talking to a lot of people.
That's correct, John. This is the body camera over an hour long. This is an excerpt of his conversation with Mr. McMurray.
Leave me alone. Go ahead. Can we confirm how many, one is one of those, can we confirm how many patients we actually have?
I just need one way to look at this one. No fire evidence, no nothing else, just evidence.
Okay.
Judge, since they're presenting this and there's no real cross, I just want to know for the record that what this officer has said is we only need one ambulance. So he's asked for the ambulance, and that's what you just heard. We need an ambulance to haul the body. Go ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Lindsay McMurrow, Lindsay. Lindsay. And it's the same last name.
Same address. All right, so what else?
So I was
looking at my phone, all I heard him say is gunshots, and I'm down, so I don't know.
I'm driving this way.
On this road?
On this road, sir, coming up here.
This way.
So I'm about like right where that car is, and this guy in the black just locks his brakes up, jumps out with a pistol, and I go, holy shit, pistol. And then I saw him bring it up, right? And then as I'm going by, I saw this gentleman just hold it, like he was just like drawn, and then it just went off.
He was out of the car?
No, the gentleman in the white truck was, both of them were in the truck. The guy in the black truck locked up his brake, like stopped quick, jumped out with a pistol. I saw it when he got out the truck, he had his pistol like this, screaming hard. And at that point, I saw the pistol come up, and I told her, gun, she got in the door, I looked at him, he just had his gun drawn at that point in the white truck. But the guy in the black truck jumped out with his pistol.
You want to get that? He got it first.
Oh yeah, no. The guy in the white was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black stopped, jumped out, and hit his pistol. I said, "Hey, pistol, get down." And I saw him lift his pistol up, and I looked. And at that point, this gentleman hadn't fired on anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and I freaking took off like this way, like a bad hell. Called 911 and turned around. But yeah, the guy in the black jumped out with a pistol drawn.
What was he wearing?
Looked like a blue shirt, if I remember correctly, and possibly a pair of shorts. Looked like he had brown hair. Probably about the same age as me and these two guys here. But yeah, he's shorts. I think he had shorts on. Yeah, I know he had a blue shirt on for short because when the firing started, he kind of like ran, because he was out of the truck the whole time. These guys never got in the truck. Never opened the door, didn't roll the window down. I do know that.
So they were going this way.
They were coming this way, and like I saw the black truck like stop. The door fly open, and I was like, whoa! So I slowed down right here. And then when I got side to him, I see a gun, and I'm like, holy shit!
White or black or
He's looked like a white guy. It looked like it was a black gun with a black pistol he had. Like I said,
not a white guy, right?
Yeah, it looked like a Caucasian about 3 bars. I didn't notice a beard, and like guys on that. Yeah, it looked like a white guy. He was freaking screaming.
Well, y'all came by what was out there.
So when I came here, I literally cut this way. I was so freaked out. She told me to keep going, someone up. By that time, we had 911 to phone back. And I came here and then pulled over here and then back up.
We saw Kent Swamp Road, we're not from here.
And y'all were the ones that called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the 664?
Yeah, that's the number on my cell phone, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I tell you what. 633-319. About 5 minutes.
Sure, yeah.
We got a detective coming. Yeah. They may not need you to stay. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Are y'all going back home?
No, we're staying from the Vista. We're going to the Vista for 5 days.
Hey, welcome to South Carolina. I got you. All right. I'll let you know. I got you. Good.
Just about, we have a witness and a victim. Her vehicle was shot at when all this occurred, and she is supposed to be on Highway 9, just down from Camp Swamp Road, headed toward Florence. She's waiting to meet with an officer there.
What's the vehicle description?
She should be in a white Nissan, sir.
Before I see her, I'll get some. Just let her know. We'll get her scared.
All right, Your Honor, just like Mr. Tinsley said there, that the very end of that, to give you some context, the witness that he's being told about on dispatch is Blaze Ward, who you've already heard. And at this time, the defendants would like to put into evidence the deposition of Mr. Frank McMurrow, which I believe Mr. Tinsley got keyed up for us.
We are, Your Honor. I want to give you a little bit of context. We had problems. We go to Virginia, so what you'll see at the beginning, I begin to ask him questions before he's even sworn, because he's threatening me at the very beginning of this deposition. You'll almost immediately see a very abrupt change. Just to give you some context, I finally just told the videographer to turn the camera on, and I started. So that's what you'll see.
a.m. Eastern. This is the recorded deposition of Mr. Frank McMurray. This is being heard in the case of East David Scott, Heidi et al. Versus Charles Boyd et al. This case has been filed in the State Court of South Carolina and the Circuit Court in the County of Richland. The case number is 2025-CP-26-03798. The location for today's deposition is 4870 Sandville Road in Glen Allen, Virginia. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. If there are any objections to proceeding by counsel, please state them at the time of your appearance. At this time, would counsel please state your appearances and affiliations for the record, beginning with the noticing attorney.
This is Mark Tinsley. I'm here with Natasha Hanna. We represent the Spivey family.
I'm Kenneth Moss. I represent Charles WMBF. And I know you decided for Richmond, Virginia. Our case number is 2024 CP-26-03798.
Thank you, counsel. Those showing on the second.
Morgan Martin, attending by saying on behalf of Brad Williams. Robert Lee on behalf of Bradley Williams, sent by him as well.
Mr. McMurray.
Counsel, at this time, we have a court order to please swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McMurray, as you know, we're here to take your deposition. Simply the means allowed by law for us to ask you questions about what you saw that day. Not trying to rash you or won't belabor this. We're presently in Glen Allen, Virginia. You live in Virginia?
Yes.
And I'm back on September the 9th, 2023. You and your wife were traveling from Virginia to Myrtle Beach, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall being on Camp Swamp Road? Is it near the intersection of Highway 9 and witnessing the shooting event?
It's been a long time.
But you generally recall?
I remember something happened on that day.
Okay. Do you remember seeing the gentleman get out of the black truck? You said this had played through your mind 1,000 times or something to that effect.
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you going to answer any question today?
Like I told you numerous times, no.
Okay, so every question I ask you, the answer is going to be you don't recall.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the transcript of your 911 call?
No, sir.
Do you know if that fairly and accurately depicts what you saw that day?
If you're not reviewing, I wouldn't know.
Would you like to review it?
No, sir.
Okay. You said in the 911 call, said, okay, so a guy got out of his truck. He's in a black truck, and he got out of his truck with a pistol drawn, the slide was open, and you saw that day?
That's what it says, that's what it says.
Okay, if that's what it said, if that's what you told the 911 operator, that's what you saw?
I don't recall.
You wouldn't lie to the 911 operator, would you?
2 years ago.
Would you have lied 2 years ago?
It's going to be a long interview.
You were trying to give truthful and accurate information, correct?
I do not recall.
You said he told the guy, do not follow me anymore. You recall that? But if you said it at the time it was accurate, most probably. The guy in the white truck had his pistol drawn and pointed at the guy in the black truck. And you demonstrated in one video, I'm going to mark it as exhibit number 1, how the guy in the black truck had his pistol pointed. That she was at photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you demonstrated a two-handed grip on a pistol pointed over the dash, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Yes.
And almost immediately thereafter, that gentleman in the white truck unloaded his clip through the windshield?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Question.
And
Objection on the question.
do you believe in your rearview mirror that you saw the gentleman in the black truck struck?
Yes.
And you punched it and you got away from the scene at that point?
Yes.
But you did see, you were able to see the gentleman in the white truck shot and his vehicle shot up, and you told the dispatcher what you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. Murray, counsel.
Mr. Burr, I'd like to hand you a copy of that. And you see that I'm gonna call defense 20. And that's what you're gonna get.
Yes.
Is this a statement you gave to the Detective Jones and to the Ward County Police?
Yes, this is what I wrote after the interview. I believe enter on in his car.
Okay. And in another, you spoke to multiple officers, would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm trying to piece together my understanding of what happened based upon comments you made to multiple officers. And so one of the things I'd like to ask you was, at the time that you saw this gentleman in the black truck stop, was there anything unusual about that stop?
Other than it was, you know, where Small Creek meets, right behind me was about 200 yards in. It was odd to me. Even where I was coming from, it was just two trucks were stopped. I didn't know. Yeah, it was two trucks stopped in the road.
Okay. And I'd be happy to show it to you, but in one statement, you've stated that the stop of the black truck seemed to be abrupt. And that was a teaching aid. Was that a fair assessment of what you recall?
Got my attention because I was paying attention to make the left-hand turn. I noticed a truck just stop. At first, the reason I slowed down and stopped, I didn't know if there was an animal or something out in the road. That's why they had stopped. So I initially started slowing down.
And so the vehicle behind him would have been the white truck my father was driving. At the time that this gentleman got out of the black truck, that would have been Mr. Spivey.
Yes.
At least in one encounter with one officer, I believe you indicated that the white truck was still moving or rolling. Do you recall that? Did we see here?
Well, as I was coming up, the black truck had stopped. The white truck had to stop. Yeah, so he was rolling to. I saw the black truck stop first, and the white truck had to stop because the black truck had already stopped. But they had just pulled in.
Right.
They had just, like I saw them turn on, and they had, the black truck stopped, and the white truck had to stop because it was driving behind it.
And you didn't observe any of them driving before the rolling on the Camp Swamp Road.
I pulled up and I saw two trucks turn the road and then stop. I was coming from a completely different direction.
Okay. And when the gentleman in the black truck hopped out, your description of that was that he got out of the truck, gun in hand, and you mentioned that the slide you think was back on his, was that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned in a couple of places that prior to the shooting stopping, you saw him raise the gun, but I didn't see anywhere where you demonstrated that or you described that other than he started to raise it. And I was wondering if you recall, and you're welcome to leave these statements, but,
yeah,
but I'm interested in what you recall about the motion that you made or how you tried to make it.
So when I was coming down, I saw him, when I got out, he was close when he jumped out. And I'll give you from the time I saw, because this all kind of plays in, Mr. Spivey got out of the truck, the slide was in the rear. Because it's just, it was in the rear, he jumps out, I heard him say, stop following me, bro. I pushed my wife down because I saw the gun. At this point, I don't know what's going on. Now I'm paying attention to the white driver because I know what's going on. That's when I see the white driver hands like this, and I immediately go, oh my God, push my wife down. As I look in my side mirror, all I saw was his arm slightly move, and then all hell broke out.
Okay.
Like I told the officers, his hand, it could have just been his hand slightly moved, and all hell broke out.
And at that time, you would have been seeing this, I guess, to your side window, your rearview mirror, or how?
So I mean, literally, it's a 2-lane road, very small country road. So I pulled up, I saw Scott, I could hear him. They were so, close. And then when I pulled up, I mean, I could see clear as they were like this. He was already drawing pointed, and that's when I got real nervous because I kind of figured out why they had stopped. And I looked in the side to see what he was doing. His truck door was open. I mean, he was just next to his truck. And then, like I said, I didn't even get to, I saw the motion of his arm just, like it says here, kind of come up to an upward position. I just moved it, not draw, not come up, like his arm barely moved, and everything went crazy.
So now, from reading the statements, you expressly said you didn't know who fired first. Is that?
Yeah, I had no idea who fired first. I didn't hear a single pop, then a bunch of pops. I just heard pop, 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 pop.
So you recall when I had some telephone conversations last December, and about a year ago, at that time, we talked about the passenger in the white truck. If I recall, you told me correctly, you didn't see a passenger or know that it was a passenger in the white truck when you first went by. Is that?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize, because like I said, I immediately saw the driver, and the front of the windshield is like half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel. Like you can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel from that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact, and until another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped, turned and came back, I noticed there's another gentleman getting out of the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Will, and I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call. So yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there's somebody when I pulled up. Back up. I didn't know there's 2 people in that truck. And the whole reason I pulled back up is I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you didn't turn around and come back.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So I came back. I spoke to Roman. It's on a 911 call. Then I back up. Then he got out the truck. He went over to Scott, to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone. And then that's kind of like, he got out and the other guy got out. And then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Weldon left?
I didn't touch I didn't even look at it, Judge.
I'm not looking around, all y'all were sitting down in it.
But I think Morgan was moving.
I decline to make any statement.
As you should. You say one TV's on and my TV's off? Huh. It's kind of a turnabout. The media's keeping secrets from us.
My daddy always says, turn it off and set it back on.
That used to work. It's not a bad idea. Let's take 15 minutes and see if Brandon gets going. It's on you. This is my girl. She's gonna work on it.
Okay, guys, I guess they are taking a break. So let me see here. I guess we shall see when they return. How are y'all feeling so far about all of this? That was wild listening to this guy tell his story. Like, he was adamant he was not going to answer anything. And then he turns right around and starts telling all about it. And I was like, why did you not want to do that to begin with? I couldn't even make that. I couldn't even make that I couldn't comprehend it. Just doesn't make any sense. I've got the hiccups. Oh my goodness. Well, trying to look to see when they might be back. Not sure what kind of break they are needing. Let's see what we've got over here. Yep, it's also blank on the 2 other news stations that are currently streaming this. So they must be taking a temporary break. So, well, we'll just have to take a little break with them. Puppy's got to go out to potty real quick. So let me see what I've got here. I've got another song that I wrote. And we'll play that for a little intermission while they do what they are doing. Let me get up here. I gotta get me some more water for these hiccups. All right, we'll put this on. Y'all still hanging with me? I know we probably have some people that are out there listening. I appreciate y'all hanging out with us while we're on this temporary delay on the Spivey Boyd Williams Stand Your Ground hearing that is live from Conway, South Carolina, Courtroom 3B. I'm going to go let the puppy out real quick, and I'm going to put this song on. I'm going to let it play through, and then we'll check back and see where we're at.
Who does? Bible on the dashboard. Heart scarred up. Still I press for. Mama said, boy, you hard. Daddy said, son, you thick skin. I've been baptized in bar fights, bad nights that I stepped in. Sunday school with the cover. Friday night with the wrong crowd. Hands up in the church pew. Hands up when the bass loud. I got scars from the choice. I got joy that I can't earn. I got a past that keeps talking. I gotta let it burn. I'm a saint, I'm a winner. But with God, I'm a winner. I fall down, I remember. We are survivors. We are survivors. I'm a sinner. But with God, I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Fall hard, staying bigger. We are survivors. We are survivors. Hit the ground like a hammer face first in that Try to drink all my damage, but it follow me anyway. Anger sitting in my chin bone. Pride riding in the backseat. Grace pulling on the wheel though. Get me out the cold 6 feet. I've been wrong, I've been reckless. Raised my voice, broke some trust. But he reaching to my wreckage. Blew his breath through all the dust. I'm a saint, but with God I'm a winner. I fall down, I remember. We are survivors, we are survivors. But with God I'm a winner. Fall hard, stand bigger. We are survivors, we are survivors. Yeah, I slip, I trip, still his grip, don't quit it. I fall short, fall quick, still that light don't switch. From the trailer park to the back row singers. Every scar, arms turn to victory fingers. Hands turn to hands up, we ride. Put on our boots, fire. Hands up, we rise. We fall, we cross. Still children of the Most High. I'm a saint, I'm a saint. But with God, I'm a winner. I fall down, I remember. We are survivors, we are survivors. But with God, I'm a winner. Fall hard, stand bigger. We are survivors, we are
Is it echoing, Elizabeth? I can't hear it from your end. It might have been because I was sharing my screen. I had to unshare it. If you hear it echoing, let me know. It might be because I had my screen sharing. I don't know. Sometimes these things are funny. Let's check back and see what we've got so far. La, 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 la. So far, we don't have anything. Still waiting for them to come back. So hopefully they will be returning here shortly. They had a brief intermission that was called. They said it would be about 15 minutes, and we shall see if we're going to be back live here soon. Case 1-5. So good to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning. I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome. Court started about 9 this morning. It's supposed to start at 9, but I guess it takes about 30 minutes for everybody to get situated. I believe about 11, and then we went till about 12. So 2 o'clock, but then we didn't. Hopefully it will be back here soon. Let me pop around and check to make sure all of our other see what we've got on our other stations. Yeah, they're blank as well because they're on a break. You know what I found interesting also is the gentleman, Mr. McMurrow. Why is it that he could not recall when Mark Tinsley was asking him questions, but when the other attorney asked him questions, thankfully he decided to get engaged and remember his testimony? That, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, according to Mr. McMurrow, he demonstrates that Weldon and Bradley Kenneth Williams unloaded before Scott even got his arm raised. That's what I heard. Let me know in the chat if that's what you heard on that statement. But I thought it was interesting that he was basically stonewalling Mark Tinsley, and I know Mark Tinsley, that probably burned him up. I don't recall. But some people stonewall because they don't want to be tricked into saying anything. And there's a good chance that he's probably been harassed by other people. I mean, you just never know. But I did think that that was a very interesting turn of events with Mr. Mark Tinsley. And then he turned around and was willing to, review and discuss the things that he saw with the other attorney. Good morning, Karen. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Did you bring some coffee? I'm about to need a refill. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm still waiting. I've checked 3 news outlets, and we're still not back live yet. So still waiting. I was hoping I could entertain you with some interesting stuff. Let me see what I got going on over here. I'm just typing, guys. Seven. What do you mean? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Let's go to my profile. Okay, it's still not back up yet. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. In the interim, this is, if you guys are on TikTok, this is my TikTok page right here, DUTCHGIRLMB. And this is where I just basically post all kinds of things. I have the Justice for Scott Spivey, the song that I play in the intro over here. I have some other songs. But I thought I would, I thought I'd make y'all laugh for just a minute, because we kind of need to have like a moment. So, Smiley, listen, it's your friend Duchess, and I'm just here to let you know that last night's word salad live that you had, girl, you had me all fucked up. I didn't even know if I was coming or going, or like who we was talking about. Like, it was all mysterious. And then you had me real fucked up at the end, because I'm like, I was so confused. Like, I was so confused. But let me tell you something. Look at my eyebrow game right here. You see that? That is because I have the Eye Method eyebrow pen. Look, my eyebrows are on fleek. I got blonde eyebrows, and I have to draw mine on. The Eye Method pen is on TikTok. It's probably on sale right now, girl. You need to run over there and get you a couple, but please do not draw your eyebrows like the McDonald's arches. It's way too much. You're doing too much. Lay you back. And that's the message for today. Friend, Duchess. That's the message for today. Do not draw your eyebrows on like that, please. If anybody needs the link to the Eye Method eyebrow pen on TikTok, I will send you a link, because, listen, help channel. I'm trying to be a help channel. Cindy said, Dutch, did you see my comment yesterday about my eldest daughter was born in Columbia, South Carolina? I did not, Cindy. That's awesome. That is about almost 3 hours from me, west of me. Yeah, McDonald's arches. I know y'all have seen probably the missing flyer that I made for Smiley's eyebrow. God bless her soul. She doing too much all the time. This whole internet's gonna burn down before it's over with. I'm telling you, it's crazy. We are still taking a break, and it says we'll be back at 10:30, but we are not back yet. So we are still on hold. For anybody that wants to know, we're waiting for the court to resume from their intermission. So that's why I thought, well, I'll just play y'all a funny little video. Next time I'll have to upload some extra funny videos so that y'all can laugh. Any thoughts on this case that you guys want to share? Yes, Swamp Girl. The guy was mad they made him come to Columbia for a deposition from Virginia. That's all it was. And listen, that's what happens when you're a tourist on vacation and then you drive into something and decide you're going to stop and get involved. Well, you're involved. That's what happens. You know, instead of like these other girls that were out there trying to pursue Scott Spivey to get his tag number, y'all doing too much. What you do is you call law enforcement and say, hey, this is the description of the vehicle. There is something going on. They're headed west on 9 towards Loris. This is where I met up with them at the intersection at Bell and Bell, Highway 57 and 9, or wherever it was. And then you disengage and you drive away from the scene. I mean, what if something would have happened to one of those people? See, that's not me. No, I'm not getting myself involved in any of that. That's how you get hurt. How far am I from Camden, South Carolina? I'm going to have to look that up because I'm not really positive. Let's see. Little River to Camden, South Carolina. That is 2 hours and 15 minutes via Highway 20 West. Because I think I have to go through Darlington, South Carolina, to go up that way. And once I get to Darlington, I think that'll take me on to Camden, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've been up that way. I've been out to Sumter because that's where Mama's friend is. But I haven't been out to Camden in quite a while. I think Camden's just past Darlington, Hartsville, all of that. Michelle said, that woman in the black vest is not believable. A lot of it's not believable at this point. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very just disappointed at how some people believe some of this stuff is actual. Like they think they're doing something. And really they're just being Karens in the situation. But I try to stay quiet while the court is speaking, because me putting in my 10 cents will never get through this daggone thing. Because, I mean, I'm over here making all the faces. And I do mean all the faces. Yeah. I done told y'all that's what was happening. Me and Michelle over here watching this case like this. From yesterday, she revealed she doesn't like the Spivey family. Yeah, the one lady that has the issue with Wendy Sarvis, that's Scott Spivey's family. Yeah, she called her a liar, and that's when they panned over to Jennifer Spivey Foley. Oh, I think we're coming back. Hold on, the TV went down. But do we? Hang on, let me get on the right one.
Yeah, I didn't realize, because like I said,
Can y'all hear it?
The driver, and the front of the windshield is like half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel. Like you can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel from that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact, and until another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped turning and came back, I noticed there's another gentleman getting out of the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Will, and I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call sign. Yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there's somebody when I pulled up. Back up. I didn't know there's 2 people in that truck. And the whole reason I pulled back up is I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you had turned around and come back.
Yes, sir, that's right. Yeah. So I came back, I spoke to Roman, told him 911 call, then I back up, then he got out the truck. He went over to Scott, to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone. And then that's kind of like, he got out, the other guy got out, and then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Roman left with law enforcement?
So when I left the scene, no, because there was a bad storm coming in, and I'd already been on the side of the road. So once they were done with my stuff, it was well into dark though. They left. I was there the whole entire time, but nobody left other than maybe a couple witnesses. So everybody's still on site when I left.
And just for housekeeping, that document in front of you, the defense 20, that is your handwritten statement, is that right?
Yes.
And it's got your signature on the same page, is that right? I might move it into that statement. So, did you see a young woman there speaking with the police?
Yeah, that girl? Yes, look at you, yeah.
Okay, did you talk to her at all that you recall?
We tried to calm her down because she was so hysterical. We had brief conversations and were comforting us that, she made comments that would have happened before then, but she was so hysterical. It was more or less just trying to talk to her, make sure she wasn't all right behind, just, really, there's a lot of people and stuff that we're talking, a lot of people. But I do remember a young lady with blonde hair in a white car that kind of pulled up. Yeah, we spoke to her briefly on the side of the road a little bit until things got sorted out, because we're all kind of held in one area. We couldn't leave a certain area.
So, it'd be fair to say, when you were talking to 911 dispatcher, and thank you for calling, by the way, you learned things during that call from other parties, in addition to the conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Well, for example, you spoke to my client, I think you told Rosemary that you spoke to him, and you relayed information that you learned from him, but you also spoke to other witnesses too, and you relayed that information, right? So what I was trying to parse out is the distinction between what you actually observed in relaying your 911 call versus what you actually learned from someone else in relaying the 911 call. And that was the purpose that I wanted you to look at your 911 transcript, and I'm happy to show it to you.
I remember exactly what I saw, so I spoke to your client. If that's the question, I can depict it to you perfectly clear. I was just relaying information as it was coming to me. This didn't, what I said in my interview you wrote down had nothing to do with what I learned after the fact.
Well, correct, and that please today, if you're responding to a question, if you're relying on something you learned from somebody else, please tell us that. Otherwise, I will assume it was your personal.
I haven't given any statements that I learned from anybody else yet today.
Okay, well, I understand. But they did show up in your 911 call. Now, in my conversation with you a year ago, do you recall I asked you specifically?
Did I see his dash cam on the camera from his car?
Well, I did ask you that a year ago. Did you see anything on the dash in his truck?
No.
Okay.
When I see it go being pointed, I kind of zoned in on that.
Well, I understand. I thought that was
everything else.
I also asked you if you saw my client acting in any way aggressively or in a way that you felt like was threatening.
No, the way I told you was his demeanor changed when the police got there that we all noticed.
Okay. But prior to the shooting event, did you see anything that you thought was aggressive?
Prior to the shooting event, I didn't see him except for pointing a gun at somebody else.
Okay.
So I don't know what he did up until that point. I don't know anything other than when I drove by and bullets came from his truck. So I can't comment on anything prior to you pulling up to that incident. I don't know anything else that happened before we pulled up and see what I saw.
So even in the turn on the Camp Swamp Road off of Highway number 9, which would have been turning towards you, I guess, did you see anything about that driving from either of the drivers that seemed aggressive or abrupt prior to the stop of the black truck?
No, because I only saw them turn Swamp Creek Road and they stopped pretty quick.
Okay. In some of your statements, you had relayed to the 911 dispatcher that my client shot him through the back window of the black truck. And I think you said you didn't know if there was any kids in the car or whatever. It was kind of traumatic, I understand. But in other statements, you referred expressly to him being out of the truck and moving his hand when the shooting started. And so did you actually observe or see Mr. Spivey move from a position outside the truck to a position inside the truck?
No.
You observed that?
No, I didn't know where he was when I turned around. Because the last thing I saw him standing outside the truck. I took off after the gunshots. I came back around and Weldon didn't know where he was. That's why he went out. Because after after that had happened, we didn't know if he was in the woods. We didn't know what had happened if the guy had been hit. So Weldon went out with his gun and kind of looked around and then looked in the truck and realized he was dead and came back and told us all.
And you saw Weldon approach the truck, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you recall about his approaching the truck in terms of his body position versus the truck? Was he walking
very comfortable to walk up to the truck after a shooting.
Okay, well, I guess when
I'm
I'm
asking
asking,
my opinion, like, you know.
well, I'm asking more about what you observed. And did he walk in the highway, did he walk on the side of the
Walked to the
highway?
left of the road, going out, kind of like coming up to the side, approaching the truck, looking, and then he, I guess realized there was no threat, got closer, looked in the truck, then came back.
Did you ever see him touch the truck? Are you close enough to touch it?
He was close, but I can't recall how close. I don't want to, like, he looked in the truck, but he never got, like, there was no point that I can recall that he, like, touched the truck, went into the truck. I believe it was more of a lean to the truck, close to it. But I mean, he could reach out and touch it, but no, I didn't see him touch it.
Well, I'll submit to you that he described he looked from across the lane from over where the white line was. Do you think it was different than that?
Yes. Yes.
You think he was closer to the truck?
I think he looked at the truck.
Okay. You think he was close enough to put something in the truck?
Like I said, he could reach out and touch the truck from what I saw.
Okay.
Because we could see the front of the truck, the door was open, so there's nobody like in the front side, because when we kind of were all looking, we couldn't see. You had to actually go up to the truck and look in it. So.
Did you see anything that made you think that Weldon didn't get in the truck? Or?
No.
Okay.
Not from what I saw at that moment.
Okay. So in your statements, in your written statement, appendix 20, you said that you did see the driver of the black truck look like he was getting hit by paintballs. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Would that have been when he was outside his truck?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, when he was inside his truck, you wouldn't have seen that, right?
No, so that's when, I saw the pistol being pointed from the white truck. I looked in the side mirror, his arm had moved, and it looked like he was just, I don't know if he was trying to get away or what, like move, and that's the last we saw.
Okay. And you didn't actually see him get back in the truck?
No, because that's when I was going, like when I looked in the mirror, and then I heard the gunshots, and I was straight, I just wanted to get out of there. So I didn't see anything from, like I said, we didn't know if he was in the truck in the woods or where.
Well, you mentioned earlier that the bullets were coming by you, and that must have been very terrifying. But logically, and of course, we all lawyers Monday morning quarterback things, so logically, my client would have been shooting in the opposite direction from where you
He
were.
was shooting at the direction I was driving into. He was shooting this way.
Okay.
So that's why I say flying by, and on that road, his truck was only 2.5 feet.
Yeah, I mean, it's an narrow road.
It's real small. So when I say flying by, because we were like nose to nose. Our trucks were nose to nose, like right here. So
where do you think you were when you first heard the shots in relation to Mr. Moore's truck? Were you abreast of his door? Were you past his truck?
I'd say my headlights were at his door, his rear view mirror.
Okay.
So my truck's here, we were right here with those shots happening. Just like this.
Okay. And so did you actually see the shots, see the muzzle flash or anything from Mr. Moore's weapon, or did you hear it?
No, I can only hear it. Because that's when I was inside, like with the hit, the windows inside were like that, I tinted too, so you couldn't see muzzle flash.
Okay. And did you, of course, you turned, I think, to the right when you got to number 9?
Moved to the right and went up to the first little cut through the U-turn, came back in the swamp road. Yes, came swamp road, offline.
Okay. Do you recall any conversation with Mr. Williams at all?
I don't know. No. No, I don't.
He'd been in the past year now.
Yeah, no. Nobody had conversation when I first heard it. Police didn't get something. They walked up the road and took his, I couldn't believe it, took his firearm. No, I didn't know he had a conversation as soon as I could see her. No.
At the time you were on the call to 911, others were also on the phone to 911. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
No, wait, I think they might have said that somebody called in or something like that. I don't know, possibly, but no, I didn't know anything was going on prior to that stop. I never.
I think, from my conversations with you a year ago, you mentioned this was your first time coming to Myrtle Beach, is that right? Just Myrtle Beach area? And, that was for a work-related trip, is that right?
Yes.
And so if we gave you the date of September 9th, 2023, would you have any reason to think that was not correct when you came down for this trip and witnessed these events?
Would that date not be correct?
Would you have any reason to think that's not the correct thing? Because earlier, Mr. Tinsley asked me more sure.
If you guys tell me this, I mean, I'm trying to block this out as much as I can from a certain point, you know, thinking, you know, so if I don't have that date, that's not have it. If that's the date, the time there, yeah, I'm not going to argue that.
Okay, now, other than, I know you talked to Mr. Tinsley on the phone because you mentioned it, and you talked to me on the phone a couple of times back last year. Have you talked to any other attorneys involved in this litigation?
Unless it was just with you, maybe on the phone with somebody, it was Mr. Williams one time, or no, it was just you out at one time, or I don't recall, but other than you all right here, no, nobody else.
Okay.
I can recall, other than maybe if it was you telling me that someone else was on the call, someone I think maybe.
I want to think Attorney Lee and
I think he told me he was listening, but he didn't have any questions or comments after that. I don't believe from our conversation.
Okay. So you and I talked on back in February, which is the day that I was going to take the deposition by Zoom, and then for whatever reason, when it came time for your deposition, you didn't respond to my call. And so I don't know what happened on the 20th, because it seemed like you were set up to be deposed, and all of a sudden you just didn't come. Do you recall what happened on the 20th?
I didn't feel comfortable with you sending me the package and all the documentation, asking me to read and refresh my story, because I kind of felt like I was, I didn't like it. I felt like it was a force, and I really didn't like it. So if you want the truth, that's why I didn't show up.
Well, and thank you for that. My letter actually, I offered it for your benefit if you wanted to see it, but she didn't read the documents. So. Okay. Let me go through a little bit of my highlights here. I mentioned a moment ago that she heard a gentleman in the black truck that jumped out yelling.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see here, you recall exactly what he said.
You better stop following me, boy.
Okay. Because that's a little bit different than, it's the same general message, but it's a little bit different in terms of the exact words. But you're pretty sure it was you better stop following me, boy. Okay. Any reason to think that my client's heard it? I mean, did you see a response from him, or he kind of?
I don't know if your client had music on, the windows were up. I have no idea if the client heard it. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, but you didn't see anything that you saw as a responsive communication, like, gesture, hand
I just saw the gun still on, withdrawn.
Okay. And you never saw the passenger come?
No.
Okay.
I didn't even see the passenger.
So, as we see here today, though, you understand there was 3 people shooting that day?
No, I don't. I can't recall. I don't know who was shooting.
Okay.
I've told you that before. I don't know who shot, who did what.
Okay.
So I can't recall 3 people shooting.
Okay. If we gave gave your 911 call the audio recording, which we have for that, if you'd like to hear it. If we get to a court report, like the court report should be in front of you, when we ask the court report to transcribe that, would you have any reason to think that would not be a fair and accurate depiction of what you told the court report called 911? Well, I mean, on that day, you were doing your best to relay information that you were perceiving to 911 dispatchers, is that right?
Yes.
And there's no reason that you would try to tell them something different than you perceived, right?
No.
You were trying to get help, is that fair?
I was worried about the people in the black truck.
Right. And that time,
Yeah, that's why I called 911.
and at that time, you didn't know if there was one person in the black truck or more, is that fair?
I initially thought there might have been a family or something.
In fact, you said that. So at that time, you were trying to relay everything that you perceived to the 911 dispatchers, is that correct? So if we had that recording transcribed by a court reporter, would you have any reason to think that that's not what you said?
Like take it and type it,
Yes, sir.
my words and type it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be what I said.
Okay. And we did that. And that's one of the things I sent to you so that you can review it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I did.
And so, and we have it here today, but we'd like to know if you can authenticate that that's what you told the court. That's
I'm sorry, he said it's what,
okay.
I mean, you know, what's like there, that's what he said.
And Detective McQueen, you met with him in his car. That was from the photograph I think when you were demonstrating how the room was held up. We took, Detective McQueen had a body cam. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, he said up on the dash.
So he recorded that.
Yes.
And same general question, we took that video recording and gave it to a court reporter to transcribe. Do you have any reason to think that's not an accurate depiction of what you stated that day?
No.
And the purpose of this question is for you to authenticate, yes, that was my statement. It seems kind of silly to have to do that because we obviously saw even in recorded interview with the detective. But under rules of evidence, we have to have it authenticated if you're not going to be in court. And that's what this deposition is about. So in that conversation with Detective McQueen, it seems like you, one point, were very clear at what you saw escalate this situation. I'm not finding the words and see if that's what consistent with your recollection. Bear with me, I'll find that statement. So, there was an officer on the scene walking around the body cam, he was interviewing me too, and that's referring to the record of finishes at number 30. The officer said, the question was, what I'm getting at is he got out first. And the response, the court reporter transcriber, if you know, I can read it and tell me if you think it's accurate. This statement was attributed to you. Yeah, no, the guy in the white truck was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black truck stopped, jumped out, and he had a pistol. I said, "Buddy, pistol, be down." And I saw him lift his pistol up. And at that, I looked, and at that point, this gentleman hadn't fired, done anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and my freaking took off like this way, like a bat out of hell. Called 911 and turned around. Yeah, no, the guy in the black truck was up by his truck with a pistol drawn. That was your statement I submitted to you to an officer that we transcribed. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, like I said, the black truck stopped. He jumped out. The white truck had to stop. Yeah. So we shot out of the truck first.
You said the white truck hadn't stopped. Let's talk about that for a minute, because you were in your own kind of lane, right?
So you were driving in the back of the black truck, you didn't stop.
So you had, and as far as backing up, did you ever see any time you tried to back up?
No.
Okay. So, and there's three options: we're going to hit the black truck, hit you, or back up, right?
I don't know what you saw. His options surely rose coming from the opposite side.
Fair enough. When you said the guy in the white truck hadn't done anything, back to your statement, and at this point, this gentleman referred to my client, hadn't fired, done anything. Were you referring that to his conduct in driving, or were you referring to that to anything about weapon or shooting? If you remember.
What I was referring to is the black truck pulled up, the gentleman jumped out. I didn't see anybody in the black truck do anything. You know, get out, because he asked me who's out of the truck. So the guy in the black truck got out. The guy in the white truck didn't get out until after the shooting. And is that what you're asking? I'm confused on that.
Well, here's what I'm trying to understand. When he got out of the black truck, Mr. Spivey, gun in hand, from what you observed, and only from what you observed, do you know if, or did you draw a conclusion that he jumped out of the truck because of anything Mr. Boyd had done?
No, like I said, when I initially saw him get out of the truck, I sat down from the country. I don't know if it was a dog, a deer, somebody going on. I didn't realize there was any indication until I saw the gentleman in the black truck throwing a pistol at the gentleman in the black truck.
Okay.
I think the black truck was overly aggressive when he got out of the truck. Either of them. You know, the fact, honestly, give them two guys stopping, saying when they were out of the tree.
I was under the impression that the abruptness of the stop was what drew your attention. And,
when you're driving on two lanes through the country, you don't know where, and here you're not around, you don't know anything, you see somebody stopping on the road, that was, it draws your attention. What's going on? You're cautious, you're aware, is there a hazard, is there something wrong, so it immediately drew someone to slow down there.
okay. And when you jumped out with this gun, you said the slide was back. Is my recollection of what you told the officers. Did you ever see a period of time when he looked at the weapon, by pushing the button or anything?
From the time he got out of the truck and the slide was back, no, I didn't see, you know, I didn't see him inside the chamber for order. No, I didn't see anything.
Did you see him walk in motion down Mr. Spivey, or any kind of motion was on other than slightly raising the gun?
No, he, the way he was holding his pistol in his body, it was not intimidating to me. It was more down by his side and sliding over there. I mean, that's a clear indication of him, you know. No, he didn't make any movements. He wasn't jumping around. He just said, stop following when the gun was down on his side, like this. Like I told the cops, the slide was over here. And he wasn't, there's no other crazy behavior or any erratic behavior. In fact, I didn't get nervous until I saw the gun in the black truck. And I was like, oh.
So other witnesses described a gesture or a move, almost like moving right when he raised his weapon. You didn't see any of that.
Like I said, all I saw in the side mirrors and slightly move his arm. Not,
okay.
You know, you draw a pistol, you draw fast. You know, no, it was not an aggressive draw. So, you know, I've been around guns my whole life. I've taken multiple training courses. I've done multiple things. When he was brandishing a firearm down by his side, is what I think. I didn't see any motion of him raising that up in an aggressive manner or pointing it or anything like that at all. No. What I saw was his arm slightly moved in my side mirror. All hell broke loose. I don't even think he would have had the time to raise his gun to chamber and fire in that time. I don't.
And you know anything about what, and in these kind of situations, witnesses describe seconds seem like minutes, but you have any idea what kind of elapsed time we're talking about here?
Could have been 25, 30 seconds.
The whole encounter wasn't more than that. So.
No, like what I saw.
Okay. So, in 30 seconds. So, could be. I may have another question too, but let me consult my notes. These other attorneys may have a question for you as well.
Were you ever told that there was a dash cam video that captured any part of this?
I was told that Rogan was, I believe by the attorney, he was recording the whole entire thing.
And did it cut off just as you showed up?
Cut off. It somehow, they told me that it somehow cut off as I showed up. So part of the 911 of the video.
The dash cam video?
The dash cam video.
And were you ever able, did you see, because we know Weldon took pictures of Scott's body. Did you see any of that?
No, sir. No, I have pictures of maybe the trucks from 100 yards away, but no, nothing that would indicate anything inside the vehicle.
Mr. Moore, I appreciate you answering questions.
Morgan Martin, I've got a few questions for Mr. McMurrow. Mr. Morgan Martin here, and I represent Bradley Williams, who was the passenger in the white truck.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Martin, would you like for the witness to see you ask the questions, or are you okay being on?
Yeah, that'd be great if you can. It doesn't matter to me, but it may be better communication if you can see me.
Of course, we will know this.
That's not new.
Okay. Mr. McMurrow, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for coming and being here and answering these questions, because I know it's not really what you want to do. But if you ever talk with me before,
The only thing I really recall, so I think, is this isn't me.
That is not me.
Oh, no, I just noticed you, I don't think so.
I don't think you have any.
No, sir, no.
I'm checking.
Yeah, I don't believe so, sir.
It sounds as though I have talked, when you were in that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me ask you, we've been talking about what you heard and what you saw. Do you have any vision problems at all?
No, sir.
Do you have any hearing problems at all?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, now, and as you came that day, approaching Camp Highway 9 down Campbell Road, how far would you say you were from the black truck at the time it stopped?
About 100 yards.
Okay. And so for that 100 yards, you were able to observe the black truck and Mr. Spivey's actions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how far were you from Mr. Spivey's truck when you saw him get out of the truck with the gun?
30 feet at that point, because like I said, I was doing 45, 55 and slowed down immediately.
And what kind of vehicle were you driving?
2021 Colorado. Chevy Colorado. Pickup truck. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your driver's side windows up or down?
They were down because the AC broke on the truck halfway down through the truck. All four windows are down.
All four windows were down? Mm-hmm. All right. And you would say you're 30 feet, when you saw Mr. Spivey get out of his truck,
mm-hmm.
And when he got out of his truck, he had a gun in his hand.
Correct.
All right. And when you first noticed the gun, were you 30 feet from that truck in your estimation or close?
I was, when I saw it, so he jumped out, the truck stopped, came to a complete stop, and I was about 30 feet away. I was going slow at this point. When the door opened, he got out,
I saw him, I was about 10 feet away. I was going slow, but I had driven past him. I was, you know, I was close. When he got out and yelled, or when he got out, I'm sorry, I don't want to, like, what you asked when I saw him get out, how far I was really when he spoke.
Well, you told me that you were about 30 feet away when he got out. That you were about 30 feet away from him when he got out, if I heard you correctly.
When the door opened, yes.
All right, and so my question is, would it be at that same time that you saw he had a gun in his hand?
I didn't ever see the gun in his hand until I came up next to him.
All right, so then would you say that you were side by side with him when you saw the gun?
Yeah.
And did you ever leave your lane of travel during this passing?
I kind of hit the embankment to get out of it quickly, go to the right. I didn't go in the left lane at all, but no, like when I was in my lane of traffic until I heard the shots, and then I kind of went to the right and to get space from the thing. No, but I was in my lane the whole time. Other than when I took the corner, I might have been in the side ditch a little bit. Remember kicking gravel.
When you say that again, you might have been in the side ditch a little bit when?
Turning onto Route 9.
Okay, all right. So when you saw Spivey get out of the truck, he was in the highway.
No.
Was he? No. Where was he then?
On Hampshire Road.
Right, I'll say that.
I'm sorry, highway, I thought you meant right now. He was in between he was next to his truck in the road.
All right. And was he by the door, or did he walk back towards the back of his truck in any manner?
He was by his door.
He was by his door?
Yeah.
All right. And he was between you and his truck when you drove by?
Yes.
And it was at that time that did he have the gun in his right hand, or do you recall?
And his right hand down by his side.
All right, and at that point in time, have you seen any other gun?
No, that's not real. No.
All right, and at that point in time, you said that you turned your right gun and pushed her down.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was because you had seen the gun and the gun frightened you.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to be cautious, yeah.
All right, you wanted to be sure she didn't get shot.
Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, I just, yes, I wanted her to get some type of cover because I didn't know what was going on at that home. So, yes, I wanted to be sure my wife was safe.
Right. And when the black truck came to the stop in Conway Road, there was nothing that caused it to stop, like a cat or a dog or an animal or a person. It just came to what you described in several of your statements as an abrupt or fast stop.
Yes.
Right. And you would agree with those characterizations today that it was an abrupt or a fast stop.
Yes.
All right, and as you drove on past Mr. Spivey, and you drove towards Mr. Williams, where would you say you were when you observed a customer running out of the white truck windshield?
So we were almost nose to nose left when we were close.
You were close. All right. And you didn't hear any gunshots until you had driven past the white truck.
I was side by side with the right truck. My nose was at his side. I wasn't clearly past him, no. I was not out of the danger zone, if you will, when those shots rang out. No, I was right next to that white truck.
You were next to it, not in front of it, but next to it, but not past it.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. I went past it.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. And you said that you don't know who shot first, whether it was Spivey or the guy in the black truck?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, you gave a statement, I think this is Exhibit 30, that they handed you there, which was your statement to an officer.
It was 20.
It was 20. 20, and that's what 20. Can you got that there, Mr. McPherson, so you can look at it with me quickly?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll read through it and be sure that this is your statement that you were originally going to assume it, but let me read through that video. First line says, myself and my wife driving down Captain Road headed to a Bristol resort, correct?
Yes.
A black truck, the opposite lane, came to a fast stop, correct?
Yes.
A guy in the blue shirt jumped out of the driver's side with a black pistol yelling, correct?
Yes.
The slide was back as when it's in the back position to ready to load. Is that correct? Did I read that correct? Maybe you can read it better than I can.
Yep, don't show it.
All right. I saw the driver of the black truck start to bring his pistol to an upward position, correct?
Yes.
I yelled at my wife, gun, and pushed her down, correct?
Yes.
I looked into the white truck and saw the driver had a pistol aiming towards the black truck at that point, correct?
Yes.
I pushed my wife down again and heard gunshots, correct?
Yes.
I stayed off to the right on Route 9 and called 911, correct?
Yes.
I did see the driver with the black truck look like he was getting hit by paint balls, correct?
Yes.
And the next day says from the driver's side mirror, correct?
Yes.
Now, a couple different things. You said there a blue shirt. Are you sure about the color of the shirt?
Absolutely not. At this point, no. I can't remember the color. No.
Okay. I understand that. But it would be fair to say that you said earlier that you tried to put this event out of your mind as the president for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
All right. So it would be fair to say that the statement that you wrote down in the minutes following this event may well be the best recollection that you would ever have of what you saw and witnessed that day.
Check to the floor. I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah. That'd be right.
Yeah, and the statement that I just read to you, that that's on that statement 2023-11-1009, is an accurate statement to the best of your recollection, Mr. McMurray.
This is not how I remember it, though. This statement.
This was not how you remember it?
No, it's mixed up in my memory, so what's written down. Like I said, I put it up and I saw the black man, I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it, since how I've, but yeah, I mean, I guess this is, I think I've told it different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior, then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck at that point. I pushed that wife down.
I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman with the white truck pointing the pistol, and I looked in my side mirror as when I saw him raise his pistol.
I just want to say that these witness statements are about to take me out. People writing down things and then they read it and they're like, that's not how I remember it. This guy didn't even want to give his statement. He said he didn't recall. And now he's saying when he reads the statement that he gave 2 years ago. Okay, let me get back in my corner over here. Lord have mercy.
Pardon me, you saw him raise his pistol. What are you talking about?
He got sliding people. I don't want to raise his pistol and move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so what you're saying, and I'm trying to follow, you said a lot there. Is what you said is that when I saw it.
I remember, if I'm being completely honest, my memory of it, the way I see it, the way every time I replace in my head, this writing is not the best depiction of what it happened, if that makes sense. I don't know why. This is actually my first time sitting here and reading it through to me and when I view it. This doesn't. The driver of the black truck started to put his pistol upward. I yelled at my wife, gun, pushed her down. I looked into the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck, about trying to push my wife down there.
That person with that phone right there did it.
Right, Karen? Karen, can you say it louder for the ones in the back? Honey, this is crazy. I mean, that whole section we just listened to felt like impeding doom and word salad. If any of y'all out there in the bushes, I see we got 18 people watching. I know that there's a lot of other people live right now. Let me know. I mean, feel free to come in the comments, speak to us. Let us know what you're thinking about this.
I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it since how I've, but yeah, and I guess this is. I think I've heard a different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior to then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck at that point. I pushed my wife down. I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman with the white truck pointing the pistol up, and I looked in my side mirror is when I saw him raise his pistol, and that's when the shots rang out.
Pardon me, you saw him raise his pistol. What are you talking about?
He got sliding people. I don't want to say raise his pistol, move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so.
He just said that he barely moved his arm, and now he's saying that he raised his pistol. Which is it?
What you're saying, and I'm trying to follow, you said a lot there. Is what you said is that when I saw him raising his gun was when I was looking back in the mirror?
Yeah.
As opposed to when you were right behind, is that what you're saying?
Yes, when I noticed that Roland had a gun pointed is when I looked completely honest. My memory of it, the way I see it, the way every time I replaced in my head, this writing is not the best depiction of what it happened, if that makes sense. I don't know why. This is actually my first time sitting here and reading it through to me. I mean, when I viewed it, this doesn't. The driver of the black truck started to bring his pistol upward. I yelled at my wife, gun, pushed her down. I looked into the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck, about trying to push my wife down. I heard gunshots.
Michelle, that part. Michelle says, I don't care how you remember it since. Our memory is best right after it happens. 2 years later, we get influenced by outside info, and someone got to him. That's why he started out saying he couldn't recall to everything. Bing bong, ding dong, ring the bell, all the things. I'm telling you right now, I feel like this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion. But I feel like there is some serious witness tampering that's going on here. I mean, just by the things that I'm seeing that's happening. I mean, I have to give that a gong. Like, what are we really doing here? This is unbelievable.
I didn't notice him raise his firearm until I was looking in the side mirror after I already saw him when he had the gun pointed.
Well, and either way, either as is written in your handwritten statement, or as you're telling us today, you did see Mr. Spivey at some point in time raise his chest.
Stop fighting.
And use your words, he was brandishing that pistol down by his side.
Brandishing is just an expression used when a firearm is out of its holster. But that's my definition of it.
Okay, he's holding it in his right hand.
Yes.
And it's not in a holster.
Yes.
And he is facing towards the white truck, which has just come to a stop.
Yes.
And he's yelling, presumably at the people in the white truck.
Yes.
And he's facing the white truck.
Yes.
And he has the gun in his right hand, and at some point in time, there is an upward motion of that gun.
Yeah, I saw his, yes.
Yeah.
Started to make an upward motion. He started to make an upward.
Well, again, there had to be something that puts the word upward in your mind.
When your arm is down at a right angle and you move it a little bit up, that's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
His arm, the gun of the pistol was by his pocket.
And he starts moving up.
Like I said before, his arm moves forward. I mean, like I said, all I saw was like this. I think, it wasn't this.
You don't say. What's Mark saying? Karen says, I'm pretty good at reading faces.
When your arm is down at a right angle and you move it a little bit up, that's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
His arm, the gun of the pistol was by his pocket.
And he starts moving up.
Like I said before, his arm moves forward. I mean, like I said, all I saw was like this. I think it wasn't this. It wasn't this. I just saw his gun was here and that's it. Like I said, when I say start, I mean his arm barely moved.
Well, you're moving it now, from down and moving it up, barely or slightly upward, correct?
Yep.
But then look out that there was an upward motion to the gun, however slight it may be.
In my mind, if you're going from your pocket anywhere forward to your thigh, it's an upward position, yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, no shots had been fired, had they?
That's when I covered this.
All right. And you don't know who fired first. You know how many guns fired?
I can tell you it wasn't, if you're asking me if I heard like a pop, 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 and a pop, 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 numerous guns, no, I just heard pop, 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 pop.
That's because there was 40 shots.
There was no like, I didn't hear like a pow, 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 like that. It was just a pop, 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 like, you know.
Put a 1 in the chat if 40 shots from 2 people out of a windshield of a vehicle sounds like pop, 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 pop. Because, yeah, it does. Okay? God, this court burns me up sometimes, I tell you what. And when you say all hell breaks loose, why not just say that's when the gunfire began? Like, clarify what you mean. Like, don't beat around the bush and say things. Like, just get straight to the damn point.
To go back to Mr. Spivey stopped in the roadway, if Mr. Boyd had attempted to go around him, he would have run into you coming towards Highway 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. So he and Mr. Spivey. Mr. Memorial, would you be opposed to coming to South Carolina to testify at a hearing or a trial in this matter?
I'd like to do everything in my power to not have to be involved in this after this day. This is notice for the trial, Courtney. The deposition was notice for the trial.
Well, I realize that, but still a genuine question. Why would, what is your hesitancy, Mr. McMurray, just bad memory, or what is it?
I don't like the fact that the police department's involved. It's multi-millionaire, and I felt like I was painted a narrative by y'all. When you guys explained to me how he was just a good guy driving 9 miles, trying to make 911 calls, and I got nervous.
Oh, hold on. What? I feel like y'all are trying to paint the narrative. Y'all better get your helmets and seatbelts on.
The narrative from the Boyd's team, and it didn't make me feel okay. I didn't like it. I felt like I was being coached into, prior to that 20th, kind of like, did you see this? What did you see? Are you sure? Really review this? Really hone in on this? And I didn't like that.
Ooh-wee. Tell us more. Tell us more.
No, I never found out from you guys. I just said after the fact. You know, you start getting police, getting fired, and all this stuff in this small town, South Carolina. I'm sorry. I mean, I just don't want to be involved. That's how I saw it. That's all I want to do. It's too involved. Like, I've already chosen my business. Okay.
All right,
And I was reached out to by the New York Times and multiple media posts trying to get my interview, calling me my wife, saying we're going to publish our name, publish the story, all this other stuff. So it was a lot. It's a lot.
All right, so to encapsulate, you feel like that you got information from both the Spivey and the Boyd camps at some point in time after this?
I have received no information from the Spivey. I've actually refused to communicate with them. The only lawyers I have talked to were in a very brief conversation with Mr. Tinsley. It was last Tuesday. And I reached out to him.
All right, I understood you to say that you had received some information from the Boyd Spivey camp.
It was
not correct.
What it was the narrative. You know, when I get told about my testimony, what I saw, I don't know why I was told all this stuff about prior to. It was almost like it was trying to lead me or persuade me to think that this situation was something that I didn't need to know about. I didn't need all the information. I don't know why I was being told all this stuff. Why he was in funk for all this time. Why he did this. Why he did that. He was just trying to be a good citizen. What does that matter?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand that. But let me say this to you. You heard and seen and various people have tried to contact you since this occurred.
Mm-hmm.
But you would agree that the statement that you were no for the police and that you just read into the record was a statement that you made before you received any outside information about any of the people involved in this case.
100% accurate.
All right, and you wrote that statement to the best of your ability to tell the truth at the time.
Yes, sir.
You didn't put anything in there to deceive or mislead anybody.
No, sir, I wouldn't do that.
And when you made the 911 call, the same is true. You provide that was made before you received any information other than what you had observed that day.
Yes, sir.
And you did your best to accurately and correctly transfer what you knew to the 911 operator.
Yes, sir.
And you did not in there tell anything wrong, misleading, or inaccurate intentionally, did you?
Absolutely not.
And then you also were body cam video by Detective McQueen in his automobile, in which you made a statement, and that recording was made before you received any outside information about any of these people. And it was immediately after you had observed what you observed on Capstone Road.
Yes.
And at that time, you did not provide any incorrect or wrong or inaccurate or deceptive information to Detective McQueen, did you?
Not that I can recall.
And you stand by, just like you stand by the statements of the Lee County Police Department, you would stand by your 911 call and the statements you made in the interview with Detective McQueen today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, but yes.
That's all the questions I have.
I've got some more for housekeeping. So, Mr. McMurray, the 911 call we talked about a little while ago, we took the recording, we gave it to the court reporter, and the court reporter transcribed it in written form, and I had to get that and he did it clear.
We can, if it comes by.
Well, can you read everybody? Yeah. We have a line of two and
Which one?
two, against two. I'd like to show you what, I'm asking the court to mark it because it's two. And I submit to you that this is a written transcript of the audio recording between you and the 911 operator, and you're welcome to read it. All of you like to read or any of it. My question to you is, do you have any reason to think this transcript is not an accurate depiction of what you described to the 911?
Well, you see, what looks right here, it contradicts my handwritten statement that I saw on my phone call.
Well, I'm with the contradiction.
But it says right here, you're not following the guy in the white truck, he was wrong. I mean, wait, I'm sorry, he got his truck with a pistol drawn. This is how I remember it. He told the guy, do not follow anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at him. And the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol. The guy in the white truck just hung there with a complete magazine at the guy. So that's why this is confusing to me, because this is a completely different depiction of what I thought 911. Because it here says that I saw the guy in the black truck raise the pistol, and then the one guy blew it. And that's not what I remember. This right here is the most accurate description of my memory.
So I'm gonna break that down for a minute. what I handed you is the transcript of 911 call. Did you understand that?
Yeah, that happened immediately after. This was 2.5 hours after sitting under the weather with no protectors. Hour and a half later it was. I don't know.
Do you believe this defendant's two is an active petition that been told 911 operator?
I have the whole thing on the first page. Okay, so I mean, I'll stipulate that it is, Kenny. Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, both are, right? This is my recording, this is my handwriting, they don't match.
Well, then, I'll submit to you, eyewitness testimony is oftentimes not perfect between one narration of the story and the next. So that's not something we're being critical of, we're just trying to understand. Let me show you number 9, just reference this. I'll submit to you the transcript of the body cam recording that you had when you were in the car. So that's 9. And what I want to do is, just take a look at it and see if you have any reason to think this is not an active petition, what we call it.
I don't stipulate that, that's correct.
Okay. And with the stipulation, I mean, you're welcome to all of them if you'd like to. That's what I'm trying to do is authenticate it. You have that stipulation. And one more is 22.
Yeah, I mean, I just. Yeah.
So let me show you next 22. I'm going to try to do that to you. I submit to you 22 is a letter that I sent to you, to where I enclosed the USB drive, looks like one of these drives. And on that I had enclosed electronic copies of Defendants 2 and Defendants 9, which are the 911 call. Is this what you said you do in the trash?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever actually pull up and look at it?
Never wrote it.
Okay. So this is the communication you received from me. You recall receiving any other from me?
I know that you sent me a letter, I got a name on envelope, your name on it, I put it in the trash.
Fair. So, did you read the letter?
No, I didn't even know it.
Okay, so you didn't even read the letter?
No.
So you don't know if that's the letter you received or not?
I have no idea what's in that package.
Okay.
It literally came, my wife handed it to me, I put it in the trash can.
So let's talk for a minute about Blaze Ward. Do you know who that is? They use the name.
Who is it?
They use the name Blaze Ward.
Blaze Ward?
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. Earlier today, you said you did see another person there at the scene. Young woman.
Yes.
In a sedan, I think you said.
Yeah, the one I'm referring to is Barbara in their trunks in a little white car.
Okay. So you recall seeing her at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing her car at any time during the immediate scene of the shooting?
I believe she's directly behind. I believe that car was directly behind because it was a white car, and then there was a white SUV that pulled up with another couple in it. But I believe she was behind them. There was a car behind, I don't know if it was her. There was also a girl that kind of went up and came back around. So I can't recall if that was Blaze. There was a bunch of people there. But I do remember the girl that we talked to was really upset. I do know there was a car behind him. I don't know if it's hers or not. I don't know if she was the one that, there was one person that kind of didn't turn in, that went around and turned around, came back and said everything. There's people there hysterical. There was another couple. There was a few people. I don't remember if it was her or I can't recall if it was her car, but I do remember a car being behind the trailer. But that could have happened well after the fact or right there. And I don't remember because once I didn't realize he had a trailer on his truck until after I turned around, if that makes sense. So I couldn't tell you if there's, where people were staying or anything like that.
So you don't know if there was a car behind him as the shooting occurred?
I do, but I don't know if it was her car or not.
And I also got one confused if it was the SUV with the older couple in it. There was like a bigger white silver Escalade also that was kind of off to the side of the road. So I can't recall who was directly behind her. Honestly, when I pulled her out, because I don't know. But I do remember the young woman being there and started when I spoke to her. Pretty good.
I don't have no further questions for you. Thanks for your time and attention.
The last one, the written statement, in fairness to you, just didn't have the details that maybe you had in the 911 call, or the details that you've been asked today.
Yes.
And it's this idea of don't know who shot first. The first person you see shooting, as you said in the 911 call, is the guy driving the white truck, appeared to unload his magazine through the windshield. That was a yes.
Yes, that one depiction. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all right. That's it.
Anyone with additional?
That will be it for Mr. McMurray.
And so for the record, all of the statements, 911 call, 911 transcript, interview on scene, body cam, transcript, video deposition, and the type transcript. 6 things more or less. They're all in purpose of the hearing.
That's correct, John.
Yes, sir.
All right. Only thing we don't have is him.
That's correct. That's right.
All right.
It is 11:47. You want to move to the next witness or take a break?
Tell me what you got.
We called an officer, Kerry Higgs, with the Oregon County Police Department. Your Honor, he probably was crossed, 45-minute witness.
Need a break? Try to get him done before lunch.
There's Officer Kerry Higgs.
Solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Speaking to the microphone.
Kerry Hicks.
Officer Higgs, how are you?
Good.
Excited to be here? Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Oregon County Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Oregon County Police Department?
I was hired in October 2022.
2022. So in what capacity are you employed?
Private first class police officer.
And in 2023, the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly does the private first class, what are your primary duties? What capacity do you?
Call responsiveness, traffic, similar things to that. Any 911 calls,
Okay.
wellness checks.
So you respond to call, part of your duties is to respond for calls for service?
Sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a call back on 9 September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And was that to Camp Swamp Road and Highway 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time you got that call, do you remember what it was for?
The call started out in the North Precinct. It was called for road rage, with someone following and depicting where they were going.
Okay. Say that for me again a little clearer there. It was a call for what again?
It was a call for road rage incident that started off in the North Precinct, which is prior to my sector, before the river. And then it ended up coming into the West Precinct, going up towards Camp Swamp.
Okay, and you mentioned just a second ago, the call came in that somebody was doing what?
There was a road rage incident where a vehicle was driving people off the side of the road, a gentleman with a firearm. There was actual multiple calls going for it.
And was it being relayed to you at that time that somebody was on the phone with 911 directing?
Yes.
where this vehicle was at on the roadway?
Yes.
As a police officer, if somebody calls 911 and they're reporting a dangerous driver, whatever their conduct may be, they're reporting that on the roadway. You obviously are going to try to get out to where that person is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you find it helpful in your job if there is somebody who is on the phone with dispatch helping to give you direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you the first police officer to arrive on that scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall about what time? First, I'm going to hand you this just so you got it. This is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 20. It's the case report from the Norwood County Police Department. I've got it flipped just to help you and save some time to the page of your report in case you need it. But do you recall about what time you arrived on the scene?
The dispatch time was around 18:04, which is 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. I believe that I arrived at Camp Swamp around 6:10.
And can you sort of walk the judge through what you observed when you first got on scene, what you did?
When I got on scene, it was a little hectic with traffic. Camp Swamp is a route that people go to and from Tabor City often. Pulling up, there was multiple vehicles coming from Camp Swamp towards Highway 9. There was also a couple vehicles that were behind Mr. Boyd's truck trying to go around. There was actually a vehicle with a boat on trailer behind trying to go up, and I had to veer my cop car around them to be able to get out and out of Highway 9.
So when you first arrived on the scene, who do you see out there? What is everybody doing? You know, kind of help paint a picture for us. We're going to play your body camera in just a minute, but I'd like to hear your recollection.
Okay. I did notice there was a bunch of cars in the median for a turnaround on 9 while I was coming up. There was also cars parked on the side of the road on the left side prior to Camp Swamp. The vehicles that were in the roadway trying to go around everybody. When I got around to the back, there was a white SUV. There was a truck and a trailer. Mr. Boyd was out of his vehicle. When I exited my vehicle, he was approaching me. I did notice that there was a gentleman in an orange shirt off to the right side by the white SUV.
You see the gentleman in the orange shirt, do you know who he is, or do you know now today who he was?
He was one of the witnesses. I can't recall his name.
Terry Wright, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'd like to play a Defendant's Exhibit 56. Is that correct? I got 56, which is the body camera from Mr. Higgs. If you'll hit pause real quick, Mary Catherine. Your Honor, just so the court's aware of this body camera, the full body camera will be entered into the record, but just for the court's time, there's about, I think, 15 to 25 minutes of it at the beginning that I'm going to publish. And certainly if they'd like to play the whole thing, or if you want to play it later, you can. Go ahead. Where were you coming from that day?
The lower section. I believe actually that right there is going to be Business 9 coming through the middle of Lower.
was just responding by coming out of Camp Swamp Road, they're saying that you think they people for firing at one another, and then we're going where the drama from the black truck is out at this time. That's fine.
At this point in time, are you aware that there have been actual shooting of any kind?
It was dispatched over that there was a shooting between the two.
After you got the original car?
Yes.
There came an update that there have been shootings.
Receiving updates while I was in route.
I'm being advised, both of these vehicles are going to be on Camp Swamp Road at this time, so I can go there, and the first one's about 30 yards from there. We do have a subject that was involved that was not involved with this, but they were thinking their vehicle got shot. They killed one Conway 9 on Pyramid of Denver Highway, get situated to where I was. Thanks, Conway. 654, correction, 534, 630. Now we're saying they think the driver on the black Silverado is 10-7.
Is that for we got EMS? I'll step up.
Thanks, Conway. I think as part of the incident, it says that the male and female were fighting. I think we have a female on the line, and I understand this all right there. I understand and all this is trying to figure it out. But I'm pretty sure it's the female and with the male on the white truck that's telling us this information. The best location so far, I've got a couple of things that I'm saying that those vehicles are on Camp Swamp Road. I'm not sure how far.
Camp Swamp and out here.
Yeah, I'll get a 10-3 discount. Go to the alternate. I'll get a 10-3 go to alternate.
We've got 5:45 here that's elapsed on the clock, so, you return this, is that about how long it took you to get there is what I'm asking?
I believe that it took probably 10 minutes for me to get to being on scene.
Okay.
Is the time up there, I just want to clarify. He knows why it's not.
Yeah. What he's asking, Officer Higgs, is at the top of this body camera, it's got a date and it's got a timestamp on it. It does not appear to line up with what actual time of day it is. Is that what you're asking about?
The hour.
Yeah, the hour on that. Can you explain it?
Sure. What was that? Zulu time?
Zulu time. Yeah, that's what he's asking about.
Okay. It's a time dictated by, assuming the body camera company, for, time changes. Also,
The point is, it's 18:05, 18:09 or 55.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
What's going on? All right, give me a second.
They saw everything. He held a gun to us on the interstate. He ran us off the road. We were calling. I was taking pictures of his license plate. When I turned in here, he got out of that truck, had his pistol, he racked it, aimed, and shot. Me and Brian started shooting back. I mean, I can't. He was shooting at us. Why would he do that?
I have no idea.
They saw everything right there. No, we're good. He's deceased. They saw. I got my pistol. You want my pistol?
Where's that?
It's right here.
Leave yours. I'll take yours.
It's in a appendix flip.
What time y'all need?
10 o'clock. So I'm a veteran. I did not do this. I did not. Well, I shot him, but he shot us first.
He shot at you? Or?
He shot 100%. I was trying to back up and get away, and then he started discharging fire.
Sure.
Yeah, he saw it.
We can see in that corner of the frame there. What are you doing there?
Placing his pistol inside my vehicle so I can secure it.
Clear the weapon, make sure it's not armed.
Sure.
And you want to secure that weapon in your vehicle. So
Yes,
it
sir.
could not be, nobody could get to it.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, McKenna.
I can't tell you what to do. And where are you? I got. Keep going, please. Checking on the vehicle, black Chevy, North Carolina plate, Romeo Charlie 1538. Sorry. I need a couple more units just to try to get some of this traffic down. Yeah, whereas one is evidence, and so.
Hold on right here. There is, I want to just ask you a question about this. When you arrived on this day, we're watching you walk back and forth. There's some distance between these vehicles.
Yes, sir.
They are not very close together, are they?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
I got the main caller. Did anybody try calling in everything earlier on 9? Something about somebody bringing test on. Just have a seat. That way you can.
Say loud.
I got multiple witnesses saying that the victim had jumped out, brandished pistol, shot at them, and then jumped back in his vehicle and then he shot back. Nah, I don't want to get there by that point.
What are you doing right now?
Repositioning my vehicle since the other cars aren't there to travel to stop any other vehicles from coming into the scene.
Second car, Dodge, pickup truck, I'm getting 28. Sir, step away from that side. Sir, yeah.
What am I doing?
No. I want you to sit.
What did you just remove from the passenger seat of Weldon Moore's vehicle?
That was going to be the passenger's firearm that he stated that was in the passenger seat of the vehicle.
You're doing the same with it that you did with
Yes, sir.
Weldon's gun, which is.
Securing it in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
I might try to get somebody live traffic off Camp Swamp coming tonight. Yes, sir.
What are you pointing at there?
I'm trying to wait for them to stop their advance so they can turn off. There's a side street in the development right before where that sign is on the back side of it. Goes into one of the newer developments that are out there that way they can go around the crime scene, stop going through.
Understood. And now I've got it. Yes,
I understand. I just want you to sit down, calm down, take a breath. There's nothing to be sorry about. Just sit down and take a breath, sir. Okay?
What are you doing right now? Well, you got something out of the back of your car and you're going,
My-
keep playing.
My crime scene tape, so that way I can section off that side,
And what's the point of doing that?
to attempt to secure the crime scene.
All right, let's stop it there. I'm not gonna play any more of that. We saw you on the body camera video there with your cell phone.
Yes, sir.
And you were taking, first off, let me ask you this. When you arrived on the scene, was the driver's door to Mr. Spivey's vehicle open?
Yes, sir.
Was any other of the doors open?
No, sir.
Okay, we saw you walk around, and so you opened the doors.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
To make sure actually that no one else is in there,
Okay,
and to get a little bit more information.
okay. When you say a little bit more information, what information would you be looking at?
With any position of firearms or anything like that and how in the vehicle that may be crucial to not be moved.
And you take pictures with your phone, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or not with your body camera, but is there an app that's connected to it?
Yes, sir. That's Exxon app. It goes through the.
And you can take photographs with that, and then there.
You upload them on the evidence.com.
Okay, so it's all one system.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as defendants 37G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. I'm not gonna publish these because of the nature of them, but I want to walk through these. If you'll hold them up so the judge can see here. And I'll go through them. What can we observe back here? Or did you, let me ask it this way. What did you observe?
So the main reason for this picture is for identification of the vehicle, tag number. You can also see that there are multiple rounds going in, but there's also rounds coming out of the tailgate.
Coming out of the tailgate?
Yes.
Okay, indicating that there was gunfire coming from inside out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the purpose of this photograph here?
The purpose of this photograph was to solidify where the firearm was in the vehicle.
And where was it?
By his right hand.
Let me ask you something else about this picture. What do you see there in the top left corner? You recognize that item?
Yes, sir. It's an extended magazine.
Extended magazine.
Yes.
You say extended magazine, I'm sure it's
For larger capacity
large
rounds.
capacity rounds. What is this photograph here of them? Explain what you've done there.
It's a shell casing on the outside of the vehicle. It's Mr. Spivey's driver's side front tire. The reason that notepad is there is my personal notepad. All those notepads are within the definitive measurements. So it's 2x4. So it shows the distance from the tire where that casing was in case it gets kicked or it gets moved.
Okay. And it getting kicked or getting moved, that could be a potential problem out there on this crime scene, couldn't it?
Yes.
Why?
It kind of has the shell casings act very weird when they hit pavement. They tend to roll, they tend to move, they're very light. Wind can move them. Cars driving by can move them, cars can run them over. All of those things.
If cars run them over, what could happen?
They can actually be removed from the crime scene.
Okay. And just watched your video, we had quite a few cars coming through that crime scene. You reviewed that footage prior to today, right?
Yes, sir.
You have any idea, just a guess of how many cars drove through that crime scene before you could tape it off?
Before I could tape it up, as soon as I arrived, I noticed one vehicle already exiting. 2 others went by, the one with the boat trailer. In total, there was 19 vehicles along with that boat trailer.
19 vehicles, which you
Yes.
counted. Okay, I was gonna show you pictures, but you already got a count, so that's good. We don't need to do that.
Yes.
And this shell casing here was found outside of Mr. Spivey's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this picture is just
Again, it's for positioning, magazine,
in the on
other
position position of the arm.
items in the vehicle. Yes.
This is just another photograph of the same, correct?
Yes, sir. A little bit closer up to where the firearm was located.
And this photograph.
Sir, it's a gunshot wound into the side.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Officer Higgs, I'm almost done, and I'm sure this goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it, so please don't be offended. You did not manipulate this crime scene in any way?
I did. Opened the doors.
Well, other than your investigative work, I guess what I'm asking, you did not remove any items of evidence, you did not add any items of evidence, you did not
No.
change the position of the weapon or the body or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Okay. Of course, I know it's not. Last question. You don't know Weldon Boyd?
No.
You don't know Bradley Williams?
No.
You don't know Terry Wright or any of the other witnesses that were out there on the scene, do you?
No.
You don't know anybody connected with this case?
No, sir.
No further questions. Officer Higgs, I'm sure Mr. Tinsley has some for you.
Mr. Moss, you don't have any,
I've got Mr. Moss, I think.
just want to make sure for the record, I'm off.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Tinsley, you are.
Thank you, John. I'm quarter of mine, eh? How about?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're ready.
And Your Honor, while he's marking those, I just want to make sure for the record, we're putting 37A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
H for which?
You didn't say H, you said do G.
H and G.
Okay, I'll make that record in a moment, Ms. Weaver can do her thing.
I'm all back.
That's All right, hang on. Waiting on her. What you got to get your bag? You can do that.
No, I'm good.
All right, for the record, the defense introduced and placed from the video several photographs, 37 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and that's for the purpose of today's hearing. Mr. Tinsley's now marked plaintiff's exhibits 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I presume no objections from the defense as to his photographs, which will be introduced for the purpose of today's hearing.
No.
Very well.
Yeah, none, Your Honor.
Yeah, and just so, and I'll hand it to you officer, before I start asking questions. So, Mr. Martin, we saw in the video you were taking pictures, right?
Sir.
And you're taking those with your cell phone?
Yes.
And then you upload them into the, what is it?
It's the Axon Evidence Act.
So, and that's Horry County's evidence system, correct?
Yes.
And so what I've handed you is the actual photos after you uploaded them, right? And just look through those and tell me if those, the same photos. I think some of them are the same as what he's marking. We just see the timestamp on these. I'm going to show them. I just want you to verify that I'm going to use them.
Did you unplug your computer?
No.
Okay. Sure.
The second most important person.
I don't know, she might be most important.
There you go, right?
She has to listen close to all of us.
These are all photos you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So one of the things that you're doing when you're coming to this scene is it's just an ordinary course. As a matter of policy and practice, what you do is you're there to secure the scene, right?
Correct.
And you know you're not the detective who's going to do the investigation of whatever's going on. You're doing your best to secure the scene.
Correct.
And we see you walking around the scene with your phone, but your body cam's on, and you know that, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you're walking, you're looking for evidence.
Yes, sir.
And all these cars, the 19 cars or whatever, did you meet at Mr. Martin's office to count those, or you did that on your own?
No, sir, I did that online.
Okay. But all those cars, as they're coming through, you're still watching the scene, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're doing the best that you can do to make sure nothing's happening to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Because it's important.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see anything happen to the scene, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't see any shell casings carried away, did you?
No, sir.
And in fact, because that door's open and we see in Exhibit A, this is a photo that you took. It's a lot easier when I got somebody else running, but you took this photo at 6:17, and we saw in the video we watched, but 6:17, the door's still open, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you've opened the passenger door and left it open.
Both passenger doors, yes, sir.
But you didn't touch the driver's door, did you?
No, sir.
And so as the 19 cars came down Camp Swamp Road, you agree with me, they didn't drive in the vicinity that's immediately behind the driver's door, right?
Back and forth, yes.
This area of pavement that we see right here, you agree they're not driving in that area?
Correct.
And on the video, the 19 cars, you never saw any cars driving that area either, did you?
No, sir.
They came around, they might have crossed over into that lane, but that was back in that big wide distance that Mr. Martin told you about between the two trucks.
Sir.
You don't have any reason to believe that any shell casings would have been carried off by cars passing as slow as we saw in the video.
If there was more casings out there, they would have been.
If there were casings in the area behind that door, down the side of that truck, or immediately behind that truck, you agree with me, they would not have been, correct? From the yellow line to the tire.
No, sir. If there was any casings that were by the yellow line, they could have been moved by the vehicles going by.
From the yellow line to the tire behind that door, no car went in that area.
No,
right?
sir.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you looked, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is Exhibit 9, and you take, it's hard to read, 633, but that's the shell casing that you found, and we're going to go back. It's almost under the tire, right there, correct?
Sir.
You don't know when that shell casing came to be there, either, do you?
Prior to
your arrival.
Sir.
How it got there, you don't know, do you?
Yes.
And then you laid a pad by it, because you're actively looking for shell casings, right?
Correct, sir.
And that's the only one you found, correct?
Yes, sir. By the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that. Look, that's the only one you found in Mr. Spivey's vehicle.
Correct.
But you did find one outside of the vehicle, on the running board of Mr. Boyd's vehicle. That's Plaintiff's Exhibit 11, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you took a picture of that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been in here, and you've been hearing some of the testimony, and you heard the 911 discussion with Mr. McMurrow that Mr. Boyd's windows were up at the time of the shooting, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You agree with me that those probably fell out at some point in time when they're getting in or out, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that Mr. Boyd was outside his, and this is the driver's side, correct? You took another picture. See the yellow line?
Yes.
Okay, and that's exhibit 13. That shell casing doesn't tell us anything about when it got there, does it?
No, sir.
And remember, I stopped you at the beginning, because at the beginning, we talked about the fact that the Zulu time and what time you got there?
Yes.
And you said 6:10, and it was 5 seconds from that to 6:09:55, right? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Mr. Boyd has photographs of Scott Spivey's body that were taken and date stamped, time stamped, metadata at 6:05, 20 seconds, and then again at 6:05 and 57 seconds, that would have been before you got there, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any way to see that body until you got up there and got in that door, was there?
No, sir.
You heard on the 911 call that EMS is inbound, and you know they had already ordered a wagon to come and transport the body, right?
It's the process of it. If there's a deceased person, that a ambulance would be the ones to identify that that person was deceased, and then the coroner would be notified through the ambulance.
Well, but on 911, point of fact is that Damon Muscovy had already told him he needed to transport one body, correct?
I don't know what time he stated that.
You didn't, I didn't say what time. He says it at the beginning when he gets there. You don't dispute that, right? I mean, we can go back and play it, but you don't-
If you'd like to, I would like that. I wasn't listening for
Sure.
his directive.
Let me ask you this. This photo we marked as Exhibit A. I'm gonna have. Well, I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Can we confirm how many EMS one is one of those, and we confirm how many patients we actually have?
I just need one lane, I just need one, no fire engines or anything else, just
I just need one wagon. You heard him tell that?
One ambulance,
To transport the body, right?
if that's what he was speaking about for the coroner.
Now that was.
That'd be an ambulance though, not the coroner. Coroner's separate.
Okay.
They have a wagon that comes after.
Regardless, it says, I just need one wagon, right?
Correct. For our policy, if there is a large crime scene, and the way Horry County Fire works is they will send one ambulance and one fire truck towards the scene. I don't know what he's exactly speaking about, but anytime that I have been the lead on a case similar, shooting or anything like that, where someone was injured, I would make sure that only one person would come in to that crime scene to verify that that person was deceased.
Okay. So let's talk about the policies of Horry County, since you pulled them up. Policies of Horry County dictate that you would separate the witnesses, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you didn't do that, did you?
That was not my job.
But you didn't do it.
I did once I recognized that what was happening, sir.
About an hour later.
Sir.
And we saw the gathering with the Wrights and Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams there, but for an hour they talked, right?
I don't know if they were all speaking together about certain
Okay.
things.
I want to, this is unfortunately, because I'm technologically challenged, this is how we're going to get it up here so we can say, Tom, can you zoom it in? All right, so now we see the clock is, it's almost a full hour later, correct?
I'm sorry, Mark, I missed for a second. This is more of his body cam, right?
I don't believe this is his body cam. We're gonna see him in 1 second. But same Zulu time, now we're a full hour later, right? And who is that gentleman there?
That's our night watch commander, Lieutenant Doug Deshawn.
He's above you.
Yes, sir.
Is he above everybody else that's at the scene at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Everybody wants to go see what happened.
That's you, right?
You live down here?
Yes, sir.
You know how to go to the
Yes.
There's 3 different ways. All the way through Hawker. Well, that's. I'm not going down discussing, talking together. That's why we need to separate witnesses. Hey, y'all stay away from each other for the time being.
So he first asked Officer Vescovi, is that thing on? Talking about his body cam. And then he tells y'all he doesn't want witnesses talking to each other. And then this is when you go and separate them.
Yes, sir.
But before that, in violation of policy, they had been allowed to talk for an hour. Correct?
They should have been separated immediately. Their weapons taken, and they should have been separately put in other vehicles and not allowed to speak to other witnesses or each other. But once again, my county cannot get their shit together.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You heard Mr. Boyd in the video that we watched say that he shot Scott Spivey. That's what he told you, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him say that he was trying to back up and get away, and then Scott Spivey started discharging firearm.
I don't listen to it this morning.
I believe you're correct, Leon. You did not hear him.
No reference to the box.
I'm gonna have him read the statement again. I'm kidding.
I cannot with this.
I apologize, John. So this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and you saw that video. This is Detective, is it McQueen or Quick? I get them confused.
That one would be the Queen.
Okay, so this is the in-car video, and all I did was took a screen grab. Can you scroll just to see this? You agree with me that if Weldon Boyd is doing that at that point in time before he shoots, he is not trying to back up?
Correct. If he didn't have any hands on the steering wheel or anything like that.
Patience is not my strongest. Officer Higgs, you looked at that driver's door, didn't you?
Sir.
And you didn't see any bullet holes in that driver's door, did you?
No.
And you're taking this photo, the purpose of this photo is to take pictures of all the bullet holes that are in the back, the tailgate of Scott Spivey's truck, and into the cab of Scott Spivey's truck, correct?
The purpose of that photo is to try to get the entirety of that vehicle.
Okay. Earlier, you looked at the bullet holes. You were discussing.
Yes.
And the only place you see bullet holes is essentially where I've described them, into the back of his truck.
Yes.
Is it also the policy of Horry County that body cams will not be turned off as long as the suspects are still on the scene?
No.
That's not the policy?
The policy dictated at that time that they can be turned off after you were told to do so by a supervisor.
Okay, and that's what happened shortly after you separated the witnesses, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's a red
Some
flag.
point later, the body cams all get turned off. Yes?
Yes.
Sometime after that, most of them get turned back on.
Yes, sir. Some of them.
You don't know why that happened to you?
So sometimes when people come into an area and their body camera turns on, it's an aerial issue, not an issue, but an aerial thing with all the body cameras. If there's one that turns on, it will turn the rest of them on.
Do you remember Dan Spivey asking you how to mute the recording of his dash camera?
I do.
And would you like to see the video?
Sure.
So the time is 23:56, correct?
Recorded that, yes, sir.
How do you turn the mic off on the cameras? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hey, who's it? Higgs. Hey, Higgs. How do you cut the mic off? The camera. No, to turn the mic off. I want to mute it. You'd have to go on the. There.
During that conversation, Weldon Boyd's sitting on the trailer of his truck, correct?
Correct.
That wouldn't be in accordance with the policies of Horry County, would it? To mute the mic so that it couldn't be heard what was happening?
I don't believe so, sir.
That's the opposite of what you were trying to do that day and document the evidence, wasn't it?
Correct.
That would clearly be a violation of the policy, would it not?
Correct.
And nonetheless, they got turned off, correct?
Oh my God.
All of our body, my camera was
That
off
one did.
way before that. I can't dictate when he turns his on or turns his off.
No, because you weren't his supervisor, were you?
No, sir.
And the supervisors were controlling what was happening at that point, weren't they?
At that point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Exactly, Michelle.
Laura?
Just one quick question. You also heard Frank McMurray testify earlier here in his deposition video that he also did not even see that there was a passenger in Mr. Boyd's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
That's good. You're done.
Thanks, sir.
All right, it's Heat Parks. Let's take a break. It's 12:40. I think 2 o'clock sounds good. Give everybody an ample lunch break. Enjoy. Be back here at 2 o'clock.
Oh my gracious. This is too much. No pension for you. There is some skirting around the truth. There is, well, I don't know. I didn't do this. I don't know what he did. You know, if the supervisor says we can turn our body cams off, then that's what we do. There should never be a damn protocol where you turn off your body cam footage. How do you think they caught Paul Vescovi writing "act like a victim" on a piece of paper? Because his body cam footage was on. Can you imagine everything that was said and witnessed after they cut the body cam footage off? Horry County PD. Y'all, I spent all last night laying in bed processing 9 hours yesterday. I ain't ready. I woke up this morning looking like this. I even think I might have had on blue lipstick. I mean, I don't know. This mess has got me. I'm gonna think I'm gonna need more coffee. Oh my God, this is crazy. Yes, Michelle, say it louder for the ones in the back. No body cams should be turned off until they leave the scene. But you know, and I know exactly what's happening. This is, yes, and Nonsense did tell me to go to bed. I came into chat after I ate dinner, and she was like, "You were live for 9 hours. You need to go to bed, ma'am. Good night, goodbye." And she literally kicked me out of her live stream. So that's what I did. I went and did some self-care. I did my lymphatic brushes on my face and put my feet up with my compression stockings and had hubby make me dinner and went to bed early. And I'm still not over it. I'm still not over this case. Y'all. I call bullshit. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. I'm just telling you, there is some funky something or another that's happening, and I don't like it. And I'm so thoroughly disappointed with the actions of Horry County Police Department. I mean, this is what protocols and laws and training is for, because these are the people that are supposed to know what to do when the witnesses and suspects and victims of a crime don't know what to do. These are the people that are supposed to come in and pull it all together and make it happen. And here we are. I can't even make it make sense. Let me know your thoughts if you're watching this on the replay, or if you are tuning in to this live. You can drop me a comment, leave me a comment in the bottom of this video. Now, he says we're going to be back at 2 o'clock, which ultimately probably means 2:30. Yeah, so everything's cleared off now. Let me see here. I'm going to stop sharing this. I don't know. I could just put up a court intermission. Hang on. I need a different mouse. My mouse is wanting to hijack me. We could just put this on loop right here. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, then I won't have two parts. I can just, I can just leave this running. I feel like that's probably the best thing to do. And then we can just come back around to check back in, see how long it's going to be. I think that's probably the best way to do it. So everyone, this is a court intermission. This is day 2 of the Stand Your Ground hearing with Scott Spivey's family in this civil case versus Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams. The court is in recess for lunch at 12:45 p.m. until 2 p.m. today on Wednesday, February the 18th of 2026, and it should reconvene between 2 and 2:30. I also do want to remind people that, AJ and I have talked about this case. And I think it's very important. She texted me last night and said, I need you to promise me that we can go live after every court thing at night because I have a lot that I want to say. And I said, AJ, I'm exhausted after streaming this all day. I said, we may have to do something on Saturday or Sunday where after the court hearing for the week is over, maybe we can come together and discuss this case. So that may be in the works because I know AJ is just as frustrated as I am. Because I do want to remind you guys that, remember when we were playing all of those phone calls? I do want to remind you guys that Weldon Boyd tells someone on a phone call, in his words now, that he says, I never saw Scott raise his gun. Now, you guys just heard Weldon Boyd say that he jumped out of the truck, he raised his gun. Weldon even showed you that he raised his gun, and he says that Scott shot first, and so they fired back. But Weldon had many phone calls that were recorded, and there was actually a phone clip. I think AG and I did play it on one of Scott Spivey's lives, where when we were listening to the phone calls, he said something to the effect of, I never saw Scott raise his gun. And those are his words. And I also wanted to let you guys know, we did have some people asking, hey, who is Wendy Sarvis? When you heard the older woman who was a witness, she did not like Wendy Sarvis. She called her a liar. All of these things. I wanted to clear the air with that. Wendy Sarvis is actually Scott Spivey's aunt. And apparently her daughter was in a relationship with this woman's son. And that's why there is bad blood. Wendy's daughter, and this apparently was years ago, was engaged to that lady's son. And it's very interesting. And to bring that out in court, like, I don't know, it's wild for sure. Yes, the woman with the black vest yesterday and the gray hair down to her shoulders. Yes, she brought up Wendy Sarvis. And Wendy was probably in the courtroom, in the galley, with her family. That is, that's Scott's aunt. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I wanted to also tell you guys about that. I wanted to make sure I cleared that up so you guys would know. And, you know, so just remember, the goal of this Stand Your Ground hearing this week is that Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams, they bear the burden of proof. They are the defense. Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams must prove that they were acting in self-defense when they shot Scott Spivey to death in September of 2023 in order for them to secure immunity in this civil wrongful death case, which will affect the criminal cases that could follow based on how this hearing goes. I encourage you, if you are not caught up on this case, please do go over and watch the live streams that we have done here on this channel. Also, I think it would be really great for you guys to go check out Luna Shark Media. They do a wonderful job. They are actually on YouTube as well as Spotify. They are on Apple. They are on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I do encourage you to go check them out, and I will drop their link here. If you give me just a second. All right, I'm going to drop it in the chat. This is Luna Shark Media. They also did the Murdoch murders, if you guys remember that. Liz Farrell and Mandy Matney, Beth Braden. Please go check them out on YouTube. They are also in the courtroom. They were able to get permission to also stream from the courtroom. So I think that is amazing. Swamp Girl says, at what time was Boyd not the aggressor? Swamp Girl, I can't tell you the answer to that because I think he has been the aggressor the entire time since he pulled out of the Tractor Supply and had that first interaction. I think Scott Spivey was desperate to get home. So, we shall see. Also, I got a couple of text messages while we were streaming this, and one of my neighbors let me know that there was a huge boat fire down by Crab Catchers where the casino boat is. Yeah. Did not look good. I hope everybody is okay from that. I was just trying to look to see if I could get any updates. And another lady also sent me a message. And I want to take this down for a second because I want to show you guys something. That looks like my dog, doesn't it, Michelle? This little baby's lost in the same town that I live in, and somebody's got a rope tied around its neck, and it's lost, and they're trying to find its owner. And somebody called me and said, "Isn't this your dog? Look at his poor little face right here." And I said, "Oh my gosh, that does look like Harley." I said, "But Harley's asleep right here with me in my bed." And that literally broke my heart. And they're trying to find the owner of this dog, and it's got a rope tied around its neck. That shit pisses me off. But they thought it was my dog. And I was like, they could definitely be twins. It also looks like Rubber Ramada's dog, Meat. But Harley is over here living her best life. She has had 2 eggs and a treat and some snacky snacks, and she is passed out. And I just hope that somebody can help this poor baby. Oh my gosh, so sweet. He looks so sad. Am I going to have to go rescue this dog, y'all? This is like 5 miles from my house. That breaks my heart. Here's the boat fire information. At 8:30 this morning, Horry County Fire and Rescue was dispatched to a reported boat fire threatening other boats on the 4000 block of Waterfront Avenue in Little River, South Carolina. That is right on the waterway by the casino boat, Hurricane Jules restaurant, Crab Catchers. It says the approximate 28-foot boat sustained heavy fire damage before the fire was extinguished, and 2 nearby boats also sustained fire damage, and a nearby fuel pump was secured without damage, and all involved boats remain afloat. There are no reported injuries, but this boat is torched. I mean, it's not good at all. But I'm glad to know that everybody is okay. So for all the people that might be listening, that sent me those messages while I was live, I just wanted to let you know that I did get your messages, and thank you for sending me that and letting me know. Y'all are in our thoughts and prayers. I hope y'all get that situated. Okay, guys. Well, we will be back. I'll try to hop back in about 2 o'clock. I'm going to go make me some lunch, and I need to call and check on my mom, make sure she's eating and taking her medicine, and I need to make a couple of phone calls. So this stream is going to continue to go, and I'll see you guys back here about 2 o'clock, and then we will continue onward with the case. So thanks for joining me. If you've been here, if you're just coming in and you want to rewind, please do. We will continue this stream at 2 p.m. for the second half of day 2 of the Stand Your Ground hearing in Conway, South Carolina, live from Courtroom 3B. And I do appreciate each and every one of you joining me. And I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Hey, everybody. We are just trying to get tuned back in here. And share my screen.
All the exhibits we've handed up being entered and made a part of the record.
And all those exhibits we've been discussing, I want a number, make certain a number for the record, but admit it for the purpose of this hearing.
That's right.
All right, give Ms. Weaver a second to get her stickers caught up with my talking.
Okay. That's gonna be, you're saying it's a written transcript is from 60, because the video was 60.
Yes, that should be 68.
Yeah.
And everything within it is 68.
Yeah, and that's got the exhibits. Yeah.
We're ready to go.
All right, call your witness.
All right, we're gonna play the 911 call and enter into evidence the 911 call of Frank MYRTLE.
Very well. That is exhibit
No, this would be exhibit 2A.
2A.
Defendant's exhibit 2A.
You probably just number them straight away.
From the I can explain to you that process later, but it got complicated quick.
I can imagine. Let's just keep doing what we're doing then.
Horry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I don't even know. I just came down from one second. I'm really sorry. Somebody just stopped somebody in the middle of the road. I am at the corner of Camp Swamp Road, and somebody just unloaded, shot through his windshield, and stopped this guy. At the corner of Highway 9 and Highway 9 and Swamp Creek Road.
Okay, what's your first and last name?
Frank McMurrow.
All right, can you spell your last name for me?
MCMURROUDS.
And the phone number you're calling me from, Mr. Frank?
Oh my God, 804-317-5534.
Okay. And what's going on? I know you said shots fired there.
Okay, so I got out of the truck, he was in a white truck, got out of the truck with a 50 drum, the fire was open. He told the guy, do not follow me anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at him, and the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol, the guy in the white truck just unloaded a complete magazine at the guy, shot through his back window, I think he might have hit him.
Okay, and what color of the vehicle was the vehicle that the individual was in that actually shot the weapon?
It's a white Dodge Ram with a trailer, they're both sitting there. I mean, the guy that shot that guy, shooting the guy out of the truck. I'm not going to, holy shit. I mean, I was trying to buy bullets to go on.
And, all right, you're okay. And this was into the black truck? What kind of truck was the black truck?
The black truck was a Dodge Ram too. He shot at the guy, and completely blew out his back window. I don't know if it was kids in that car, I don't know who's in that car, but he was unloaded to his truck.
All right, I'm just getting that information in there, okay? And you said that you thought, somebody was hit with the shot that went in there?
I mean, it looked like he was dead. I don't see the guy.
Okay, are you still in the area, or are you?
I'm right on the now, yeah.
Okay.
It's the one that shot was a Dodge TRX white truck. The car outside is a black Chevy Silverado.
Okay. So it's actually a black Chevy Silverado? Okay.
What is that?
All right, we do have a call in there for them. We are going to have people responding out there, okay? I just want you to keep yourself safe as well.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just listening to what's going on, okay? All right, where are you exactly in relation to those vehicles?
I'm on behind him. I just looked at the driver of the white truck. I'll back up off the Swamp Road on Highway 9.
I just want you to keep yourself and your passenger safe as well, okay? But we do have help coming out there.
I'm back on the phone.
Okay. Okay. All right, and are the vehicles pulled over at Highway 9 and Camp Swamp Road?
They're Camp Swamp Road. You pull in. There's a white truck. The driver's out talking to people, trying to tell people not to go up there. He's in the middle of the road. You really can't even talk. No one's trying to pass because that dude up there, there's what's going on. They got to stop, I think.
Okay, but they're not on 9 anymore. They're off on Camp Swamp Road?
Right when you turn in at
Okay.
Road,
Okay. All right. I just wanted to go ahead and put that in there for the responding officers. Okay?
Sorry, I'm calm now. I literally was trying to buy shots of being probably by. I apologize for customers.
That's all right. I understand. Thank you for calling in and letting us know about it. But I was just updating that information.
Yeah, the guy in the black truck jumped out with a pistol. The guy in the white had a pistol pulled out off the guy in the black shot a pistol. And that guy pistol moved it, not shot.
Oh.
I don't know who got hurt, but I just know that the guy in the white, oh boy. I think he's dead. I think, I know he's off in the woods, he's running into the truck. I want to go to the bad boy shot.
Okay, that's no problem. I want to keep you and your passenger safe in there, okay?
I think they both returned bodies. Nobody knows that it's never a black truck. Like we can't see them.
Okay.
So this was I'm going to the office and taking it there.
And you said no one knows where the driver from the black truck is?
No.
Okay.
Man, come on. Yeah.
And Mr. Frank.
Okay. Ma'am, so just so you know, there's somebody else's car. The guy in the black truck was trying to run the white truck off the road. like literally drove the white truck off the road. He was like way down at Longs when it started. The guy in the black truck was chasing the white truck down, trying to drive him off the road. Then jumped. That's, I guess, when he got out of the pistol. But there's other people here that this guy's been chasing this guy in the white truck for a couple miles now, trying to stop the road. Off the road.
I am just updating all this information in there, okay?
Yeah, I just want to get as much video as I can.
Okay. Could you get me the license plate numbers on the trucks if you're close enough and if it's safe enough?
The white truck, this is 5572. Oh, he's got a black truck. I cannot see the Chevy. I don't know the Chevy.
All right, now you can get off the white truck is the 5572.
Yeah, I think it's like a 1 or a D, but it looks like a 5572. That gentleman is also on the phone with 911. He's calling himself, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. And then could you tell for that white truck if it is a South Carolina license plate?
That's South Carolina license plate. Yeah, I'm knocking down here. The black truck does have South Carolina license plate. This one, I'm not telling. It's got one of those black things over it, so it's hard to see during the day.
Okay.
I think so. Oh, yeah. Now that black truck can chase this guy for miles, I guess. The black truck can chase this guy for miles. They saw the whole thing. And then the black truck stopped and got jumped out with a pistol. Yeah, I'm on the phone now with one. I told he got out, and then had a gun. He got his own shot, and I mean, you can't do that. No, what happened? He's dead. Guy's dead.
Okay. Which truck? The driver of which truck?
Driver the black truck is dead. The driver the white truck walked up and checked on him. He said he's dead. Oh my God.
Okay. I am putting that in here, okay? We are having officers come there. There is an officer coming down Highway 9 right now.
Yep. Right now, there's some witnesses. The driver, the white truck, not a fire on him. Everyone's just calm down, but he just said he walked up and saw him. The guy's dead.
Okay. All right. We do have officers coming there, okay? Do not disturb anything in that truck. And if you can, go ahead and tell people around there not to disturb anything in there either, okay?
Okay. All right.
And you said you still don't know where the driver of the white truck is?
Hey, sir, you know where the driver is? He's in his seat right now. He's in the truck in his seat right now. They don't see. They said he's the seat. They don't want us to go near the truck and touch anything. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an officer coming down there, okay? He's coming down Highway 9 now, but I'm going to stay on the phone with you until he arrives, okay?
That white pickup truck is a veteran South Carolina tag with the 5572.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And you guys are standing well clear of the traffic, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone's going out of the way. You're not going to be able to turn. I can hear the sirens now.
Okay.
Officer at 5.
Okay. Okay, and then can I get a description of what vehicle you're in case the officer wants to speak with you there?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm thinking the wrong way on 9, but way off, well to the shoulder. I'm in a gray Chevy Colorado. I like to place it in Virginia tag. Do you need that?
Okay. Just so the officer can identify you there.
Okay, PRM 4682. I'm on the side of the road, my wife.
Okay, you said 4683?
4682.
82, okay. All right. Is the officer there on scene now?
Yeah, he's talking to the gentleman in the white truck that, shot with the other guy.
Okay, just keep yourself safe there. I do have all of that information in there. And then if anything changes or it gets any worse, call us back immediately, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Judge, that is a 911 call, and we would, we have a transcript of that call. We moved in the evidence, the transcript of the call. A written statement by Mr. McMurray that was made at the scene for those people. The interview by Mr. McMurray at the scene by officers that was videoed, just as Blaze Ward and Terry Wright was, and we've got the deposition of Frank McMurray. We'd like to enter all of that into the record.
Purpose of this hearing, it's all admitted.
Yes, I think it's in there. Are you gonna play the deposition now?
Yes.
We can, first of all, let me hand out the written statement. I'd like to come to see
Let's get it.
the written statement. We'll place that, but what we want to do is and I think in the order is that, the audio, video of McMurray, and then the deposition.
All right. Written statement will be 29.
The judge exhibit, defendant's exhibit 9 is a transcript of the 911 call that you just heard.
That's exhibit 9.
Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I got to reconnect us to the active stream that's like actually happening. Okay, here we go.
This young man
There was
as
some
a
technical
model,
difficulties.
and if you would show the judge as we get a little closer, where,
As you can see, there's no sound up here. And you can't hear anything she's saying. And the volume is up. But then all of a sudden the sound
axillary
comes on.
region is that armpit region, and when I say axillary crease, it's the crease that forms on the back and front of the arm when your arm is down.
hey, waiter, here, come here. If you would, how about use this young man as a model, and if you would show the judge as we get a little closer, where, she not want to come down, I don't know, will you ask her?
Y'all know if we move.
So on the right side of his back, the axillary crease would be where the line or seam of his jacket is, right here. Armpit region, obviously armpit. And the gunshot wound was in this region here. So that muscle fat area that is just behind where the armpit crease is.
And that is the ancillary area of the body?
Axillary.
Axillary, I'm sorry. Now, again, if you would describe to the judge the path of the bullet through the body.
So the bullet enters here on the right side towards the armpit region and travels through the body towards the front. And I pulled part of the bullet out from underneath the pectoral muscles, which is on the chest here. And another part of the bullet remained in the chest cavity on the right and was on the diaphragm, which is the muscle that sits below your lungs. So it separated once it got inside of the body. One part continued to the left side of the chest and one part stayed in the right side of the chest.
All right, and if you use this rod that I have here, the bullet would have traveled through the body from right to left.
So it would have been right to left and front to back with a very slight upward trajectory.
You said front to back.
Sorry, back to front.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right, and again, there was no bullet that entered directly in the back and came out the front side.
Correct. It did not go directly in the middle of the back, and the trajectory was not straightforward. It was across the body.
So would I be fair to say, instead of, though there was an angle to it, the bullet traveled through the body from the right side to the left side?
Yes, it did.
Moving ever so slightly forward as it traveled that way.
It moved forward in comparison to where it entered the body towards the back.
And was the bullet wound that you found consistent with having struck the body of the deceased while the right arm was in an upward position?
That is one position that he could have been in to expose that area for the gunshot wound to enter where it did and travel across the body in that trajectory.
And if the arm had been down and in a backwards position of any way, the bullet would have entered, could have entered, would have entered, or struck the tricep as well as the back area where it entered into.
There we go. If his arm is down in this position, the gunshot wound enters here. This muscle would be in the pathway of the bullet and would have likely gotten injured. So the arm probably had to be up or somewhere over to expose this area.
And if the arm had been in this position with a pistol in the hand, and somebody was making that turn, is that consistent with the bullet having entered the body in that way?
Yes, that would be consistent in that this area would be exposed if the projectile is coming from this direction going across the body.
Okay, thank you. You would have a seat. Let me show you what has been marked as exhibit number 44A. And Judge, we're not going to put these on the screen because they may be somewhat graphic. Tell the judge that's a photograph of and hand it up to him.
This is a photograph of the left side of Mr. Spivey's face taken at the time of autopsy, showing the grazed gunshot wound.
All right, and show you exhibit 44B, describe to the judge what that is and pass it to him.
So this is also a photo taken at the time of autopsy, showing the body laying on its left side, exposing the area for the gunshot wound so that I can photograph it and show the general location. The arm is pulled upward and forward, so it may create a bit of an artifact or change that wasn't necessarily there when the body was positioned as if he was alive.
All right, and let me show you defense exhibit number 42A and ask you if that depicts the gunshot wound.
This is a picture of the body at the scene as it was found. And we can see the gunshot wound in its location on the right side of his back near the armpit region.
Now, as part of the autopsy report itself, how do you do a toxicology test?
Yes, all of our forensic cases, we will draw samples to submit for toxicology, and that was done in this case.
All right, and do you test do the toxicology test at MUSC, or you forward it to the National Medical Science Laboratories?
In this case, it was submitted to NMS, or National Medical Sciences Laboratories. That's where all of the forensic toxicology testing was performed.
And did they report back to you what their findings were?
Yes, they did submit the report back to us. I did not include it in my autopsy report because the report was completed before those results were available.
All right. Do you know what the toxicology reports in this case were?
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
In this case, his toxicology revealed ethanol or alcohol in the blood, and that's blood collected from his heart. There was also caffeine in the heart blood. We submitted urine for testing. It was tested for testosterone, creatinine, and ethanol was also tested in the vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eyes.
Lindsay, we can go back and listen to it because we're a little behind anyway. It had me, for some reason, when I went back to continue the live, it started replaying the old live, so I had to go back. So let's see if we can catch it.
What's in this case were?
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
In this case, his toxicology revealed ethanol or alcohol in the blood, and that's blood collected from his heart. There was also caps where all of the forensic toxicology.
All right, and let me show you defense exhibit number 42A and ask you if that depicts the gunshot wound.
This is a picture of the body at the scene as it was found, and we can see the gunshot wound in its location on the right side of his back near the armpit region.
That's what she said, Lindsay. That's where it entered. Axillary area of the armpit into the
Now,
back.
as part of the autopsy report itself, how do you do a toxicology test?
Yes, all of our forensic cases, we will draw samples to submit for toxicology, and that was done in this case.
All right, and do you test do the toxicology test at MUSC, or you forward it to the National Medical Science Laboratories?
In this case, it was submitted to NMS, or National Medical Sciences Laboratories. That's where all of the forensic toxicology testing was performed.
And did they report back to you what their findings were?
Yes, they did submit the report back to us. I did not include it in my autopsy report because the report was completed before those results were available.
All right. Do you know what the toxicology reports in this case were?
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
You said it was the very first photo he handed her? All right, let's see if it's right here.
Because they may be somewhat graphic. Tell the judge what that's a photograph of and hand it up to him.
This is a photograph of the left side of Mr. Spivey's face taken at the time of autopsy, showing the grazed gunshot wound.
Yep, it does say he got a grazed gunshot wound. That was a good catch, Lindsay. I actually missed that part. Oh, thank you, Rubber Ramada. Yeah, so apparently there was a graze on the same side of his face where the side that he was shot, but when you have 40 shots coming at you, that doesn't shock me at all. That was a great catch, Lindsay. Thank you for saying that, because I actually did not hear that. I'm over here micromanaging my dog at the same time. So thank you for having me to go back and listen to that, because I think that's really important. I had no idea that he had a graze on his face from a bullet. That is so scary. I also thought it was interesting that people were saying that he was shot in the back, and also the entry of that bullet was actually under his arm and went into his back and crossed over, through his back. So that was interesting also. All right, we'll take it back up here to the toxicology part.
Yes, they did submit the report back to us. I did not include it in my autopsy report because the report was completed before those results were available.
All right. Do you know
I'll speed it up just a tad so we can catch up.
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
In this case, his toxicology revealed ethanol or alcohol in the blood, and that's blood collected from his heart.
If that's too fast, y'all let me know. That's at 1.25. You're the bomb, Lindsay.
There was also caffeine in the heart blood. We submitted urine for testing. It was tested for testosterone, creatinine, and ethanol was also tested in the vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eyes.
All right. Exhibit 46 is the autopsy report. Does it have? All right. Is it in the evidence? Not yet. Can you put up the toxicology report? Exhibit 46, Judge, is the toxicology report associated with this autopsy. Yes. All right. And if you would go over that with the judge again, Dr. Phillips, blood alcohol concentration is what?
So the blood alcohol concentration is 0.130, and that is just another way of stating the blood ethanol up at the top, which is 130. It's giving it in a percentage, and that's what people commonly hear when they hear about blood alcohol testing. They hear about the BAC or the blood alcohol concentration. So that's a percentage of the alcohol in the blood at the time of testing.
And that, in a common vernacular, 13?
Yes.
All right. And your field study prepare you to testify about that effects on the body potentially of that type blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, I can give you a general description of what that blood alcohol concentration would do to a person, but I cannot tell you what the effects were on Mr. Spivey.
And the general effects you would expect would be what?
As your blood alcohol content increases, especially up to a 0.13, you start to lose the higher executive function, and you can be disoriented, you can be sleepy, you can be aggressive. There's multiple different reactions people have to alcohol. But commonly we just think of it as a disorientation or eventual loss of consciousness as it gets higher and higher.
And I noticed an anabolic steroid screen with the urine.
Yes.
And do you know what findings of the toxicology report said about that?
That is referring to the testosterone in the urine, and that is one of the steroids that we can identify in urine. And it is a hormone that is naturally in the body for men, and it is sometimes used by bodybuilders and other people to help build muscle.
That is interesting because there was some questions about whether he was on steroids or not. And he didn't seem to be a person that was on steroids. Another question I have was he being prescribed testosterone through his doctor? Because sometimes men are prescribed that. So how did they jump to this conclusion? Because if you remember when we reviewed this on the previous Scott Spivey live streams on my playlist, Weldon was the one saying that Scott was raging out, and he was the one who preemptively stated that he thinks that he's on steroids. So I find this very interesting.
Let me ask you this. In your findings of the gross anatomy and your examination of the body itself, did you find anything unusual at all related to the arteries of this young man and any diseases of the body itself?
I would have to refer back to my report, and I can tell you that in his cardiovascular system, his heart weighed 340 grams, which is within a normal range for someone his age and size. His coronary arteries, although they were patent, meaning there was space for blood to flow through them, did have a moderate degree of atherosclerosis or cholesterol plaque buildup in one coronary artery. That is the left anterior descending coronary artery. It's a blood vessel that runs on the front of your heart. And 50% of the lumen of that vessel was narrowed, meaning of the circle for that vessel, half of it was plugged up by cholesterol plaque.
Is that abnormal in any way and how old was Mr. Spivey at the time of autopsy?
I believe he was 33 years old, and it depends on his lifestyle, his diet, a number of things, but it is not entirely unusual for us to see cholesterol plaque buildup in coronary arteries of some patients.
And I know you're not a toxicologist, but as a pathologist, does that indicate to you the possibility of steroid use in the past?
It does not.
Okay. Now, I can't see that. I'm sorry.
It
She said it does not tell her. All right, and
It does not.
Does not what?
If the use of the testosterone does not indicate for the narrowing of that artery.
all right, and let me go back, if I could, with you and ask you on page 9 of your autopsy report, if you would describe for the record the location of the gunshot wound.
Page 9.
Page 9.
I only have
You
7
don't see
pages
that?
of my autopsy
Okay.
report.
Evidence of injury. Do you have that portion of the autopsy report there with you? Talking about this.
I think that is the total pages of everything together.
Yeah.
In the evidence of injury, for me, it's on page 3 of 7
Okay.
of the autopsy report.
Yes, and what does that show?
The gunshot wound to the back is located specifically at 9 inches to the right of midline and 6 inches below the top of the shoulder. And that is right side of the back near the axillary region.
Okay, and if you would turn to the portion that relates to the cheek wound there, and clarify, was the wound to the cheek from front to back?
The wound to the cheek had some features that led me to believe that it could have been from front to back. And I said apparent trajectory because I wasn't very sure that was the trajectory.
That's the way you reported in the report, is from front to back, correct?
Right, apparently from front to back.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Moss?
Then Your Honor, I brought you.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Tinsey.
So I just want to be clear. Your report says, page 7, add up there, gunshot wound to the back, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be crass or insensitive, and I apologize. But I'm a hunter, okay? And so how about take this stick and put it the best approximation of where that bullet ended up in his left pectoral muscle.
Gotcha. So it would be described under the evidence of injury, gunshot wound to the back, which is the second paragraph down. Recovered projectile consists of copper-colored jacketing, and that is recovered from the right hemidiaphragm. And then the gray metal partially flattened bullet is recovered from a hematoma in the left pectoral muscles. So your chest muscle attaches on the top here, comes down across, that's your pectoral. It's in a hematoma or a big blood clot collection inside of that muscle.
About here.
Yes.
All right, now, I want you to step down here. If the judge is the shooter, you have to line up where the bullet enters to where it doesn't exit, but where it's going, right?
Correct.
So turn me so that the judge is shooting me.
You have to be facing him this way, but you're towards the back of the right side of his body, because the gun would have to be pointed at this area for that bullet to enter. And it enters right along here, because his armpit
Okay.
is right here. It would be on this part of his back. So it goes in that way, across towards the right side.
Yeah, but I want you to get behind me and I want you to line that hole up with this so that we see.
Can I use the stick?
Yes, ma'am. No, I want to, so if we were imagining the bullet's going to exit my chest, okay? We know it doesn't, it stops under the skin, correct?
Correct.
At least, so the lead center separates from the jacket goes into the diaphragm or ends up in the diaphragm.
Correct, on the right side.
And then the center part, the lead continues and it ends up in a collection of,
Blood in the left pectoral muscle.
okay, and we placed it here. And so now what I want you to do is if you were going to put the bullet through me, run the bullet through me, I want you to line it up so that from the judge's perspective, the bullet goes in a straight line, right?
Relatively speaking,
Okay,
yes.
so line me up to the judge.
You'd be at this angle.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. The judge is going to hear a fair amount of testimony that Mr. Boyd says that he saw Scott Spivey's shirt wrinkle or crinkle, words to that effect, when he was shot. Based on your examination, that was the only wound that would have been indicated by a crinkle or wrinkle of the shirt, fair?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I mean, if he had the shirt tied up over his head, it would have, but other than that, that would be the only time he could have seen that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you have an opinion in terms of whether or not I'm going to say care of this body before the blood sample is collected? Because there is testimony that the body was left in the car, was towed from the scene in the car, it remained in his truck in hot temperatures for a long time, whether or not that makes the...
And real quick, I want to stop it. Did you see when she lined up Mark Tinsley with the judge? He said, I want you to line me up the way that I would be facing if the judge was the shooter. based on the entry of the bullet and where the bullet ended up. And that shows that Scott Spivey was turned away from the shooter. He was kind of a little to the side, but pretty much facing away from the shooter when he was shot. Mark Tinsley, we call him the Tiger. We call him the Tiger. Lindsay, Mark, the Tiger Tinsley. And he's excellent. He's excellent. And I thought that was great for him to you know, have her to do that, because that proves that he was not pointing a weapon when they fired on him. He was literally turned away. God, this case makes me irritated.
Blood test or affects the blood test in terms of alcohol?
The alcohol level does get affected by the time frame between when the person died and when we collect it. However, I don't think that it is a significant level of change in this case, and I wouldn't comment further on it because it doesn't necessarily reflect on the cause of death, which is the purpose of my autopsy.
That's right. And the cause of death is he bled to death, correct?
That is the immediate cause of death. The mechanism of how he died is blood loss.
Okay. And if you can, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty about how long Mr. Spivey would have lived with that wound?
With the injuries that he had from that chest wound, injured all of the organs in his chest, it affected the large vessels coming off of his heart, both lungs. It can be anywhere from seconds upward of a minute or more until the blood pumps out and fills the cavities.
And if we go back to, we don't have the toxicology screen where, I'm just hand you mine. We don't need to go back, but it says there in the center, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 46, testing requested, correct?
Yes.
And that was requested by Horry County PD, correct?
The testing panel that we did, the post-mortem expanded blood, that's our standard request. The anabolic steroids screen and alcohol panel specifically on fluid, those were specifically requested by the coroner's office to be performed.
Of Horry County?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the court's clear, there were at least, we deposed Mr. Bauer, the toxicologist from the lab, there were at least 27 different ways that they checked for anabolic steroids and none were found, correct?
I can only tell you what the report tells me.
And it tells you none were found.
It tells me there was testosterone there, but I can't say if it was what's normally in the body or something that was administered.
And in terms of the cardiovascular disease,
That is a very fair point, what she just said. I can't tell if it's something that occurred naturally in the body, because as I stated earlier in this chat, if you have testosterone, I worked at the hospital, I was a nurse for 20 years. If you have testosterone in your urine, it does not necessarily mean that you were on anabolic steroids. It could be testosterone replacement treatment. It could be a testosterone secreting tumor, such as an adrenal tumor, a testicular tumor that can cause abnormally high testosterone production, and that will result in elevated levels in urine. And there's actually other reasons as well. So like, and if it was administered to him and he is not taking steroids, did somebody give him a shot? Did somebody give him something? I have questions. Okay, let's continue.
that you found in Mr. Spivey's heart, that would not be inconsistent with a person with a severe family history of heart disease, would it?
It could be consistent with family history of heart disease, poor diet, poor lifestyle, a number of things.
To try to say that that was a result of a specific anabolic steroid use would be speculative in your opinion, correct?
For me, yes.
But you're the one that saw it, right?
I can't tell you that the specific anabolic steroid caused it, so I would be speculating.
And you're the one who actually saw his heart?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
One question.
I like her because she flat out told him, like, I can't tell you that's what it was because I don't have any proof. That would be speculating. She gets a check in my book.
Clarification, in terms of after that wound was sustained, it eventually was fatal. I think you and I had to talk about the fact that in this instance, if the deceased was shot outside the truck, he would or could have had the ability to get back into the truck and continue to shoot his gun for some limited period of time.
there's potentially a period of time where he could have done that. I wouldn't be able to say that that happened because I wasn't there, and I can only tell you what I saw at the autopsy.
But the injury that you saw would have allowed that, if would have allowed time for it.
Yes, it's possible that he would have had time for that.
That's
Yes, you're done. Look it up.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
And now, Judge, we will release Dr. Phillips. And we would offer the deposition of toxicologist Justin Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R.
Yes.
Judge, this is a video deposition that was
Now on the
taken
record.
just last week. Dr. Justin Brower, he is the toxicologist that did the testing on this case for National Medical Science Laboratories.
Monitors 10:10 a.m. Today's date is February 12th, 2026. It's a video recorded deposition of Dr. Justin Brown in a matter of Jennifer Spivey Foley as personal representative of the state of Scott Ryan Spivey versus Charles Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams. This deposition is being conducted remotely through Zoom. Counsel, please introduce yourselves afterwards. Our court will administer the oath.
Natasha Hannah, I represent the estate of Scott Spivey along with Mark Tinsley.
Morgan Martin and O'Brien Martin, we represent Bradley Williams.
This is Kenneth Moss, I represent Charles Weldon Boyd.
Dr. Brown, if you raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Brower. We briefly met moments ago. My name is Natasha Hannah, and along with Mark Tinsley, represent the estate of Scott Spivey in a case where he was shot and killed. I wanted to know a little bit about you. Can you tell me your name, title, and your position at NMS Labs, please?
This is Dr. Justin Orion Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R. I am a forensic toxicologist at NMS Laboratories.
And it's my understanding, Dr. Brower, that you kind of worked your way up the ladder as far as being a forensic toxicologist, and you have at least more than 17 years of experience.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you started out at as a laboratory supervisor for the North Carolina Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and then worked your way up to Associate Chief Toxicologist. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you actually have a lot of experience in the very reason why we're here today, which is certifying postmortem drug and alcohol toxicology reports and even developing LC-MS confirmation methods. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and now you've served as a forensic toxicologist for NMS Labs for about 4 years, it looks like.
About 3.5, correct.
Great. Dr. Brower, as a forensic toxicologist, the work that you do is actually very important. Sometimes you answer questions that other people can't. Is that right?
Correct.
And even more so, it's important in the sense that you can answer questions and even provide families some closure.
That is correct.
All right, at this time, I'd like to offer Dr. Justin Brower as an expert witness in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Brower, do you have your the 3 reports that were produced in this case in front of you?
I do.
And it's my understanding you provided a pretty substantial litigation support package from NMS report, from NMS Labs, but what we're going to be talking about today is the toxicology report that I believe encompasses about the first 13, 14 pages of that document.
Correct. I just have the toxicology reports pulled up because that's really the most relevant document for today.
I agree. All right. So it looks like there are 3 reports that were done on September 27th, 2023, October 10th, 2023, and October 24th, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And the 2 reports that you signed were October 10th and October 24th, 2023.
Let me just confirm that. Correct. The initial, the first report was reviewed and certified by William Schroeder, and then the case was, I believe, transferred to me because he was unavailable for testimony, and then there was additional testing added, which generated the 3rd report. So that's correct.
William Schroeder, is he a colleague at NMS Labs?
He is correct. He's a colleague of forensic toxicologist.
Okay. Were there any quality concerns or disagreement about the findings between the first report that he did and the second one that you did?
No, the reports are identical. If a case has to be reassigned to another forensic toxicologist, we review it just like we do any other case, as if we've never seen it before, because obviously we haven't seen it before, so we review it exactly the same way. There's no need to discuss anything with the other forensic toxicologist because we're just reviewing the data, making sure everything is correct and accurate. We're not coming up with any opinions or anything like that when we certify the report.
All right, and so you.
Tasha.
Yes, sir.
Tasha.
Yes, sir.
We need to go off the record at the moment we can, but quickly, he referenced a 14-page toxicology report, if I heard him correctly. I don't think, a 14-page toxicology report. I have the 3 to 4 pages that were attached to the autopsy. Is there something else?
Yeah, let's go off the record for a second if we can, please.
Good. Time on the monitor is 10:18 a.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Barber, it's my understanding when you sign a report for a case, you're personally reviewing the analytical data before signing and you're surveying the results after it, right?
That's correct.
So let's look at, and I'm going to isolate questions to the 2 reports that you did, which was October 10th of 2023 and October 24th of 2023. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So it looks like your October 10th of 2023 report shows 3 specimens were collected. Heart blood, urine, and vitreous fluid that were all collected on September 12th of 2023. Is that right?
Not exactly.
Okay, tell me that.
On the first report that is certified by me, we had 2 specimens, the heart, blood, and urine. And then for the third toxicology report that was issued on 10/24, that is when we have the vitreous fluid that was then sent to us for this. Okay. So really, if you want to just keep it very simple, all we have to really do is discuss the final report that has all the specimens and all the testing. We don't have to bounce between reports.
Okay, I like that. So, but I guess the point I was making that all 3 of those specimens were actually collected on September 12th of 2023, regardless of when you actually did the testing, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, that's what we have.
Okay, and on your report, both reports on page 1, it shows collection date and time, September 12th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and are you aware that Mr. Spivey died on September 9th of 2023 at approximately 5:58 p.m.?
No.
So the specimens weren't collected until about 63 hours after death, according to the report and the collection times, right?
I'll trust your math on that one.
And does that 63-hour delay raise any concerns to you as a forensic toxicologist?
It is a longer postmortem interval. The postmortem interval is the time between death and the time of specimen collection, typically an autopsy. Usually like try to get an autopsy as quickly as possible. It's not of a great concern here, just due to the nature of the drugs that were not found. It can play a role in certain drugs due to postmortem redistribution, but since there was very few drugs detected, namely we just detected ethanol and testosterone, and no other like illicit or prescription drugs, it's not a great factor unless you were to tell me that the body was markedly decomposed. But due to the nature of the death, I would imagine that the person wasn't laying around decomposing outside for that 63 hours, and they made their way to the coroner's office or autopsy facility for proper storage.
Okay, so I understand you were not aware that there was a 63-hour window of time between death and the time it was collected. Were you told that the body sat in a vehicle for about 5 hours in September 8th before it was actually transported?
Was I told that?
Yes, sir.
No, I know absolutely nothing about this case.
Okay. Would that information be relevant to you as far as being able to do this toxicology report, that a body sat in a vehicle for 5 hours after death, and then the blood wasn't taken for 63 hours after death?
It's not a great concern. Most bodies aren't initially collected and transported, immediately after death. A lot of deaths are unattended and unwitnessed. So it's fairly standard that, bodies may be laying around for hours in home or in a mobile home or outside or in a vehicle, prior to being found and transported to the proper facility.
Okay, I understand that, but it's interesting that you note in your comments on page 2 that you say that ethanol can also be a product of decomposition or degradation of biological samples. So if a body were sitting outside, whether it's standard or not, it could be, it could alter the test results. But
to a small degree, there is postmortem production, or postmortem production of ethanol is possible. It's typically in cases where there are some marked decomposition, or they're found outside. We often see it when they're like in drowning cases and they're in like ponds and dirty, brackish waters. Typically though, that postmortem production is fairly low, typically less than 20 milligrams per deciliter.
So let's talk about one of the first specimens you received and tested, which is a heart blood. In forensic toxicology, is there a preferred type of blood for postmortem analysis?
We prefer a peripheral specimen. Heart blood is what we'd call a central specimen because it's central to the body cavity in and around the heart. We generally prefer testing or at least drug confirmation on peripheral specimens. That would be like an iliac, which runs up and down the groin, or the femoral up and down the leg. And that is solely just to reduce the occurrence of postmortem redistribution, which could artificially elevate concentrations greater than what they were at the time of death.
So heart blood is a less reliable form as opposed to peripheral or femoral blood.
I wouldn't say less reliable as far as screening goes. If anything, the concentrations would be greater in the heart blood and more detectable in the heart blood than in the peripheral. The concern comes with the quantitation or concentrations found in those central blood specimens, such as the heart, where certain drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution could be higher than what they would be at the time of death. But since there were no drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution, such as SSRIs and antidepressants and drugs like methadone or hydroxychloroquine, it's not really a concern in this case.
Well, isn't it a concern when it relates to the testing of ethanol?
No.
Okay, tell me why.
Ethanol distributes fairly evenly throughout the body, whether it's in central blood or peripheral blood, it really doesn't matter.
Okay. Now, did you receive any peripheral blood in this case?
We did not.
Okay, so you had to rely on whatever Horry County took as far as specimens and samples just needed.
Correct.
Now, the heart blood ethanol was 130 milligrams per deciliters, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which equals a VAC of 0.13.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on what you now know as far as a body sitting in a hot car for 5 hours and the specimen not being taken for 63 hours after death, does that give you any concern as far as the reliability of the heart blood and VAC?
Not to a great degree, no. Like I said, it's possible there could have been some postmortem production. If it did occur, it would be low and fairly negligible compared to the 130. We also have the alcohol in the vitreous fluid, which matches fairly closely to that of the blood. Usually the vitreous fluid ethanol lags behind that of blood. It just takes a little bit longer for the ethanol to diffuse into the vitreous fluid in the eyeball. So it's generally lower than that of the blood. But because they're approximately the same, I have no concern about the concentration of the ethanol in the heart blood.
Well, as a forensic toxicologist, isn't it true that you use a ratio of 1.15 to 1 when you convert that?
No.
Okay, tell me what ratio you use.
I don't use any ratio. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Are you able to convert vitreous blood fluid to a VAC content?
No, that's not something that's done.
You just typically don't do it or aren't asked to do it?
It's not something that is done.
Okay. All right, so tell me about...
That's not something that toxicologists do.
Understand.
Or good toxicologists do. You might be able to find someone that can do that for you, but it would not be proper.
Okay. After death, isn't it true that alcohol can move from the stomach into the heart blood?
It can typically when there's blunt force trauma. So if, like, say, a car crash or someone jumps off of a building or someone, say, is stabbed or shot in the stomach and the gastric contents are ruptured, then yeah, you can have spillage or leakage and diffusion of any alcohol that could be in the gastric contents into that central cavity, and that can impact the alcohol concentrations of any collected central blood specimens, such as from the heart or the aorta. And that is one of the reasons why we, in cases like that, we like to test an alternate protective specimen, such as the vitreous fluid in the eye.
So in this case, so can bacteria in a decomposing body actually produce ethanol on its own?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was coughing at the time.
That's okay. So it's my understanding that bacteria in a decomposing body actually produces ethanol on its own, and heat can even speed up that process.
It can. Bacteria, yeast, other microorganisms, yes, they can all, it's all possible that they can create the postmortem production of ethanol.
But you weren't provided any of this information when you did your testing?
No.
Okay, also, Dr. Brower, you also were provided with urine and did test on that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and it's my understanding the testosterone level in the urine was 4.1 mg per milliliter, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and 4.1 is a long way from 200. And does that suggest steroid use?
4 is a lot less than 200, I'll agree with that. Okay. I don't know what you're getting at though.
And I apologize, I didn't ask that question very clearly, that's my fault. So it's my understanding you didn't find any anabolic steroids when you tested Scott Spivey's specimens, correct?
That is correct. We only detected testosterone.
Okay, and what does it mean by the levels that you found as far as the testosterone in the urine was 4.1?
To me, that's fairly low in urine for men. Typically, we might see concentrations, greater than, I don't know what our reference comments says. I don't want to. You see wide ranges of testosterone in men, from like say typically 150 up into 1,000 or so, and 4 is fairly low. It's actually very close to our reporting limit for testosterone, which is 2 in this case. So it's very low for some reason.
Okay, and my question, and which was a poor one previously, so I apologize for that, but in your notes that you mentioned in paragraph 5, you indicate that WADA recommends further testing when testosterone exceeds 200. So my question to you, 4.1 is a long way from 200, so that does not suggest any kind of steroid use from that test, right?
Possibly, there's some other factors to consider it as well, which you'll probably get into, I imagine.
Yeah, so also in your specific testing, whether you find steroids, let me back up. Why did you test for the drugs that you tested for in this particular case?
We were asked to by the clients.
Okay, and who was the client?
The MUSC, Medical University of South Carolina, was the submitting agency.
Okay, do you have any knowledge about why they asked you to look for anabolic steroids or the other things they requested?
No.
All right, so it's my understanding that NMS Labs ran a specific anabolic steroid screen on the urine. How many steroids did that screen test for?
Just a sec. If I counted correctly, it's 27, approximately.
Okay, and you're referencing the last page of your report where under test 9306, you anabolic steroid screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thanks. Now, did that screen include anabolic steroids, and were any metabolites detected?
No, just the testosterone.
So no steroids off from the 27 tests that you ran could be found.
It's not 27 tests, it was one test that encapsulates all of those. So correct, we did not detect any other of those steroids besides testosterone in the testing that we did.
Thank you for that clarification. And NMSF.
Yes. All right, take a break. I need to walk around a little bit. I'm very hot. I may have to take my robe off, but let's get the courtroom a little bit cooler. I don't know why it's hot warmer this afternoon, but it's just warm in here to me. So take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and get through this.
Yeah, keep laughing, Weldon. Well, I guess we're taking another break, folks. Let's hop back over here. Let me see what y'all saying over here in the chat. It's no wonder I have a headache. Y'all, what was in his mouth? Listen, I have tried to remain calm, but after 2 days of endless hours, I literally just shot a whole short. You can be expecting it to come out on my TikTok and my YouTube of what the hell is in Dr. Brower's mouth. That is the next investigation. Was y'all watching that? I don't know what was going on in there, but I was very distracted, and I have ADHD, and I could not focus on what was happening because I'm exhausted. And then when that happened, I was like, sir, I know a guy. I know a guy I can hook you up with. Lord, Jesus, come take the wheel. Jesus, please come take the wheel. Let me get my coffee. How y'all doing? How y'all doing over here in the comments? Let me see. Swamp Girl says, I have never seen a body towed with a vehicle, much less the 5 hours inland coastal plain, much less September in South Carolina, where we typically get a low of 90 degrees. Damn. You know, Swamp Girl, unfortunately, I have seen a body be towed in a vehicle or heard of it. Yeah, it's happened. It's happened in North Carolina too, where I'm from. Is it sad and inappropriate? Absolutely. I think it is disgusting, but I have seen it happen. Lindsay, the guy that was just on screen, Dr. Brower, the toxicologist that MUSC called in to determine the steroids situation. He looked like he had a mouthful of I don't know, black tar. I mean, my face the whole time was like, what in tarnation is going on in South Carolina right now? Like, I know a guy, I know a dentist. I can get you his number. Okay. You need to have that immediately rectified. This is my face after all of this. Nothing surprises you. I'm not surprised either, girl. Whew. And who was it? The judge said, I'm hot. I got to get up. It's just, there's no air circulating in here. You know, let me tell you what the temperature is out here right now. Now it's 67 degrees outside, so I guarantee you they're gonna have to cut that air. I can't believe they ain't running the air. It's 73 degrees out in Conway right now. Somebody better get on that air conditioner. And get that air going in there. I am not going out there to sit in a courtroom full of people and getting mad, and then also in my menopause having to sweat. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I've got all my windows open in my house today, and it is feeling just right here at 67 degrees, let me tell you. I mean, I could drive 25 minutes, but then I couldn't sit here with y'all. And plus, I can't take Puppy. And Puppy would be sad if I left her here by herself to go to court. So you were listening in the other room and you weren't looking at the screen. I do that sometimes when I'm cleaning house, or if I'm on the go running errands or going to appointments. I usually find something to listen to and put my ear pods on, and I'm not really chatting. People be saying hey to me and I'm like, I missed you. I'm sorry. I'm usually multitasking, so. But apparently we're still on break, guys. Currently back on break again. I don't know if we're ever gonna get through this. I think we should go ahead and I think we were a little behind. So let's see if we can fast forward it. Maybe we can catch up. Let me see where we're at in the scheme of things. They took a break. Let me see. Let me get on forward here. I forgot we was behind. Let's see how much forward we can go. Oh, it's not there. First alert desk. Come on now. Oh, looky there, y'all. Oh, we fixing to be back in action now. I want y'all to pay attention to this guy. Y'all get snacks and drinks. Let's get back to it. We got to get through this.
Labs also recommend swing tests. Blood panel testing for amphetamines, antidepressants, benzos, cannabinoids, cocaine, opioids, and any other drug classes.
Yes, ma'am.
And absolutely.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on one second. Lord, Lord, Lord. Gotta get my thing back on. All right, now. This guy right here. He's having hot flash. I'm having hot flashes. Just Lord. This guy right here, you see these Facebook comments at the bottom? That's you probably can't, no, you can't see it because my banner's up. There's all the little emojis. You know, the surprise face emoji? That's the one I'm clicking on right now, is the surprise face emoji, because this is where I am. Because when this guy talks and you look in his mouth, it looks like he has a mouthful of dip, or that he's lost all of his teeth. I don't know. I don't know. It's making the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Hey, Carl. Thank you for being number 21. I appreciate you hitting the like. How you doing? All right, y'all, get your helmets. Pull them on as tight as possible. Make sure you got on your hip waders. And make sure you got your snacks and your drinks and your notepads. And smoke them if you got them. Like Queen Bee says, whatever you've got to have to get through this, we're going to need it all, because we still got a couple hours to go. So anybody that's coming in that's new to this case, we're doing the Scott Spivey, Weldon Boyd, Bradley Williams 4-day hearing on the stand your ground, so that they can decide if this is going to be pursued in criminal court. This is a civil hearing against Scott Spivey's family, against Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams. And I appreciate you guys joining me. If you could please hit the like and share this out and get this out into the algorithm. We are streaming this live from the court, thanks to the court giving permission to the local news stations being able to stream in court, since the public cannot have cameras or cell phones. I was not going to be able to film live because I'm just a tax-paying citizen. You know, they don't care about us. So since I got out of jury duty, I decided I was just going to stay home in my comfy house and bring this very important court stream to you guys. So get on the Dutch bus, get your Dutch bus passes now, click in, let's lock in, let's go.
So Dr. Brower, is there anything in your results that supports the conclusion that Mr. Spivey had anabolic steroids in his system when he died?
I'm sorry. I'm having a day. I need you to pay attention.
Did not affect any anabolic steroids.
Okay, is there anything that you found that would support behavioral changes from steroid use?
I can't talk about behavior from just a toxicology report alone.
Okay, so anything that you saw, would it indicate chronic steroid abuse?
No, I can't determine that from just the toxicology report or testing.
Okay, let's stop the record for just one quick second, please.
Okay, please stand by. The time on monitor is 10:34 a.m. Going off the record.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, please stand by. The time on the monitor is 10:36 a.m. and we're back on record.
Lindsay, I did think it was the judge. Was it this guy that was having the hot flash? He looks like he's got beads of sweat on the front of his head. I got so many things running through my head right now. And by the way, does the camera got to be that daggone close? I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
Okay, Dr. Brower, that's all the questions I have for you at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the defense attorneys for any questions they may have for you. Thanks.
Go first, or you want me to?
You want to?
Okay. Dr. Brower, my name is Morgan Martin, and as noted earlier, I represent Bradley Williams and have certainly listened to your testimony and read your report. Just a couple of questions for you. While you testified, I still confirm that you received the samples that you tested from the Medical University of South Carolina?
Yes.
For testing. And you do a lot of testing for MUSC?
We do a fair amount, correct.
All right. And in the world of toxicology testing of blood, urine, and vitreous humor taken from an individual at autopsy, anything unusual about this case to your knowledge?
Nothing unusual about the specimen submitted.
All right, let me give you a little background so that if any of this impacts your thinking, you can let us know. The deceased in this case had been at a bar from about 12 o'clock till about 5 o'clock this Saturday afternoon. His bar tab indicates that he bought some 12 to 14 drinks. A combination of beer and fireball shots. There's no indication that he drank all of those. There's an indication he didn't drink it all. But it's clear his bar tab had, again, at least 12 different alcoholic drinks on it. He was there from 1 to 5. He was drinking. And then, as Natasha said, he died about 5:58 or 6 o'clock that afternoon. And he was brought to the Horry County Police Department. There was some crime scene work done, and the coroner took control of him with care about 11 or 12 o'clock. And I think that's when Natasha gets maybe the 5 hours that he was not refrigerated. And then the coroner's office was able to get an autopsy done again on September 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you agree that those time frames are within normal standards and would not be expected to have any appreciable effect on the accuracy of the blood alcohol testing you did?
Yeah, that time frame is fairly standard when conducting autopsies. There's usually a shortage of forensic pathologists. People can't get autopsies right away. So a postmortem interval of 2 days or so is fairly common in the field. As I stated before, that 5 or so hour period of before being taken to a facility for storage is not uncommon either, and its impact on the blood alcohol and the vitreous alcohol concentration is negligible at best.
So you would believe that the 13 blood alcohol content, as we use it in layman's vernacular, is reliable?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned in your report some of the effects of blood, of alcohol in the blood and its effect on humans. Can you explain to us your thoughts on that with regards to a blood alcohol of 13?
Yeah, the 0.13, put that into perspective with something that people are familiar with. The so-called legal limit for operating a motor vehicle is 0.08 grams per deciliter. So the 0.13 is about 1.5 times greater than that. So there was likely some market impairment. They probably were feeling fairly good at the time, but they have impaired judgment, reduced motor function. They might have slurred speech, unsteady gait when walking. So if they were to say do like a field sobriety test, they would most likely fail that according to the drug recognition experts. It's possible they could have memory deficits, slurred speech. I had already said that one. Those are all things that are possible. I can't say that's something that individual was experiencing, though, because I was not there to witness it.
But and I believe you mentioned this, but where you did, you mentioned judgment could be impaired as a result of the ingestion of this amount of alcohol.
Correct. People often have impaired judgment to make poor decisions under the influence of alcohol.
And I'm assuming it would be correct to say that the time frame that we have, well, let me back up, I'll withdraw that question. As a toxicologist, are you familiar at all with the term steroid rage?
Correct. I don't think you need to be a toxicologist to know the term, quote, roid rage, but yes, I'm familiar with the term.
What is roid rage from your?
I mean, it's generally myth that people can become, violent and abusive if they use steroids. I don't think it's quite that simple in black and white. Typically, though, people that use steroids might have a lower inhibition to become agitated or irritated. So if a person is, quote, normally, have a short fuse, then if they use steroids, they might have a little shorter fuse. But it's not like you can take a nice, calm person and they use steroids and they just turn into like a raving maniac. That's generally what the term roid rage implies. And that's not something that's based in fact.
Okay. But the fact that there were no steroids found in the testing that you did, that would indicate there hadn't been any steroids used in what period of time would that cover?
It would probably
depend. You can say, I don't know.
It would probably depend upon which steroid we're talking about. They all have different windows of detection, but we had not used any recently. We did not detect any anabolic steroids, and we have fairly low reporting limits, and we did not detect any trace of them.
All right. And do you agree with at least something that the literature talks about the fact that the steroid rage is something that can occur over a long period of time and does not require you to be under the current influence of a steroid to occur?
Yeah, I have read that with long-term use and or heavy use of steroids that it could be possible. And again, it's just lowers that threshold for becoming irritated or agitated.
Let me double think just a second.
And I don't ask it.
One last question. Based on your prior testimony, then you would say that from the history you have about the body and the collection and the blood being sent to you, that there is no reason to doubt the accuracy of your findings concerning the blood alcohol reading of Mr. Spivey?
That is correct.
He was clearly under the influence, according to your testing, at the time he died.
Correct. That fits with the toxicology testing in the blood, the corresponding vitreous ethanol results, and the history that is provided. It all indicates that he had consumed alcohol.
That's all the questions I have, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Dr. Brown, my name is Kenneth Moss. I'm going to try to get the camera going here. You got me? I represent one of the parties in this case.
Sorry.
I'd like to follow with you a little bit about three different areas. First, on the alcohol, blood alcohol concentration that you found in the testing, both in the vitreous fluid and in the heart blood samples that were given in your lab. With the levels you found, would you expect the decedent to have demonstrated or perhaps had lower inhibition, lower blood alcohol intoxication?
I'm sorry, can you say that again a little bit louder? I'm having problems hearing you.
I'll try. I want to talk a little bit more about the effects. Would you expect this decedent to have had lower inhibitions as a result of the blood alcohol concentration that you found?
It's possible.
Okay. And let me tell you, the line of question that I'm asking you is based upon my layman's search of the effects of alcohol concentration at varying levels on the human body. Okay. And I found, I've got to show you one of those, and I'm not showing you this because I want you to rely on. I'm showing you just an example of what my question is based on. So I'm going to share my screen for a moment. I found, just in the internet search, we're all experts with the internet, I found a table that would tell you, at least in one university they published, what you might expect to see at various VAC levels. And I see things in here like at this level here is a level that you found in your testing between 0.11 and 0.15. Is that fair?
It is.
And at least on this table, it suggests what you might see is the effects of that blood alcohol concentration. And so my question to you is there a table or something similar to this kind of table that you would rely on, that you would think would be something that's accurate that we could rely on? Is there a publication?
I'm sure there are many publications that have very similar tables. Just in glancing through this, it's probably not markedly different.
And so this particular table came from the University of Toledo. It refers to gross motor impairment, judgment, and perception severely impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume that someone with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.13 would have judgment and perception severely impaired?
Yeah, and these are things that could occur with individuals. It's not something that would occur in everybody. People have different experiences with alcohol and intolerances and use history. So these are just general guides. So in general, yes, he could have had impaired judgment and control of motor functions and irritability and things like that. But that just needs to be taken into context with observed behavior and witness statements and so forth.
And so if you look at this table, let me ask you, whether it's this table or another table, are the effects of alcohol concentration cumulative? For example, if I look up here at some of the effects experienced at a lower concentration than I expected, to also see those effects in a higher concentration, or are they different?
That's usually kind of the way it works, that you'll have the effects at the lower as well as the higher, and the higher the concentration. So correct, if you're going to have the, like, say, impaired judgment at the higher concentration, you'll probably also have some of the effects that you would see listed at the lower concentrations as well.
So if we go back to the lower concentration on this table, it also says judgment and self-control impaired at the 0.08 to 0.10 level. Okay? What I didn't see in the lower, in the higher concentration, I saw that you might see gross motor impairment. This is motor skills, right? If they're impaired at this higher concentration.
Correct.
So if you're in this lower bracket, would you expect to see motor functions inhibited?
You can.
Okay.
And we see that all the time with field sobriety tests when people are just above the 0.08 or the 0.1, where they fail the field sobriety test with the impaired motor function. It's possible to, and again, these are just guides, not gospel at all. So you can have impaired motor function even less than 0.08, and people can be impaired driving at less than 0.08. That's just what our legal system has ruled, a so-called legal limit.
There's a presumption at the 0.08 level, is that what?
Correct. Correct.
And at that level, it does, in this table at least, suggest that judgment and self-control are impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume that judgment and self-control could be impaired in a PAC of 0.13, such as you found?
It could be. Again, these are just in general, and I can't speak to this particular individual because I was not there to witness any behavior. But yes, people do have poor judgment, even at that type of concentration of 0.08, and we see that every day because people know they shouldn't, say, drive while having drinking alcohol. Yet when they're above 0.08, they do all the time, even though when they're sober, they know better, so their judgment is definitely impaired.
Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit, Lee, and ask you something I saw in your report. All right. If I look at the report you provided here, an affidavit of authenticity in this case, and do you see it coming up in my screen? Doctor, can you see the affidavit of authenticity I provided in front of you?
Correct. Yes, I had this notarized yesterday.
And I won't talk to you about that today, but well, this is your signature, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was notarized in your presence yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. The attached report to this affidavit of authenticity is the report that was last prepared by you on October 24th, is that right?
Correct.
So this is the last of the 3 reports that Attorney Hammond referred to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I noted in the report, in the lower portion, that you did make the affirmative findings of alcohol, or ethanol, caffeine, without dosage, and this is in this lower block findings, right? This area. And this is the part of your report where you published the presence of the different substances, is that right?
That's not from NMS Labs. That's coming, I believe, probably from the MUOC. It looks like they have copied and pasted portions of our report to make this document.
Okay. It's this last page that I really want to talk to you about.
Okay.
And is this page from NMS Labs?
This is correct.
Okay, I noticed that you showed the testosterone level 4.1, is that right, nanograms per milliliter?
Correct.
Okay, and there was a notation down here, and I noticed also in here there was a specific gravity of urine 1.005, is that correct?
Correct.
And I noticed a note down here in this section that refers, can you see the section I'm talking about?
Yes.
What the report seems to say is that urine sample, urine may have been tested. If it's a sample of specific gravity lower than 1.01 or 2, it could be recollected. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Do you concur with that statement?
That's generally the recollection for people that are living. Obviously, you can't really recollect it when they're deceased. But it's indicating that the specific gravity is low, as is the creatinine, which suggests that the specimen could have been diluted, which is something that can occur with living individuals if they're trying to, dilute their urine specimen to, quote, feed a drug test or something like that.
And how would you dilute your urine specimen?
Adding water to it.
Okay. Adding water to the specimen, adding water, consuming water by the individual.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Adding water to the specimen or trying to consume water by the individual? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
It could have been either, or diuretic use. So there are different ways of, diluting your urine. One could have been adding water after the collection or consuming large amounts of water to, hydrate yourself and dilute your urine that's in the bladder. Or if that autopsy, if they irrigated the bladder before collection, that could account for it as well. But both the specific gravity and the creatinine are on the extreme low end of what we would consider normal.
And so based on both those levels being extremely low, based on what you consider normal, do you believe that you have an accurate analysis for the presence of anabolic steroids, or do you believe that should be retested with a better sample which you can get?
It's what we were provided, and it's what we test. We do the best with what we were sent.
Okay. But in a medical environment where a living individual is being treated, if you receive a sample, and I'm not sure if that's what your lab does, but if a sample is sent to a lab with such a low specific gravity, do you think there would be a request for a retest?
So if it was, say, a living individual and it was for the purposes of drug testing, this would certainly be a, quote, flag for them that something is amiss, and they might want to, recollect another specimen from that individual if possible. But again, this is a post-mortem case, and it's not possible.
Very well. And the last area I want to ask you about was anabolic steroid use of long terms. Are you aware of anatomical changes that can occur in someone's body with long-term anabolic steroid use?
Not really, no.
Okay, is that within your area of expertise, or not something you said?
It's not something I'm an expert in. Testing for steroids in postmortem cases is fairly rare. In my 16 or 17 years of being a postmortem forensic toxicologist and having dealt with, 50, 60, 70,000 cases, I think I've had 5 cases that have involved testing for anabolic steroids. It's just not something that's commonly done in postmortem work.
Well, let me ask you this. If there were a toxicologist that was a professor at the university, and that toxicologist opined that the effects of long-term anabolic steroid use could be evidenced by anatomical changes in the heart arteries, and perhaps physical characteristics of the liver, would you be able to dispute those opinions?
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist. That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. And a similar question: if a toxicologist who was a professor at the university were to opine that the effects of long-term use of anabolic steroids in the brain could last well beyond the period of time that you could detect the use of anabolic steroids in the urine sample, would you have any reason to disagree with that opinion?
I'm not a neuropathologist or forensic pathologist, so that's outside the area of my expertise.
Very good. Thank you for your time and attention. I don't have any further questions. And I would like
Morgan Martin here. I don't have anything further.
I would like it to this record to stipulate that this doctor's affidavit of authenticity is genuine, and its record is detached.
Mark, Natasha.
I do have some follow-up questions. Dr. Brower, you provided the affidavit of authenticity just yesterday?
Correct.
And have you talked to any of the parties or the attorneys in this case before today?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Now, let me go back to the questions that were asked about the urine sample. If someone were chronically abusing steroids to the point they had road rage, wouldn't you see metabolite levels that survive dilution?
I'm not certain of that. It would depend upon their use history, when they had last used, and how long those drugs or metabolites could be detected.
Okay, and the test that you use, the LC-MS/MS, that's a pretty robust test, isn't it? That is even capable of detecting them even in specimens collected days after death.
It is very selective and sensitive methodology.
So even after all the questions that the defense attorneys just asked you, it's still your
opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty in all the tests that you ran, there were no steroids found in Spivey's system.
Outside of testosterone, that is correct. And I did look at the raw data prior to the deposition here, and I did not detect any trace of steroids that were even below our reporting limit.
Okay. And testosterone is not an indicator of steroid use to anyone, correct?
No, all living individuals produce testosterone.
All right, thank you. Now, let me get back to what you talked about as far as impairment. Now, that chart that Mr. Moss popped up there from some website talked about gross motor impairment. Can you explain to me what gross motor impairment is and how it affects the brain process?
It's just really just your ability to, accurately, control your bodily movements, which can affect coordination, grasping at things, moving things, moving your finger to your nose, your gait, your walking, and those types of motor movements.
Right, and even multitasking and even driving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if a person with a blood alcohol content of 0.13, you would not expect them to be able to drive in traffic in North Myrtle Beach for 9 miles while being chased at speeds of over 100 miles per hour, not hit anyone, and not wreck, would you?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer it, Doctor, but I'm objecting, but you can answer the question.
If what you described was accurate, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that he did not get in an accident at that blood concentration. We see people driving for miles and miles without getting into an accident and pulled over with much higher blood alcohol concentrations. You really see everything. Almost anything is possible with regards to driving and impairment. You see people crashing with very low blood alcohol concentrations as well.
Right, but to your point, you said, according to this chart, the BAC that you found using the heart blood indicated that it was 0.13. So on Mr. Moss's chart, that is 0.11 to 0.15. That's drunk. And I think you indicated gross motor impairment and judgment perception were severely impaired. So you wouldn't expect for somebody to be able to drive at that high rate of speed without wrecking, would you?
Object to the form of the question.
It's not unreasonable to me that he did not get in a crash. If everyone at that type of blood alcohol instantly crash the vehicle when they're driving, then we would have our roads littered with, beat up cars and hospitals full of patients. So no, just because someone's at that blood alcohol does not automatically, indicate that they absolutely must 100% guaranteed to, be involved in an accident. That's just not reasonable.
So Dr. Brower, going back to the vitreous fluid question, are you familiar with the Journal of Analytical Toxicology?
I am.
And that's one of the premier journals in your own field.
It is.
Okay, and you've not heard of a situation where vitreous fluid is sometimes different than the heart blood fluid?
It is different.
Okay, and in fact, in your specific test, the BAC that you discovered or that you found in the heart blood was actually 130, is that right?
That's correct.
And in the vitreous fluid, which is not susceptible as much to postmortem and degradation, was actually 102.
That is correct.
And so that's a substantial difference, isn't it, 28?
Not really.
Okay, well, you served as in the medical examiner's office for, gosh, a number of years, correct?
Correct, 13.
Okay, and when you worked there, didn't they often review blood alcohol content?
We did on every case.
Okay, and they also reviewed vitreous fluid?
We did, correct.
Okay, did you ever use vitreous fluid as, and you're telling me that the North Carolina medical examiner never converted vitreous fluid to the BAC?
Absolutely never.
Okay, interesting.
That's not something that is done.
Okay, and you've never read any articles published in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology about this subject?
I'm not saying that people won't try to, but it is improper to have a vitreous ethanol and convert that to a blood alcohol, especially for litigation purposes.
Okay, what's the purpose of doing a second test, a vitreous test? Because it's my understanding that was the whole purpose of doing another test from October 10th and then doing a second report on October 12th. What was your purpose in doing that?
The sole purpose of testing vitreous ethanol is, one, if you don't have any blood available, so you can see if alcohol has been consumed. But its primary use is as a secondary specimen to confirm the presence of ethanol in the blood. And that would be in cases that we've talked about previously, such as blunt force trauma or cases in which the stomach contents could be ruptured. Blunt force trauma from a crash or from a fall from a great height or gunshot wound to the gut where the gastric contents are ruptured and you can have contamination of ethanol into those central blood specimens. So if you had, say, blunt force trauma and you detected ethanol in the blood, you may not know if it's, quote, real or not. Did they really consume alcohol or was it just contamination? contamination from the gastric contents when you test the vitreous humor to protect the specimen, because it's encapsulated from the eyeball and not going to be prone to diffusion from ruptured gastric contents, because it's just not possible to happen. It can just confirm that, hey, that ethanol concentration is likely real and not contamination. That's the primary purpose of testing vitreous ethanol.
Okay, and in this case, it was 130 versus 102.
Correct.
Okay. And so in all of your testimony, Dr. Brower, would you agree that any information about Scott's actual impairment and what his capabilities are speculative?
It is. When you talk about the effects of alcohol on people, I can testify to the general effects of alcohol at various concentrations, but you can't say that person absolutely did exhibit those behaviors. It needs to be in conjunction with witness statements and observed behaviors and things like that. I can't talk about anyone's impairment either or lack of due solely from a toxicology report. And our accrediting body, sorry, I'm still sick, strongly encourages not to opine on impairment from a toxicology report alone.
All right, Dr. Brower, those are all the questions I have, unless the defense attorneys have anything further for you.
Nothing further from Morgan. Nothing further from Dr. Brower from me. I do want to use the stipulation here, may or not may, that to the authenticity of his report that was attached to that day.
Yeah, I've already told you that we stipulate that. I mean, I understand.
I cannot stand him. And I just needed to come on here and say that. Okay, back to it. There's Jennifer. This has to be so stressful for her and her family.
Anybody out there? Any break? Keep going. Dude, keep going. What about the jury? Keep going. All right. Yeah.
Any thoughts y'all are having? Guess we have like a little break here. I can tell Jennifer looks tired. Scott's sister, I know this has been very tough for her family. I can't imagine having to sit in that courtroom all day and watch Weldon over there laughing and cutting it up with his attorneys as if, I mean, he killed a man. Let's just go ahead and say it. If YouTube wants to be mad about it, they can, but that's what really happened. We're watching a trial about it right now. And he's just over there chucking it up. Apparently this one, Lola, I've never taken food into court, so look at Jennifer. She just looks so exhausted, bless her heart. God, he irritates me so bad. Oh my goodness. I don't know. There was something weird about that guy, but he made a lot of valid points. Like, I can't say that this person would have done this, this, or this based on this. And testosterone can be in your blood for other reasons.
We got two more witnesses, about an hour each. The lawyers
So,
sometimes get it right and get it wrong about how long.
I feel like they're trying to paint Scott as a monster.
Hour, we're going to adjourn today about 5.
That's just pointing out my thought.
Then roughly 5 tomorrow. Is that right, gentlemen? About 5? Thereabouts. 5 witnesses tomorrow.
5 witnesses tomorrow.
Assuming they call up defendants, I think there's only 1 or 2 left.
Okay. Well, young Mr. Martin represented, he thought 4. Tomorrow, I'm postponing 1 tomorrow. It makes 5 by my math.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll go with that.
You're right.
I did tell the lawyer, so y'all know this, is when they do a deposition like that, I can't say move on. And hasten it a little bit, so we get what we get. Now, had it been live, it'd been a little short. All right, Ms. Buffy, you sure witness you calling first?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you finally, don't add about
Yeah,
that.
you let me play.
Okay, call your witness.
Dr. Kenneth Sutstrom.
Again, this is streaming from WMBF News Facebook Live. The news was permitted to film in the courtroom, no one else. And we appreciate that for public awareness, for all of the locals here who are invested in this case, for people who support the Spivey family. Please hit the like and share this out.
We're gonna go back and she's gonna put that we accepted the deposition of the forensic toxicologist for purpose of hearing.
Yes, Swamp Girl, diabetics definitely will take something into court because, I mean, these can be long days.
Just mark some new exhibits, and the witness you just called, his name is.
Yeah, Weldon's behavior in court is sickening. He's just over there laughing and chucking it up and like he's living his best life.
And he's been placed under oath.
It makes me sick.
I marked in, first marked in, and I have.
All right, I'm going to mute myself before I cancel myself.
You may or may not want to reference. Doctor, did you give us your full name already? You did.
I gave you my last name. I spelled it.
Okay. And could you tell us where you're employed and what your position is?
I'm a professor of pharmacology at East Carolina University.
In the Brody School of
In the
Medicine?
Brody School of Medicine, that's right.
Okay, you're not an MD doctor?
I'm not an MD. I teach the MDs and the other health science students.
You're a PhD doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked to give, by me, to give some opinion in this case, is that right?
That's right.
Now, and I sent you materials that you base that on.
That's correct, yes.
And so the opinions you're going to give, they have nothing to do with ultimate conclusion of fault, reliability, or immunity. I'm asking opinions about pharmacology and toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked to give any opinion about whether somebody's legally entitled to any status, immunity or whatever, right?
I don't even know what that means.
Okay. Now, you had a written representation with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to show it to you. This one's not marked, but I have disclosed, Your Honor. I want to refer you to that sentence that's highlighted. Could you read it?
The consultant services are provided independently of their role as university faculty. All opinions and assessments will be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes.
Okay, I want to break that down. First and foremost, your opinions have nothing to do with East Carolina University, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then secondly, what did you put in here, this last part about assessments will be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes? What does that mean?
That means you provided me with evidence. I looked at the evidence, and the conclusions I came to were just based on that evidence and not what I thought you wanted or anybody else. It's what I thought the evidence indicated.
Let's talk a little bit about your credentials. Exhibit 47A is projected, Your Honor, and is this your CD?
Yes.
Did you narrate what's based on your education experience by referring to the paper copy you have or that one on the screen, whichever you feel most comfortable with?
I'm sorry, what would you like me to do?
Well, I want you to confirm that's you.
Oh, that is me, yes.
That's you, okay. And I wanted to draw your attention to the next page, world experience. Now, how long have you been a PhD doctor?
I got my PhD in 1998, and I started working at the Brody School of Medicine in 2001.
Okay. And what is your concentration of study in your doctoral program?
We'll probably simulate these next.
Thank you. That will save us some time.
That'll save some time.
But even with that stipulation, I would like to jump over to the next page.
Since we're going to jury, it's not necessary to explain to the jury. I understand I've had expert in pharmacology present before. So
Very
we're
well.
so qualified.
Very well.
If he's going to read the CV, you take it back.
Okay.
Do you know how many publications you've had?
I don't. It's a modest number compared to a lot of people, but it's not insignificant.
Well, if I were to submit to you the 41 on your CV, does that sound reasonable?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And for those of us who don't focus papers, that doesn't seem so much.
It took a long time to do that.
Okay. So, based on your education and training, your teaching and research, do you believe you have specialized knowledge in pharmacology and toxicology and the central nervous system effects that can assist this court in understanding toxicology?
Yes.
Case-related evidence?
I believe so, yes.
And that's what I've asked you to do.
That's right.
Okay. And you've given some opinions in your written report, right?
I did, yes.
And those opinions, were they grounded in scientific fact?
They were based on the evidence you provided. There wasn't that much evidence. It wasn't really that much, but it all kind of fell together. It's remarkable the way it fell together.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to your report, which is the one in front of you, marked 47B. And you have, is there a paper copy in front of you? I need to hand you.
Thank you.
So here's 47B. Do you recognize it?
I do.
Is that a copy of your report?
This is a copy of the report I prepared, yes.
Okay. And did you sign it?
I did.
And at the time you provided this report, that was when you completed your analysis of research, right?
That's right. It was a little over a year ago.
Okay. For the court, we looked at mid 47A and B as the CV and the status report.
Hey, it's GIRLMB time, Dr. Courtroom. 47B is report after examining the evidence and doing another check.
Okay. Now, you were provided a laboratory analysis report by me, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Do you recall, can you tell me your report, do you recall what that laboratory analysis indicated about Mr. Scott's body?
Indicated a few things. The first was testosterone level 4.1, which is, there are no normal limits. Testosterone levels are all over the map. So, that wasn't unexpected. There was BAC of 0.13 and caffeine, and I don't recall anything else right now.
Okay. In fact, there was a negative finding in NMS laboratory.
Okay, sure, yes.
About steroids, right?
That's right. So they tested a series of metabolites of abused steroids, and there are many, many abused steroids. And so the way you detect this is you look for the breakdown products in the urine, and that's what the NMS laboratories did, and they did not detect any of the breakdown products.
Doctor, when it comes to steroids, does that end the analysis?
It doesn't, and that is because of the way that steroids are taken when they're abused. They're taken in courses. And so a person will take them for a week or two until they experience toxicity, and then they take a break.
What are some examples of toxicity which might cause someone to take a break?
GI upset, arrhythmias. Those are the two that I remember right now.
Okay. And so if you've got a situation such as this, where you've been asked to look and opine as to whether or not the presence of anabolic steroids were a factor in this case, in this tragedy, what kinds of information would you want to have in addition to the report from NMS Labs?
An interview with the person, that would tell the whole story, I guess. But a history, maybe people that he worked with or worked out with, if he, went to the gym, things like that.
That would have been ideal, wouldn't it?
That would be ideal, yes.
We didn't have that, if that explained. So let's take a look at page 3 of the report. And would it be fair to say that the third page of the report narrates what you looked at?
Yes, so it goes through six pieces of evidence that I looked at. Again, really not too much.
Well, can you kind of cite to us what they are?
Let's see, a forensic autopsy, a supplemental report. So this is the NMS Laboratories bar tab listing a number of drinks. Report prepared by the Horry County Police Department Drug Analysis Laboratory. And so that was analyzing the contents of some capsules that were found in the truck. And that was the first odd thing that came together. So it was odd that there were these abused steroids in that truck. And, at first I thought this might be, just a red herring. I thought, well, that's just kind of a strange thing. I didn't really think too much of it. Let's see, going further, photo of the black truck, labeled Spivey's truck on Highway 9, and a series of 5 witness statements. Those witness statements were interesting.
They were collected by who?
They were collected by the police there, the Horry County Police. They were very consistent. That jumped right out at me.
Well, what specificity, whose statements did you review, Doctor?
Okay. It was Charles W. Boyd, Terry A. Wright, Lindsay McMorrow, Francis E. McMorrow, and Blase Adrian Ward. Not sure I pronounced that properly.
Let me ask you, do you know any of those people?
I do not.
You know who they are?
No.
You know any? Have you ever been to Conway?
I have not. It's a nice place.
And so you know anybody in this courtroom besides me?
I do not, and I met you this morning.
Okay. And so you reviewed these witness statements. And tell us, how are witness statements, like in these witness statements, how are they relevant to the undertaking of an analysis by the PhD doctor as yourself and to offering an opinion about the use or effect of anabolic steroids?
Well, let's see, we just heard the forensic toxicologist talk about how you wouldn't want to make any behavioral conclusions without behavioral evidence. And this was the behavioral evidence that he was referring to. And so I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, let me see if I got it. The demonstrated behavior as provided by witnesses who observed.
That's right.
Is relevant to the analysis.
So, this dramatic event, terrible event, and the remarkable thing was that.
Hold on. Sir, I went to East Carolina University, and I cannot even show you the faces I am making right now. These are the behaviors. You cannot just lump these little bits of things without knowing the person, interacting with the person, knowing what's normal versus what's... This is too much. Okay, I'm going to put myself in timeout now.
That they all were consistent. There wasn't any inconsistencies, and I guess I haven't seen too much of this in the past. But when you have accounts of situations, it seems that there are usually discrepancies, like what really happened. This was, I thought, remarkably consistent, which I think in the 1980s, and it has since been available in other countries, Mexico being a prime example, and that might be where it comes into the U.S. from.
When this drug was used in this country, what was it used for?
It was used for things like wasting, cachexia, muscle loss, maybe associated with age, and not getting enough nutrition, osteoporosis. And so, what this type of drug does is it ramps up metabolism. And it will put on muscle mass, and it will make your bones stronger, and essentially it will just rev all sorts of metabolic processes up. And unfortunately, that includes the heart and the liver.
Well, in your research, and I think the lab report called it
Michelle, are you just getting here? Did you just hear what this mofo said? I'm done. I literally try to stay quiet during these trials. I'm never going to get through day 2. This guy teaches doctors at ECU. I went to ECU. I know that campus like the back of my hand. What is this guy doing right now? The pathologist said you can't just base what somebody's toxicology off of based on the blood test. You got to have the behaviors. You got to know the observations of a person when they're sober, when they're not sober. Is something, you got to have more context to that, in my personal opinion, working in the medical field. This guy is lumping these little things without having any other observation or factual information about anything outside of this small scenario. And he is literally saying, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, where's AJ when I need her to come over here? She is literally going to come undone. Let's take it back just a few minutes. Okay, he's got to go through and vet all the whatever he is. Why does he look like Drew Carey also? Michelle, you got to come up here and hold my hand because I've done stuck my foot in my mouth like 3 times. I couldn't, the last guy, very intelligent, but I could not stop looking at his mouth. I felt like he had something in his mouth. And it was freaking me out. It was freaking me out, and I couldn't focus. Oh my God, Jesus, take the wheel. Okay, I need you to hear this. Let me put it, I'm gonna put it on 1.25. Now, and listen, all my people that are watching in the bushes, I need you to get out your notebooks. I need you to come out of the bushes to let me know if you heard it. And if you think this makes sense, if you think this is plausible to draw a conclusion about a person who is deceased, come and tell me. I want to hear from you. Like, we welcome different opinions. I need to know. I feel very uncomfortable with this guy saying this. And I also want to know if he got paid. Okay, I'm going to shut up now.
Situations, it seems that there are usually discrepancies, like what really happened. This was, I thought, remarkably consistent, which I think was because it was the 1980s, and it has since been available in other countries, Mexico being a prime example, and that might be where it comes into the U.S. from.
When this drug was used in this country, what was it used for?
It was used for things like wasting, cachexia, muscle loss, maybe associated with age and not getting enough nutrition, osteoporosis. And so, what this type of drug does is it ramps up metabolism, and it will put on muscle mass, and it will make your bones stronger, and essentially it will just rev all sorts of metabolic processes up. And unfortunately, that includes the heart and the liver.
Well, in your research, and I think the lab report called it methandienone, is that right?
Yeah. There's a couple different names for it. This is typical of drugs. You have generic names, you have brand names. Sometimes you have more than one brand name, so it gets very confusing.
Well, from your research, why was the drug taken off the market in the States?
It was taken off the market for cardiac and liver side effects. It was toxic.
What types of side effects?
Liver function, liver toxicity, so your liver doesn't work as well, and cardiac toxicities, including this atherosclerosis. So that's just.
But hold please. Where did it say that he had cardiac toxicities? Where did it say that he had liver failure? Okay, I'm putting myself back in timeout. Breathe.
Plaque buildup in coronary arteries.
So earlier, you said when you read the report, and I'm paraphrasing, if I get it wrong, tell me, you didn't think a whole lot is killed in the drug at first.
I didn't at first. I thought, well, he was 33 years old, so young guy. You know, I'm trying to think of people that I've known. I've known people that have abused anabolic steroids, and the people that I know who have abused them didn't use them for very long because of side effects. But you know, kind of fits the profile. You know, maybe somebody just gave them to him, and he was going to try them for a while. I didn't immediately conclude that there was a serious abuse issue associated with the anabolic steroid. But I did come to the conclusion that if you're going to have a controlled substance, either you're going to sell it or you're going to use it. And I think it was 26 capsules, and so that's more falling into the use rather than sell category.
Do you remember how they were packaged?
They were, if I remember right, it was like a baggie, maybe a Ziploc bag.
Not a prescription bottle.
No.
And
Okay. Do you see why I have this rabbit hole thing where, like, I just don't assume, because I know for a fact that Weldon approached him in the truck. How do I know that somebody didn't throw him in his truck? I mean, I'm just saying.
if this gentleman that we're here about was born in 1990, he would have been born after this drug was taken off.
Well, then why are you sitting over there with your arms crossed? Are you feeling uncomfortable because you feel guilty about something? Tell me more. Body language.
That's right, yes.
Body language, he's bracing himself. He's locking himself up because he's got something to hide right there. Body language. I've got the whole book about body language written by a law enforcement officer. It's a great book.
So it was off the market in 1983.
So what specifically in your research of this case and the records I sent you changed your mind about any relevance to these steroids?
What brought it all together was the autopsy report. And
how did it do that?
There was a note of a 50% coronary artery occlusion. And there was also some evidence of liver.
So he's got a 50% occlusion. Do you know that coronary artery disease is genetic? You teach at East Carolina. Of course you know that in males, cardiac disease is hereditary. And I bet if you looked at his family history, you might find that there's a family history of heart disease. And here you are putting it on such and such and such. Sir, you're reaching so hard to even put that on this boy. I know Jennifer is probably about to lose her mind because I'm fixing to throw something right here. And Michelle says, what does this have to do with Boyd being the one that was the aggressor? Michelle, I was very quiet on day one. I'm having a really difficult time getting through this. My blood pressure, I can feel my blood pressure up. I have heard so much bullshit going on in this case right now. They are painting a narrative of Scott that is negative because they are trying to paint him out to be the aggressor, to take the focus off of Weldon. But look at Weldon's body. Did you see his body language change? You remember when he was laughing and Kai and Kiki and ha-haing over there with his attorney and everything was Charlie Abel Fox Baker? But now look at him. He's locked up, won't let me out. You know why? Because he feels guilty of something. He's locked up. He's got his arms folded with his hands under his armpits. You know why? Because he is blocking. He's like, don't look over here. I don't know nothing. Okay. All right. I'm going in timeout again.
Liver toxicity.
And what kind of evidence is that? How was liver toxicity evidence?
It was cholesterol staining of the gallbladder. That was the liver toxicity. The atherosclerosis, the occlusion of the artery was a plaque buildup, calcification, fibrosis. occluding that artery. And so that's a moderate to severe level, which is remarkably unusual in someone who isn't at least 50.
Is this the portion of, on the screen here, is this the portion of your report where you're...
Okay, hold on. You can't just say that, because my brother-in-law had a massive heart attack and he was 35 years old. And he had to get 3 stents. He had an 80% occlusion. And you know what? He doesn't do drugs or drink. So to use this is so dangerous. I mean, you're playing with fire right here. You are playing with fire, and I'm calling it out. I see you. I see you. And I'm telling you what, I know you had to make that statement that this in no way reflects you working with East Carolina or any of what they believe. But if I was your colleague, I would not be your friend. Period. You're trash. I can't believe these people.
Don't see anything about the
well, let's talk about
autopsy.
You cannot just say that.
Oh, right.
That
Yeah,
is
there's
reckless. That is reckless.
Dianable.
Michelle, come hold my hand.
Let's jump down to the fourth page.
This is why I don't go live, because I get mad. Better if I just stay on the internet.
You see that?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
If you take a look at the top portion of the 5th page, and up at the top it has a heading of various.
Exogenous anabolic steroids
Yes, sir.
were negative. That's right.
Okay.
And
you said that the analysis is not in there, right?
that's right. They did not detect any metabolites of this abused anabolic steroid that was found in his truck.
Yet you have these anatomical changes that were revealed in autopsy.
But you just put it on him that he had 26 pills, so he must be into some... You don't even know how they got there. What if they were in there and his friend left him in there and they're not even his? See, this is why the facts matter. You cannot just speculate, not even on the stand. This is foolishness. This is foolishness. Somebody come get their pawpaw right now.
Correct. That would be consistent with this drug.
So tell us, if you had long-term use of anabolic steroid drugs, how does it affect the body? Could you just explain?
It will change physiology. So the way a steroid works is it alters gene expression. And
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I said I was going to timeout. Y'all hear me out. Hear me out. If Scott's test came back negative, he had testosterone in his urine, but it came back negative for anabolic steroids. So that means he didn't have it in his system. Hear me out. Why are we still discussing this? Like he is a terrible monster person that makes bad decisions based on the fact that he's got a 50% occluded artery, y'all. Is that what I'm hearing? Is it just me that is hearing this interpreted in such a way that it's word salad to confuse the people that are receiving this information? And the judge, I keep waiting for the judge to just bang that gavel against this man's head. What is happening right here? Let me go over here to the comments. Annette says, my sister had a heart attack and stent placed at age 42. Yeah. Michelle says, heart disease isn't just an elderly problem. Annette, hereditary. Yes. Yes. Annette said, our daddy passed from heart failure. My daddy had heart failure too. Sure did. And Michelle said, looks like Boyd is the one who would have those types of drugs, in my opinion. Huh? You think? The one that shoots guns, all hours of the night and day on his property and keeps his neighbors in fear of their life and all that. Yeah, that one. This is It's not just me that's here. Is it just me that's hearing this guy tell this narrative about somebody that he's never met and trying to loophole and connect the dots on an anabolic drug test that came back negative? I hope Mark Tiger Tinsley rips this guy to shreds. Oh my God. Okay, back to timeout. Let's go.
What that really means practically is it takes a long time to start working, and after it works, its effects will be sustained for a long time. So these are slowly acting but long-term acting drugs. And the problem with this drug was it did what you wanted it to do in terms of muscle mass and osteoporosis and adrenal insufficiency. I see that I missed up there. But in addition, it's also causing these cardiac and liver problems. So you're getting good effects. It's a good drug if you need to put on muscle mass fast, but there's a price to be paid. And this is true of all drugs. There's a side effect associated with every drug. This is, particularly severe one.
So, and you're talking about the effects in those comments about, I guess, the major organs of the body.
That's right.
I want to shift to the effects of the brain.
Right.
So could you narrow it for us?
So, so anabolic steroid has characteristic effects on brain physiology, just like cardiac, just like liver, just like muscle, just like bone. If you're having these physiological effects in other systems, you're going to have effects to some extent in the brain also. And the typical changes in the brain associated with these drugs, and particularly this one, is a hypertrophy of the amygdala, which is kind of part of the brain that is involved in emotional.
I can think of somebody who needs to be tested for that, but okay, I digress.
Processing. And so you're getting more activity, just speaking kind of generally, in the amygdala, emotional processing, and less in the frontal cortex. And the frontal cortex is associated with executive function, decision making. And there's been research looking at hundreds of patients, and these changes are subtle. It's not like you would see them in one person, maybe. You see them in a population of people.
And did you see them?
And so this increased, compared to controls of amygdala, decreased frontal cortex, and changes in the connections between them.
Okay, and how might the change in the connections between them?
I'm not buying it.
You would have an increase in emotional processing and less control of the frontal cortex over that. So the consequence is increased or a decreased trigger for an emotional response, and a decreased ability to filter that response. So you have this part of the brain, amygdala, saying, there's this terrible thing happening, or you're interpreting something as negative that's really neutral. This is kind of a characteristic problem. And you don't have the executive part of your brain to evaluate it and to say, it's not really that bad, or this is really not a good idea. We should not do this.
This is.
So you heard Tony Hannah ask Dr. Brower about the term, I think, Lloyd rate.
If you're going to make Scott Spivey have to get all of this stuff done, why don't you go do a brain scan on Weldon, who followed him for 9 miles, and check his amygdala? And let's see what the brain scan says on that. Because, I mean, if you were comparing apples to oranges, or oranges to oranges, or apples to apples, let's go. I mean, let's go 10 for 10 right here, right? No matter how bad you try to paint Scott Spivey, what is the reason Weldon followed him 9 miles down Highway 9? Because all of this word salad medical jargon bullshit that you're feeding me right now, maybe to everybody else, it sounds like a really good reason, but for me personally, it sounds like bullshit.
Yes. And I would agree that you might want to avoid that term. What I I think might be a valid description of what happened there, and I don't know. And this is one of the things I would like to know is if it was a road rage, not a roid rage. But I think road rage is kind of more common, and that's a trigger. And so something triggered this, and I think that there was a decreased ability to cope with that trigger.
So there were no metabolites, is that what you said?
There was no metabolites. And so again, the way that these steroids are abused are in courses. You use them until you start noticing bad side effects, then you take a break. And then you.
That is an assumption. If he didn't test positive, has he ever been arrested? Does he have a medical chart that says he has a history of using steroids? Just because he has pills, if he doesn't test positive, you can't just say that every little thing that you just named off could be for a multitude of reasons besides anabolic steroid use. This is reckless. This is reckless. I don't even know. This is.
Come back to it later. And so it's a cyclical sort of thing.
So when the effects you described in one's brain, how the side effects of that in the brain and the processing in the brain and the ability to reason with your impulses. Is that a fair way to say that?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's not necessarily an acute effect of the drug. So this would be a persistent change that's occurred. And so the behavioral effect would be sustained and long lasting. And so, just like the increased muscle mass would be sustained during the break, so would all the other effects, including behavioral effects.
So the fact that you didn't find that in the presence of a tested urine specimen, that doesn't change.
That didn't bother me, no. That wasn't, that made sense. That and the dilute urine, maybe that had something to do with not detecting it.
Let's switch gears a little bit to alcohol. Now you saw analysis of the blood alcohol content of the heart blood, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you also saw in that same report that they tested the vitreous fluid in the eyes.
Yes.
And you consider both of those things, is that right?
That's right.
In fact, when you proposed, at that time, it'd be fair to say you weren't sure which one of those was the more appropriate or gold standard to use.
I didn't think it mattered. I thought, the evidence here is clear that we've had a significant consumption of alcohol. And it's no more complicated than that. Alcohol is a factor here. And I agree with the forensic toxicologist that there can be, individuals vary greatly in the degree of their effects. And over time, there is a biphasic sort of intoxication that occurs with alcohol. And I don't think the toxicologist mentioned that.
Could you explain it to us?
I don't know if I can explain it, but I can address it. So your initial ascending phase of alcohol intoxication starts with a euphoria and you're feeling good. And your poor judgment manifests fairly early. So that gets started fairly quickly before your motor coordination really starts. And the evidence for your decision-making problem is you drink 2 beers and that makes you think that you need 2 more beers. And before you had your first beer that I'm not going to drink more than 2 beers, kind of what the forensic toxicologist said. I'm not going to get behind the wheel. And then you find yourself behind the wheel. Not a good idea. You're just not making good decisions very early in this ascending course. And then the euphoria goes away and a depressive sort of stage comes in. And it's not fun anymore. If you go really high, then you get this gross motor incoordination where you can't walk straight and maybe you can't even stand up straight. So that would be at a really high level, but you have the decision-making problems. So you peak and you come back down, and so you get it kind of on both sides, but you don't get the euphoria coming back down. You just have, at that point, the toxic metabolites are taking over, and it just doesn't feel good. It's not fun during that stage. Your motor capabilities may come back. There are things that we learn. Driving is an example, tying your shoes. I tied my shoes this morning and I don't remember doing it. It's a motor program. that's ingrained. It's fairly low level after doing it so many times. Driving, we can carry on a conversation on the phone. We can do a lot of things like that, and those types of program behaviors seem to be less susceptible to ethanol intoxication. Fine motor skills, learning something, sensory motor learning, that's gone.
So every individual is different, is that fair to say?
Every individual is different, that's true, and depending on experience. And so there are people who can consume heroic amounts of alcohol who are tolerant to it. These are people who have alcoholism.
In that light, someone who consumes alcohol on a regular basis, who may have more tolerance for it, would they perhaps demonstrate cognitive defects in terms of reasoning or judgment and not have motor control issues?
Yes, I would agree that that's possible. These are different systems and they have different sensitivity to the alcohol. So different parts of the brain respond differently, and it's hard to predict. Alcohol is a very complex drug.
Okay. Well, what kinds of behavior, you're looking at your report, what kinds of behavior did the witnesses, statements in review contribute to your opinions?
The witnesses described.
I believe you're on page 6 of your report, Doctor. Okay. You're welcome, if you recall, you're welcome to recite it, but if you'd like to further report on what you have.
Well, they all consistently described, what I would characterize as a road, not a riot, but a road rage incident.
Okay.
Some conflict between drivers that got started. I don't know where. That's not here, but it was, a tragic event clearly, and there was bad decision making clearly. Okay.
What neural systems are affected in it, or what neural systems come into play in decision-making about this?
So, the aggressive, the unreasonable, the very violent parts of the brain, or this amygdala. And again, you have frontal cortex that usually, thank goodness, most of us have control over that. We may have the urge, and that's coming from these amygdala sort of brain regions, but we can control it. And there was a loss of that control.
Okay. And does alcohol specifically affect these two portions of the
It will
brain?
do that. It's consistent with alcohol, and it's consistent with long-term effects of anabolic steroid abuse.
Okay. Doctor, from your perspective as a pharmacologist, and you're both a pharmacologist and a toxicologist, right?
I would say so. I would say all pharmacologists are also toxicologists.
Okay. So from your perspective as a pharmacologist, the significant intoxication and likely steroid-associated behavior increase the probability of sudden, irrational, and violent actions.
I think we can be confident that it contributed, yes. That both of those things, the alcohol and steroids, contributed to this.
Is that consistent with the situation where a person might escalate to using lethal force quickly or unpredictably?
I think it would reduce the chance that you were going to decide and understand and realize that this is a bad decision. It would decrease the probability that you would catch yourself and just not do it. Okay, we've got to tone this down now.
Well, with those substance-related effects,
Hold on. Hold on. Listen, I'm over here trying to stay silent. Michelle, help. How can you sit there, sir, Mr. Pharmacologist from East Carolina? How can you sit there and say that the steroids and the alcohol was a contributing factor to his unaliving when he tested negative for steroids? What if Scott had a tumor that nobody knew about that was growing? Sometimes that happens. Your adrenal glands. You could have a prostate tumor. Those things can cause tea to spill over into your urine. Sometimes, he could have been on testosterone therapy. Like, We don't know. Where's the medical records to back up any of this? Where's the medical records to say he's had a problem, he's been to rehab, his primary care doctor or somebody knew about this? Where's the evidence? You can't just knit this together with these little pieces and just make this nice little square and be like, this Scott fits into this. These are contributing factors. He tested negative. Just because you found 26 pills, you don't know whose they are. This is so reckless, y'all. Yeah, he's a pharmacologist, not a psychiatrist. He is out of his scope of practice. This is well out of his scope of practice. And the fact that anybody in this courtroom is taking this guy serious right now, as a former medical professional that I went to college. I have a bachelor degree. This is reckless. I would never put my license on the line to come out here and make up a story in a courtroom to try to satisfy somebody when somebody right over here needs to have all the things tested for. And y'all are trying to create a monster by just nitpicking things and sewing them together as if it was a truth. My God. Okay. I'm sorry for disrupting. I'm going back to timeout.
Would that, how would a person who encountered someone who was experiencing this know that?
You couldn't talk sense into that and do that sort of thing. It's like, you got to calm down, and I think we probably all have encountered somebody that we couldn't just calm down. Somebody just couldn't calm down.
Okay, but if you weren't communicating with them and you were just seeing them and seeing their conduct, how would somebody who experienced an individual like that with those drug-related characteristics, how would somebody interpret?
In a situation like this?
Yes, sir.
It would be, somebody who was agitated and angry, and I would say, agitated is.
Well, if the decedent in this case, Mr. Spivey, is intoxicated and exhibiting aggressive and impulsive conduct, does it increase the risk that brandishing or discharging a weapon occur without any warning?
I would say yes, but I would qualify it as it would increase the risk of that behavior being triggered and then not avoided. It's like you have an urge to do this, and then you realize not a good idea. You have your reason take over and avoid that.
Could I direct you to page 7 of your report, Doctor? You have a section called overall conclusions, and I'd like you to walk us through that, if you would.
Okay. So I guess I'll just read it.
You can read a sentence at a time, explain it, or however you
I write better than I talk, so I should just read what I've written here. Cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities.
You can read a lot faster. She like to listen. She's
Oh, I'm
taking
sorry.
notes if you just go slow.
Okay. The cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities noted during the autopsy are both, number one, rare in the population representative of the decedent. Conservative estimate is less than 5%, and that 5% is people who have cardiac problems. Less than 5% have
genetic, hereditary. Just say it.
Is that great?
You've actually cited some authorities.
Yes, I cited the papers. I thought it was an odd thing seeing it on the autopsy. That's.
You know what's an odd thing is that you're not a cardiologist, saying it like you're a cardiologist. Okay.
This doesn't sound right in a young man. And then looking into it, it's like that was the pieces falling together.
And the authority you cite for is attached to your report. You put up 7 and 8. Is that right?
Yeah, I cited all of the literature that I got this from, and I cited good papers.
And,
hold on, wait, hold, please. Hold on. Let's use common sense here. Did he just say that he went and looked all up these papers, and he cited it as to what he's fixing to read here, and that's how he came to the conclusion that this is what fits the narrative, because he's got papers to back it up. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard that. He went and cited all of his work where he got all of this information from that proves that this is the case. No, a real doctor that works in there, he doesn't need to cite shit, because a cardiologist could get up there and just be like, bim, bam, boom, and whatever. Like, I mean, why you got to be you are a doctor. Oh, that's right. You're not that kind of doctor. You're just a pharmacologist. My bad. My bad. PhD versus MD. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Michelle, what did you just say? Boyd reminds you of George on Seinfeld. Lord have mercy. Jesus. Jesus. I need you to come down here and help me drive this bus, because I just can't take it anymore. I need to go lay down in the back of the bus, and I need you to steer this live stream. Gina, it's about time you got here. Help. Gina said yes, and that he cited good papers. Well, for the non-medical professionals, how do they know the good papers from the not good papers? Listen, sir, I see right through you, and I went to ECU for a while, but I graduated from Winthrop. And let me just tell you right now, and I went to GTCC. That's where I got my nursing degree. Let me tell you something. I don't know how much they bribed you to come up here and sound like a fool, but this is reckless. You can't say because somebody had 26 pills, but they tested negative for steroids, that steroids and alcohol was a contributing factor to having Weldon follow him for 9 miles and unalive him. This does not make any damn sense at all. And I am making so many faces right now. It is unfucking believable. I'm so glad I'm not there in court, because Jennifer would not be able to handle me, because I would probably get arrested. I'd probably have to stand up and shame this man, because I can't sit there and listen to a blooming idiot. I cannot. This is reckless. I would not want this done to my family member, and I certainly wouldn't want somebody who pretends to be an expert that's really not an expert. He's just a pharmacologist. He's not a psychiatrist. He's just trying to paint a narrative based on some articles he read because he thinks it fits a narrative. This man didn't even test positive for steroids, but yet he says it contributed to having Weldon follow him for 9 miles and being shot. I can't believe anybody is buying this bullshit right now. Because I ain't. Hell to the no.
May not have had a family history of coronary heart disease. Does that any way change your opinion?
That factors in, and
Tell us how.
that would increase the probability that this problem would be manifest. And so,
hold on, let's take it back.
I read was that about film would be manifest.
Does that any way change? And, now, the fact that Steve may or may not have had a family history of coronary heart disease.
What I
does that
say?
any way change your opinion?
That factors in, and
Tell us how.
that would increase the probability that this problem would be manifest. And so, a statistic I read was that about 15% of people who chronically abuse anabolic steroids will have this type of problem with a cardiac plaque forming, or stenosis forming.
So not everybody.
Not everybody gets it, even though they're abusing anabolic steroids. This is a particularly bad anabolic steroid for that. But I would say that 15% that do have the problem are probably those who have the family history. They're going to be more likely.
You mentioned earlier that it accelerated metabolism. Right?
I think of it as these drugs as aging, premature aging. They move everything up. Time accelerates.
Okay.
The heart's getting older, brain's getting older, old cranky brain, that sort of thing.
I can't
I interrupted you. Please
Old
proceed.
cranky brain. Is this a medical term,
Okay.
pharmacologist? Old cranky brain? What article did you get that from? Unbelievable. Look, see this guy over here in the corner right here on the right, the cop looking the other way? That's me going, I will not be a part of this. This is crazy.
Number two, a well-established toxicity following anabolic steroid abuse, particularly that of meth and androstenedione alone. I should have just said dianabol. Co-occurrence of rare conditions, cardiac and hepatic abnormalities, and steroid abuse make it more than likely that they were related.
You cited 4 authorities for that proposition.
Yes,
Your cited authorities are listed.
they are.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. This type of steroid abuse is also well established to contribute to persistent changes that interfere with normal CNS function, particularly in brain regions controlling emotional responses, impulse control, and decision making.
And is that exactly what you were talking about earlier when you talked about different regions of the brain?
This is what I was talking about, yes. Probably not very well, but that's what I was trying to communicate.
And indeed, you're decided authority for that.
Yes.
You know why you're not talking about it very well? Is because really you're not an expert in this area, in my opinion. Carry on.
Conclusion as well, right?
Yes.
Please proceed.
From this, it is reasonable to conclude that the otherwise rare, irrational, and violent behaviors reported by multiple witnesses were made more likely by steroid abuse-related decreased ability to control emotions and to make reasonable decisions.
Okay. Now that opinion, is that made what we call a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience and these learned treatises?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
Loss of emotional control and poor decision-making are also well established to follow from acute alcohol intoxication. That was also a clear factor in this case, as indicated by blood tests and supported by an extensive bar tab.
Now the bar tab that you saw, it was pretty high bar tab.
Sir, do you know that, I mean, sometimes during the summer when me and hubby go out, I mean, there's nights we might spend $100 on a bar tab. And does that mean we're evil people? I mean, to even align this information, oh, well, he had a big bar tab, so that means, you know, all of this played a part. God, I really hope the tiger rips him.
I remember a lot of, there were Miller Lights and Fireballs, not that I know what that is.
So we don't know how many you drink. That'd be very safe.
Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Sir, there was lots of Miller Lights and Fireballs. Did you know, sir, that he gave some of those Fireballs, he bought 4 at a time and gave 3 of them away? Did you know that? It's all in the film. I bet you didn't watch that at the bar. You didn't know that. On the tab, there was all these alcoholic drinks, but sometimes when hubby and I go out, we don't just buy drinks for ourselves, we buy rounds for people. And that's why our bar tab is so big. But you, just by the looks of, you know, medical Drew Carey here, he wouldn't know anything about going out with friends and having them buy him a round of shots. You need to get out of your house more and get to living life. Okay? All right, carry on.
He did not necessarily consume all of what he paid for.
Based on his blood alcohol content, he consumed some.
Oh, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Combined effects of steroid abuse and alcohol intoxication more likely than not contributed, perhaps synergistically so, to the result in lack of behavioral inhibition and expression of the extremely aggressive and violent behaviors described by several witnesses.
So is it the behavior, is it the demonstrated behavior that the witnesses laid, is that as important as the anatomical findings to this conclusion?
I think it all ties together. It's all equally important. Again, if it was just the steroids found in the truck and not any artery occlusion, I wouldn't think that much of it. If there was no witness reports of violent behavior, there would be no issue at all.
Conversely, if there was arterial sclerosis and no steroids, you wouldn't link these.
Yeah, that would just be really odd. That would be a very unlucky 33-year-old. That is remarkably rare.
Okay. So this last opinion, the combined effect of steroid abuse, in that paragraph you read, is that the opinion that you offer within the reasonable degree of scientific certainty in your field of pharmacology?
Yes.
Doctor, I want to shift gears a little bit, but did you recall when you were public about Attorney Hannah, kind of get you out of left field with some questions about other drugs that you might use as effects?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what she was asking this question?
There was some questions about lithium and an antipsychotic drug and benzodiazepines, and I didn't know why, and it's just kind of some interesting questions, especially about lithium.
You know what we call that? A lawyer hires an expert witness, and then the expert witness is in a deposition, and the lawyer on the other side starts asking these questions about their side of the case. We call that, at least I call it hijacking the expert. It had nothing to do with anything you reviewed.
No, I really had no idea where that was coming from.
And you haven't reviewed anything about my clients.
No, just just those 6 items, very limited amount of information.
I want to talk to you about the questions you got from Attorney Hannah about lithium. Okay? Have you seen this bottle that I gave you?
Yes.
Before? You've seen it before,
Yes,
right?
yes. So this is.
Hey, babe. I know you're driving, so don't read your text. I'm so glad to see you pop in the chat. The Duke says, hey, tuning in on my way home. Babe, this man is making me mad. Listen, I was very nice and quiet yesterday, but today is not that day. This guy is supposed to be a pharmacologist from East Carolina University, giving his professional opinion. And babe, in his professional opinion, even though there was 26 pills in a Ziploc bag that was in Scott Spivey's car, and he tested negative for anabolic steroids, he says that steroids and alcohol contributed to Weldon Boyd following Scott Spivey for 9 miles and Scott getting unalived. All of that and his big bar tab, even though he bought a lot of Fireball shots, but gave some away to his friends at the bar. He didn't actually drink all of the Fireball himself. He actually bought a couple rounds for his buddies at the bar, and did have a Fireball and some Miller Lite himself. Because of that, it automatically means that, yes, he was abusing steroids, even though he tested negative. This is reckless and careless, and we cannot... Yes, and he's been speaking for hours using big words, and he also said that he is giving his expert opinion based on his research that he is reading to us, and he also gave his works cited. In my professional opinion, coming from the medical field, if you are a person that is an expert witness, you don't need to give cited testimony because you are the citation, baby. If you were a cardiologist, you could get up there and say blase blah, but you are a pharmacologist. You are not a psychiatrist. You are not someone to be up here typically giving your expert opinion about behaviors and such. You need to only stick to your knowledge area, which is the medications. You can say what the possible side effects and things are, but in no way, shape, or form, you are going on the outskirts of your professional etiquette to insert all kinds of whataboutisms. And you're not even a neurologist, and you're speaking on like the brain. And, no, it's a no for me. All right, let's carry on.
Right, the supplements.
Tell us what it is.
It's a dietary supplement, lithium orotate. And so this is something that you can get maybe at your drugstore, maybe at a vitamin store or GNC if they still have those.
Or Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can order it online, of course. And so this is a form of lithium, and the scuttlebutt, I guess I'll use that term, is that this is going to help decrease anxiety and make you feel better. And there's lots of supplements that make those types of claims. This is not an FDA-approved drug. Pardon me? I wouldn't say it's a dangerous drug, not at this dosage. Actually, you could consume this entire bottle and it wouldn't be up to an antipsychotic dose.
Well, I think you gave me a figure of what that dose, how that dosage in that's what is the dosage in this field?
These are 5 milligram lithium. I don't know if they're capsules or tablets. I haven't looked at them.
If someone had a therapeutic dose of lithium on the lowest end, what would the lowest end lithium dosage be at the therapeutic level?
Low end for treatment of bipolar is about 1,000 milligrams a day.
And that's 200 times, 200 of those pills.
That's right.
Would equal one lithium, the minimum lithium dose.
That's right.
Have bipolar disorder. Now, you don't know anything about my client's medical.
No.
You didn't know why you were these questions.
No.
But is this particular lithium factor in any way, I submit to you, because you don't know, if my client were taken, would it have anything to do with an impulsive reaction by my client?
I wouldn't know. I think this is
Did he just say he wouldn't know? I thought you was the expert. Okay, I'm going to timeout.
I might be kind of flip here, but this is a placebo. And placebo is a very effective drug, remarkably effective, especially in humans. And so placebo is a sugar pill. And if you think it's going to do something, our brains have a way of making things happen that we believe are going to happen. And so I think that these types of drugs fall into that category.
But do you know that for sure without testing it? No, you don't. You can't look at a bottle and just assume it's a placebo sugar pill. You would have to actually say, I would need to do laboratory testing on said product, and then I could give you the accurate factual feedback. You don't just sit in court and be like, oh, well, that I would classify it as, sir.
Would a person who had a well-balanced diet benefit from the diet as much as that supplement?
Diet is way more important.
Very good. See, if that's the lithium you're being asked about, you see how it's related to this case in any way?
I really don't. So, of course, I was thinking of lithium citrate is the salt form that's given for bipolar at a much higher dose, and that's a very toxic drug, and that's a serious drug, and it's a very effective drug. We're lucky to have it.
But nothing.
Yes, lithium has to be monitored with blood test. Lithium is very serious, but it is a very great drug for treatment of multiple psychiatric disorders. I used to work in psychiatric medicine. This drug that he has in front of him is not even real lithium. Okay, so then what is it? Don't y'all think y'all need to be finding out? Doesn't he have a doctor? Doesn't he do medical records? I mean, what kind of investigation is this?
Did you review had anything to do with lithium? Did you?
No.
So you had no idea when you were asking questions?
I did not, yeah. That took me from the side, and that and the benzodiazepine and the antipsychotic. And I was thinking,
Lithium, that's not a
well, let's talk about that.
drug.
Do you recall after that I sent you a clinical synopsis from Dr. Hannah Club?
Yes.
And it referred to some of these other drugs.
It did. So all of them were there. And so then it made sense.
And how did that make sense?
It made sense that the person that you're representing was taking these drugs, this as a supplement, the other drugs as...
Okay. Let me just tell you what he's trying to tell you here, okay? What he's telling you is that non-prescription lithium that he has in a bottle in front of him, let me make this crystal clear for all of you people in the chat, and if you're watching this on the replay, there is a nutritional or dietary lithium that is available over the counter in much lower doses than prescription lithium carbonate. This is primarily sold as lithium orotate or lithium aspartate, and these supplements are used for potential mood support, although they lack the strong evidence supporting therapeutic dose medications for bipolar disorder. These can come in roughly doses of 1 to 20 milligrams of elemental lithium. It's often similar to what is found in water or food, whereas prescribed lithium for mood disorders usually contains about 100 times, 300 milligrams. He said 1,000 milligrams a day was the normal lithium dose. That is also not correct. I worked in psychiatric medicine. Lithium can start around 300 milligrams. It all depends on your body weight. It all depends on if you're male or female. There's a lot of factors that go into how psychiatric physicians determine what milligram of lithium is safe for you. This man, I would not dare take a vitamin that he prescribed me. He's reckless. Period. I'm just telling you the facts. Now, this over-the-counter lithium, some people take it. They think that it improves their mood, reduces stress, enhances their cognitive support. Rather than treating like acute mania or severe psychiatric conditions, this is something that people choose to want to do themselves because they do not want to have to take a prescription form of lithium. That's what he means. He's saying it's a sugar pill is also not true. So I like to come with the facts. If you want to look it up, I encourage you to do so. Lithium orotate or lithium aspartate. You can read all about it. I'm sure you can look it up on WebMD. Do your research. Don't listen to this guy. Okay, carry on.
Anxiety treatment.
And did you notice anything about the dosage levels?
Fairly low doses. And so a antipsychotic drug is a very good sedative across the board.
Sleep aid.
It's a sleep aid, that's right. At low dose.
Your indulgence? Doctor, I'm not going to ask any questions this time. In addition, the court may have some, or these attorneys may have some, and I may have response to theirs.
Come on, Tiger.
Nothing else.
Very well, Mr. Tinsley. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Secretary, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You and I had the pleasure of meeting when I took your deposition by Zoom about 6 months ago. Is that right?
I remember, yes.
Okay, and I believe you told me at that time this is the first time you've ever been an expert witness.
That's correct, yes.
So the first time in a courtroom.
That's correct. Yeah, this is the first time I've been in a courtroom. That's absolutely correct.
And I believe you know Mr. Moss, maybe you teach us
I
all.
met him this morning. He called the chair of my department looking for somebody to explain the NMS Labs report. And I'm the guy to do that sort of thing in our department. And so he was referred to me.
Okay, and you're not a medical doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you would agree with me that a pathologist that actually did the autopsy of Scott Spivey would certainly be more qualified than you to render an opinion about whether the heart had any impact as a result of chronic steroid abuse, right?
Well, maybe if somebody is going to claim that a 50% occlusion of the coronary artery isn't related to steroid abuse, I would have to disagree with that.
Okay, but she didn't render that opinion.
Right.
Correct. Okay. And you've never performed the forensic toxicology.
That's true.
Get him.
And your research, I believe, I saw that big list of things that you wrote about. And isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that most of your research is on songbirds and I believe THC effects on brain development?
Right. So, my.
But it's not human forensic pathology, right?
Well, it's, of course, we're trying to understand humans. And the reason we use birds, it sounds crazy, but they learn how to sing when they're young, like we learn how to talk when we're young. And so my research is really focused on development and how the brain changes during development.
But it's not about steroid abuse, is it?
Well, I've done some steroid research.
You have, I believe, in your deposition, you told me most of your research came from internet forums. Is that right?
Yeah. So, well, in terms of figuring out how this drug is typically abused. So that's, I think, how you find out how to use abuse steroids. You talk to the guys at the gym, and there are these internet forums, and it's remarkable the amount of information you can get from that source.
Remarkable. I think you said that earlier. In fact, I think you said you looked at little evidence, but it was remarkable how it all fell together.
Well, then I was talking about, how the steroid was found in the truck. Didn't think much of it until seeing, oh, now we have a autopsy that shows a coronary artery occlusion and liver toxicity.
I'm going to get to that.
Oh.
I'll get to that.
So it all kind of came together. That's what I was talking about there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, you've also never clinically treated a patient for steroid abuse, never personally assessed a person at boy age, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never assessed a person who is being chased at 113 miles an hour.
Can I just say that I'm loving this right now? Everybody get your helmets on. Let's go.
By somebody with guns out, have you?
I have not.
First time. Okay.
Well, I would say that I still haven't.
Fair enough. Dr. Soderstrom, isn't it true that you've been hired by this defense team over here by Mr. Moss, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we
And
have an agreement.
so everything you've reviewed in this case has been solely based on what Mr. Moss gave you.
That is correct.
You didn't get anything from the
No.
plaintiff side, did you?
That's absolutely
I
correct.
haven't received
Right.
anything from me or Mr. Tinsley, right?
Ruh,
You
ruh.
haven't talked to his mama, his daddy, his sister, nobody in his family to find out his medical history, have you?
No, I have, there are, a lot of things I don't know about in this case.
That's right. And in fact, you never even asked for these records, you don't know anything about.
Who said that, y'all? Let's think. Oh, that was me. That's right. Reckless.
Scott Spivey's medical history, do you?
I have no idea.
But you've come to a conclusion based on some things you saw in a report about his heart, that he's a chronic steroid abuser.
That's right.
Okay, got it. So, let me just keep going. You've never seen his medication list, any medications, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you even admitted to me that you have never seen a picture of Scott Spivey's autopsy photos, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never
Wow.
even seen a picture of his family photo album to see that he doesn't even look like a steroid abuser at any time, right?
Well, I don't know what a steroid abuser would look like.
Well, actually you do, because in that deposition, you also told me that you would expect a steroid abuser to be big and muscular and
I am done.
have a large overture in his shoulders, right?
If I were to, predict, and this would be a risky prediction, I would say this is probably somebody that works out at the gym and is interested in physical fitness and appearance. That would fit. That would, why would somebody abuse steroids? That's why somebody would abuse steroids.
So you would conclude that somebody that doesn't look like they've gone to the gym would not be a steroid abuser, right?
I would say that that's probably, that reduces the probability.
Very good. You also were never provided, I know that you were provided with like 5 witness statements, right?
Was it 5 or 6? It was
Yeah.
one of those 2.
But you weren't provided with deposition testimony of either Mr. Boyd or Mr. Williams, were you?
I was not.
Okay, so I assume you weren't provided with any of the secret recorded conversations that Mr. Boyd made on his phone, right?
No.
And the only witness statement you
Whoa.
reviewed, the only evidence you reviewed is what Mr. Moss hand selected to give to you to review to come to this opinion.
That's right.
Now, let's talk about those pills in the truck. Isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that your entire opinion is assuming that those pills that were found in that truck belong to Scott Spivey?
Yes.
Wow.
And isn't it also true that you don't know if Scott Spivey possessed those pills or if somebody put them there and disrupted you?
No.
I don't know, but I think
Like,
the probability
Rob.
is it's likely that they were his and that he put them in the truck. I would say that's true.
Did you know that Weldon Boyd, the man that shot
Tisk, sir. You are so reckless. This is clearly, you have overstepped your boundary, sir. And she is fixing to take you to church and baptize you. And I am here for it. Let's go.
Scott Spivey, went up to Scott Spivey's truck unsupervised at least 2 times before the police got there?
I had no idea about that.
Were you aware that Officer Vescovi, one of the first officers on the scene, showed Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams a note that said, "Act like a victim in front of you"?
I had no idea about that. I think you asked me that question during my deposition.
And you're aware that Officer Vescovi got terminated.
I do know about that now.
So if it were later determined that those pills found in Scott Spivey's truck didn't belong to him because he wasn't a user then that would totally change your opinion with it.
Well, I just can't imagine why somebody would do that, because they would have to know that he had this coronary artery disease. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Because if it was just the steroid in there again, you know, that it would be an odd thing, but it wouldn't be one odd thing after another odd thing after another odd thing. You know, together.
We're going to get to that. Now, let's talk about no steroids found in Mr. Spivey's system. So you understand that the toxicology testing was done, and they did a urine test, and they ran it through, I think the toxicologist said about 30 tests, 27, 30 tests.
They do one test, and they are looking for 30 different metabolites of various anabolic steroids.
And there was nothing found, nothing about anabolic steroids, correct?
And that, you know, that doesn't bother me in terms of the other evidence for long-term abuse.
Well, wouldn't you expect somebody riding around with a big old pile of steroid pills, they would be taking them?
Yeah, and probably a couple weeks prior.
But there was nothing found in Scott's
Correct.
system, was there?
There was, well, and the urine was dilute.
You're wrong. That just say
I
it.
think there's clear evidence for steroid abuse. And steroids are abused cyclically, and the lack of chronic exposure doesn't indicate a lack of abuse.
Well, let's talk about what you just said about the heart, okay? I believe your entire opinion relates entirely on your reading of the autopsy report, right?
That's right.
Okay, and I think you're blocking it up to like 3 things, because he had coronary artery disease, liver abnormalities, and gallbladder staining. You think that's why he's a chronic steroid abuser?
Those are very characteristic side effects of the drug.
My
that was
God,
found in
here we go.
Okay, but you never looked at his past medical records to see if there's some other explanation other than that conclusion.
That's correct.
Could be metabolic syndrome, right?
Could be.
That could explain it, couldn't it?
I would say that it would take longer to form that level of blockage.
Okay, what about poor lifestyle and poor diet? That cause of those 3 things that you just mentioned.
That would
I don't take you
speed things
seriously.
along.
Right. And most importantly, genetic predisposition. Could
Thank you.
Explain all 3 of those things that you just relied on to form this.
It would speed things along. But in a 33-year-old, it's extremely rare to have that.
That is not true. My brother-in-law had a heart attack. Do not even, you are making assumptions. This is reckless. You are not a cardiologist. You are not even a physician. You have a PhD. This is way out of your territory. And the only reason they have you is because no medical doctor with any common sense would ever take the stand and say the things that they needed them to say, because they know good and well that they ain't gonna sit up there and lie. Sorry, y'all. Y'all know when I get upset. And listen, I have stayed quiet. I have, but it's getting late, and I'm telling you what, my patience is about fed up with this guy.
Level of coronary artery blockage.
I believe you called it unlucky earlier, correct?
Right.
And would it surprise you to know that Scott has a family history of heart attacks, early heart attacks?
Who said it?
Heart stents, and a documented family history of high cholesterol and even kidney disease.
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, it doesn't surprise you now? I called this straight away. You didn't do your homework. You didn't even get anything from the plaintiff's side. You only got it from the defense. You did not do a well-rounded job. And that means that probably as a physician, you're one of those, because my husband and I, we rate doctors. You've got the A+ doctors, like my hip surgeon at Wake Forest Baptist. He's an A+ doctor. He's an asshole. But I mean, hands down, I would refer anybody to him. He is the best. He went to Harvard. But then there's also doctors who get the same degree, but they're like C- doctors, and they don't give a shit about you. And I wouldn't even give you a C-. Okay.
Because that's a better explanation
Well,
than that this man was a chronic steroid abuser, right?
So, keep in mind that not every chronic steroid abuser gets coronary artery occlusion, about 15% do. And, my thinking would be it's that 15% that have these family backgrounds and are more likely to have the issue
But where's your evidence?
become a problem.
Okay, you also relied on a VAC of 0.13.
Yes,
Okay, and you know that was drawn from the heart almost 60 hours after Scott died. Correct?
that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also noticed that the samples were taken more than 3 days later, right?
3 days later. I see it about 3 days later. I knew that there was a time difference, but looking into like what the toxicologist said, that's not uncommon that there would be a lag in between the sampling and the testing.
Okay. Dr. Soderstrom, going back to your opinion on behavior, you said you only looked at 5 witness statements, right?
That's right.
You weren't given Frank McMurray's deposition or Blaze Ward or anybody else's, correct?
Deposition.
Yes, sir.
So that was different than their witness statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I only saw the witness statement, I guess.
So you really don't have a lot of evidence. I think your own words where you looked at little evidence, right?
That's true.
Okay. So your opinion is that the behavior described in those witness statements was consistent with road rage?
I would say road rage.
Road rage or roid rage?
I would say road rage. And I would say that, the behavioral problems there were made more likely by alcohol for sure, and probably synergistic with persistent changes in behavior due to steroid use.
And I believe you admitted that you were not aware that this is 113 mile per hour chase, correct?
That's true. I didn't know about that.
So when you rendered this opinion, you did not consider the psychological impact of Scott Spivey being chased, did you?
No, I did not.
So you didn't consider that maybe what you thought you were thinking or seeing was really actions of Scott Spivey that were driven by panic, or maybe even a fight or flight response.
Yep.
I would say what happened was consistent with that type of fight or flight sort of situation.
And you would agree with me that if someone's trying to flee and going that fast and can't get away, that they may feel trapped, right?
I would say that might be true, yeah.
Okay, so the same behavior that you're attributing to Scott Spivey could equally be explained by normal human fear, perhaps somebody that is being chased and was even terrified, right?
I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I think I mentioned this before, but you were never provided with recordings that Weldon Boyd made himself, that were made on his phone after the Spivey shooting.
That's right.
So were you aware that in one of those recordings, Boyd stated when referring to shooting Scott Spivey, "I fucking loved it and I had a blast"?
Didn't have any of that sort of thing. I am unaware of that.
Right. Because you weren't given these, right?
I was not given
I love
anything to
this.
that effect at all.
And were you aware that Boyd told his own grandmother that he was back in his element when referring to shooting Scott Spivey?
I don't know anything about that.
So the person who made these statements, Mr. Boyd, was expressing excitement and
I'm not
joy.
object of discontinuing the line of questions because the witnesses definitely testified what he relied on, what he was asked to do. And here we are again, I'm an expert to talk about my claim.
I think it's outside scope of expertise as well, so let's move on.
Certainly.
You've made a very nice cross-examination.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Mr. Moss asked you about some questions we talked about the medications that Mr. Boyd was on, correct?
Right.
Okay, and those medications, I believe you testified about what happens when someone's taking Seroquel, Zoloft, and Klonopin inconsistently or irregularly. Tell us what happens.
Well, if they're given for antipsychosis issues. And my understanding now, I've gotten a little bit more information since when you were asking me these questions before, the dosages were lower. So, what was being treated is not schizophrenia, it's anxiety. And so the antipsychotic is being given at a lower dose as a sedative.
Okay, and isn't it true when you're taking these antipsychotic medications, I believe you told me it can affect emotional regulation, impulse control, and risk assessment capabilities?
I think, as I recall, you were asking me what would happen if somebody was taking these drugs and abruptly discontinued them. And, what I implied there was these were drugs being used to treat a psychosis and at a high dose. And if you are being treated for schizophrenia, you don't want to stop your drugs abruptly, because all those bad things that you mentioned may happen.
And you also confirmed that inconsistent use of these antipsychotic drugs, especially benzodiazepines like Klonopin, can lead to, I believe your words were, you agreed with me, unpredictable behavioral states, even altered states of consciousness.
With a benzodiazepine is going to be a CNS depressant. If you stop taking a benzodiazepine that you've been taking for a long time, you will have a rebound. And so why would you take a benzodiazepine for a long time? If you, were psychotic or had anxiety to the point that you were having behavioral trouble. And so you knock that, that drug would just decrease CNS activity, be putting the person kind of to sleep. When you would, if you were to completely stop that quickly, you go back into maybe a rebound phase of whatever problem it was that you were given the drug to alleviate to begin with.
Okay, and that would be evident somebody with a history of anger issues and anger management issues.
Well, so usually a benzodiazepine is given for anxiety, and it's not given for regular use. If you're given a benzodiazepine for regular use, it's somebody that needs to be knocked down. So usually the way a benzodiazepine is given is as you need it. If you're having an episode of anxiety, you take it. Or if you couldn't stop thinking about things and couldn't get any sleep, you might take it. So it's more a PRN, or as needed sort of medication.
Okay. Let's move on to the lithium that Mr. Moss asked you about, and if I may approach you.
Sure.
So this lithium right here, this is just stuff, it's a dietary supplement,
That's
right?
Yes.
Okay, and he asked you a lot of questions about if Mr. Boyd were taking that over-the-counter dietary supplement. But I want to ask you about prescription lithium. You're a
Okay.
pharmacologist, you teach this, right?
Yeah.
So over-the-counter lithium, those dietary supplements that Mr. Moss was asking you about, that doesn't require blood work to be prescribed for that, correct?
That's right. And that's,
And so let me show you some text messages from June 2023 from Weldon Boyd, where he indicates that I am on the way to the lab in Myrtle now to get blood work for lithium. And got blood work done today, said lithium starts soon. Let me show those to you.
all right. Yeah, that would be consistent with lithium for the treatment of a bipolar type of issue.
And if they're prescribed that for this bipolar, that would be the reason he's getting blood work for lithium, correct?
Objection, Dr. has no knowledge of that. He's saying no, he has no knowledge.
You can go ahead and answer.
So, you know, if somebody is being treated with lithium at a high dose, it's very important to get blood work done because it's a narrow therapeutic window drug. It is a very toxic drug, and you can overdo it really easily. And so you have to kind of titrate the dosage of lithium. That's why you get blood work done when you're starting it.
So no question, those text messages where you see that Mr. Boyd is getting tested for lithium is definitely not that dietary supplement, correct?
I don't know. It suggests that it wasn't this lithium that.
Correct.
But maybe did he? I don't. You know. Did he overdose on this? I can't imagine even overdosing on it. You'd have to take the whole bottle.
So, Dr. Soderstrom, I apologize. You were not given Mr. Boyd's prescription records or medical records, right?
That's right.
So you cannot tell this court, based on the one-sided materials that you were given, that the opinion that you described for Scott Spivey doesn't apply equally or more to Weldon Boyd.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know anything about any other person than the person that was.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just one moment, I beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you.
That's read your record on.
Sorry, y'all, for clapping in your ear.
Yes.
Do you know how long the effects of anabolic steroids last in the brain after
I've
they
been
stop
saying that this whole
days,
time.
weeks?
Yep. Even longer.
How long?
Persistent. Years.
So this disconnect, if you will, between these two regions of the brain, where your frontal.
Sir, you have been served. The best thing you can do now is just get up and walk out and get yourself together. Because this is nothing but a dignified mess.
Region is not inhibiting impulses, and the other regions can last for years.
That can be a long time, yeah.
Okay. Now, this demonstrated conduct that we talked about, Attorney Hannah talked about driving at 115 miles an hour. And she asked if that's consistent with fight or flight. Do you know anything about this case, Steve?
I know very little.
You don't know if there was any reason that this gentleman was cornered, do you?
I suspect there was a trigger, and I've always kind of wondered about this trigger. I don't know what started it.
You have no idea, do you?
I have no idea.
And so you have no idea whether or not fight or flight could even be in play here, do you?
I don't know.
And this driving of the less than 113 miles an hour, you have no idea why he was driving that fast, do you?
I don't. You know, all I have are the witness statements that are consistent, and you know, based on those statements, you know, there was an aggressor, and that was the person in the black truck.
So in
Nope.
Posing, right?
That was where you went wrong.
At that time, you gave her all of your information, right? She had your report, she had your opinion, your CV, she knew how to contact you. She never sent you anything from Mr. Spivey's records.
That's
Now,
correct,
Please
yes.
review this and address your fee issue.
I would have dealt with that material had it been provided, yes.
In fact, I provided you some supplemental information from NMS Lab, is that right?
That's correct.
And what, it was a more detailed report, right?
Right.
And with respect to this issue about whether or not this alcohol concentration could have been accelerated or increased post-mortem, did you find anything that was revealing about that?
I did. That was a huge document, but there was a needle in that haystack, and that was they tested for volatiles. And among those volatiles were... Could
you explain what volatile is?
Volatile is something that will turn to vapor at fairly low temperature. Like ethanol is volatile. And a lot of oils are volatile. And so isopropanol is a alcohol that was detected, and acetone was detected. So these are volatiles, and these volatiles are produced. Let's see, how did that work again? Were those detected or not detected?
Let me ask you this way, do you recall anything in the lab report that made you think the decomposition or?
Right. So,
how-
yeah, you would expect volatiles to be present if it was microorganisms that were increasing the alcohol content, and those volatiles were not detected. I think I have that right now.
Let me show you this document, Doctor. Your Honor, the Honor has this already, as do opposing counsel. I don't want it to be a court exhibit. But I want to show it to the witness. Have you seen this before, Doctor?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a description from a nurse practitioner of treating this person that I believe you're representing
Okay.
for anxiety.
Okay. And could you read with me the next to the last paragraph? The last sentence starts with.
Okay, let me just educate y'all real quick because this guy has no idea what he's talking about. When it comes to a post-mortem body, you know, having that isopropyl alcohol, which they label that IPA, or the acetone in post-mortem decomposition, that is like a metabolic condition, like if you are diabetic, or you have alcoholic ketoacidosis, maybe you have postmortem contamination, like any of these things, there are substances that can be produced internally or maybe like via bacterial activity during decomposition rather than like during digestion type of thing. So like sometimes the body can produce like high levels of acetone, which are also known as ketones, and the body can convert this acetone into isopropyl alcohol. So like I don't know if he was diabetic or if he had like cholesterol issues and things like that. But sometimes it's a metabolic response to stress. Like that can also cause an acetone production. So, you know, I mean, that is a very serious thing. Like, and he's like, I don't know, I'm going to have to go over here and look at it. Like, I mean, sir, you need to know like exactly what you're talking about. Okay, let's carry on.
Instead. You see that?
Goodness, my eyes are not that good.
Instead, I recommend it.
Well, no, I see Mr. Boyd has been complying with treatment recommendations. You mean before that? In my clinical assessment and treatment of Mr. Boyd?
Next to the last paragraph, I'm looking down in.
So is that this one? That's next to the last,
Yeah,
if you
see
consider
yours?
that, sure.
Right down here in this paragraph.
Okay.
I'll refer you to that paragraph.
All right.
And you reviewed this before today, right?
I'm sorry, can you say?
You reviewed it before today, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed it specifically in conjunction with my question about that dietary supplement.
Yes.
So what did the clinician say in this clinical synopsis?
That this was being given as a supplement with the idea that it would help anxiety.
But it says, instead, I have recommended the use of lithium forte, an over-the-counter nutritional supplement to help alleviate symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder. Is that what it said?
That's right.
Now, you said it was a placebo.
That's my personal opinion.
But you also said placebos are very
effective. It's remarkably effective, yes.
Is this dietary supplement a therapeutic level of lithium?
No,
You see anything to make you think that my client has a therapeutic level of lithium?
I have not.
You've not been asked for that opinion?
No.
Do you think it's fair for someone to ask you a question about my client's medical condition record when you haven't talked to my client?
Is it fair? I suppose.
That's kind of an unfair question.
I'll withdraw.
It does the same thing the other way.
I'll withdraw. All right. me show you this document. It's also been produced, Your Honor, but I don't want it to be a court exhibit. You haven't seen this document before, I don't believe.
I have not.
Take a moment, Ken, and tell me if you see lithium on it anywhere.
I do not.
And what does it say that's at the top? It's a pharmacy record, isn't it?
Cherry Grove Drug LLC.
And what period of time is it for?
Let's see, looks like July 2020 to May of 2025.
Okay, and we're talking about almost 5 years.
Yeah.
No lithium, right?
No.
I think you may have that copy. You recall earlier today a conversation with me when you talked about this kind of conduct and age group you might see it in?
Yes.
We're talking about steroids, right?
Right.
And the effect in the brain.
Yeah.
What do you recall telling me as an example?
Example might be teenager. This is kind of the last period of development where we don't really have this type of executive control, and if somebody's going to have this sort of behavioral problem, it's typically going to be a teenager.
Okay, and we were talking about Mr. Spivey, weren't we? He's demonstrating behavior of driving in excessive speed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that normal in your opinion for a 33-year-old adult?
Right. That I would say is not right. Typically, we've matured and we have control by that time.
Let me go back to this pharmacy record document. Take a look. These other conditions that Attorney Hannah asked you about, if you had therapeutic doses of some of these medicines like benzodiazepines or serotonin, they would require dosages that were consistent with therapeutic treatment, right?
They would, and I don't, off the top of my head, I'd have to look into what the standard dosages were, and I don't know, just looking at this, if these fall into that range or not.
Very well. But you don't know that they do either.
That's true.
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
Hopefully this is going to be wrapping up here in a minute.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I ask this witness excused from more.
Very well. Doctor, thank you for coming. Safe travels back to Greenville.
Thank you.
Just one housekeeping matter. I have 2 exhibits I did not mark. If I may mark those now.
Sure. See, heaven.
Don't let the door hit you with a good Lord. Get on back home now.
All right.
About had it after that. Shoo-wee. Judge Griffin looks like he's about had it too. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. I believe this is going to be the end of our day 2.
Okay. So then, the pharmaceutical record?
Well, no, it's not.
Clinical's not. Very well.
Like a publisher. I don't know the number of it.
Judge?
He's going to introduce clinical stops and evidence, which y'all exchanged, because we talked about it pre-trial conference.
Yeah,
Sure. All right, while he gets that mark for his number, tell me what your last issue is.
we previously entered an order related to Amplot's records. They just opened the door, they introduced the records, and so I think at least we're entitled to look at them at this issue order.
And I haven't opened the door for him. This is opened the door for him. This hand's opened the door for him. I'm trying to hide that from an expert. I asked him specifically about the lithium ortake dietary supplement that's to try to hide that from the deposition. It's by design. And it's not proper.
Whether it's proper or not, Judge, he handed the witness the summary of Hancock's medical treatment that those records represent. And so based on your order, if they put it in issue and he handed those records to that witness, made it an issue in this case, I think we're at least entitled to look at them. I'm not saying we're publishing them, I'm not saying we're doing anything else, but we're at least entitled to know what else is in this gentleman's medical record.
But I'd like to publish a statement for this document.
I've read that in the pretrial thing. I don't need to publish it. I mean, here's the thing. I'm gonna take your motion under advisement. I'm ready to stop today. I'm tired. So.
Amen.
We can do that tomorrow. I appreciate y'all pushing on, but I'm out of gas. And so I'm ready to adjourn for the day and I don't want to do anything other than do that. So yeah, I'm not ruling against anybody under advisement. He may publish it tomorrow if he likes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's start 9 o'clock sharp.
9 o'clock sharp, y'all. That's what we gonna do. We gonna do 9 o'clock sharp. We gonna do it all over again. Y'all, I don't know. I was making this face a lot during day 2. I apologize for my interjections. Hey, T. Marie. I had to say something because there was a lot of recklessness going on in the courtroom today. And whoever this pharmacologist was from East Carolina, I ain't got no respect for it. What he did was try to stir up some stuff. He wasn't even given any information about Scott Spivey, his medical, everything that I said straight out the gate, off the jump, off the cuff. Mark Tinsley's team came right back in and reeled him in, baptized him, took him to church and all that stuff. I just don't think he's a great character witness. I certainly can't imagine that his testimony could actually be taken serious at this point. But I do appreciate you guys joining me. Please do hit the like and share it out. We will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 3 of the Stand Your Ground court hearing with Spivey, their family, and going to be versing Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Bradley Williams. I think that the judge has marked off until Friday the 20th, and I hope that they'll be able to get all this information and everybody's testimonies in, and it will not have to go into next week. So AJ did call me last night, and she said she had some things she wanted to say, and I said, well, I'm trying to just not say much during the court cases. She said, well, can we go live in the evenings? I said, girl, after 9 hours, I'm tired, girl. I said, maybe we could do it Saturday and Sunday. So y'all let me know if you are interested in hearing AJ and I go over some clips from this court case and talk about things that we are concerned about. I also thought it was wonderful that Mark Tinsley's team brought out the fact that everything that this man described could also be the same description of Weldon Boyd, because Weldon Boyd, in fact, had to get lab work done because he is on lithium for bipolar disorder. And that was in his medical records. And he wasn't given any information about Weldon Boyd. He did not know there was a pursuit that went up to 113 miles an hour for 9 miles down Highway 9. And that Scott Spivey wasn't the one pursuing. He was being pursued. Like, they did not tell him anything in this case. And so you see what happens when you don't have all of the facts, when you don't have all of the information. Like, somebody can't give me just a little bit of information and say, hey, I need you to give me a synopsis of this. No, I'm going to tell you, like, hey, I need to know the backstory of this. I need to see this. Like, in order to give you a credible evaluation. If you're asking my professional opinion about something, I have to have all the details. And that is why it is important in these court cases. You cannot just straggle together a whole bunch of word salad and look up some internet reports and call yourself a professional, and then you really didn't do your homework. And this is why it's so important to have great attorneys And I look forward to seeing the closure of this case, and hopefully we'll be able to move on to a criminal trial and get justice for Scott Spivey and his family. So I know that you guys probably have dinner to do. Wherever you are in the world, if you're watching this on the replay, gang, I hope everyone is well and having a fantastic week. And I will see you guys at 9 in the morning. I'm going to play you guys out with a little outro. Thanks so much for supporting. Thank you, members. Thank you, mods. You guys are the best. And I'll see you back again tomorrow. Bye, y'all.
Live stream's done, screen goes black, but the name still lingers in my mind, no cap.
Y'all pulled up chairs to this little light, turn these old cold files in a hope tonight.
Yeah, y'all come back, now you're here. Duchess and her team will be right here, 'cause without y'all, these trails go dark. Every share, every voice, you light that spark. Grab a seat and stay a while. We keep it kind, we keep it clear. Less drama, more facts. Y'all come back now, you're here. You could be anywhere, but you ride with me. Turning clues and coffee in a company. Every share, every flyer, like a porch light on, for the ones gone missing, till they make it home. Y'all come back, now you're here. Dutch appreciate you supporting her here, 'cause without you, these trails go dark. We need every voice to light that spark. Hit that like and share this out. That's what awareness is all about. The mission is vital, working as peers. I'll see y'all on the next one. Y'all come back, now you're here. Oh yeah. We don't deal in giving up.
We raise voices lifting up.
Every view, another spark, burning brave against the dark. Y'all come back, now you're here. Dutch appreciate you supporting her here, 'cause without you, these trails go dark. We need every voice to light that spark. Hit that like and share this out. That's what awareness is all about. The mission is vital, working as peers. I'll see y'all on the